It's right. It's right. There we go. It's a good start. We're off to a great start. We have had a little bit of a technical difficulty on Facebook. I think we're back on there live now. So if you're on Facebook and you can't see me, then you know what? Just see me or click again. That's what I would do. Welcome. This is a special part of the Broken Brain podcast. As you know, is a weekly podcast where we talk about psychology, culture, art, and all at M's, different kinds of things. So this is the live stream for International Overdose Awareness Day, or International Overdose Awareness Day, IAOD, if you're nasty. IAOD is actually not only, here we go, let's put it up there, IAOD, there we go. If you it is a day on August 31st every year where we look for ways to increase awareness about overdose. This is the 4th annual Broken Brain live stream for that overdose. I like to come on here and talk for a few hours about it so that everybody can become acquainted and become a part of it. The actual interesting thing is that International Overdose Awareness Day is not only a day, which it is that, it is also an organization. Back in 2001, according to some of the history that I read, Sally J. Finn in Melbourne, Australia, started this day of recognition of international needs, the international epidemic, the endemic results of addiction when people were experiencing overdose deaths. This has become particularly relevant all over the world. Where I live and practice in therapy and addiction and trauma treatment is in the United States, and we have seen a huge upsurge over the last many years of overdose deaths, particularly opioid, but we are seeing as focus has been put on opioid overdose awareness with the availability of things like Narcan and other things that are available to help with that, with training individuals to see the signs, with increased focus. Opioid overdose awareness has helped to reduce some of those in the last year or so as they've done studies. Unfortunately, there has also been an increase in other forms of overdose or overuse of methamphetamines and other things like that. One of the really fun things about it is that you can find fentanyl has become a big, huge part of this problem, as people talk about all the time. And that can be used to cut or boost addictive materials and substances and all that kind of thing, or you can abuse it all on its own if you want to. Anyway, so some of those things have, but the problem is fentanyl will kill faster than some other things. You also see dynamics where people will be in treatment, they will have a period of sobriety, and then their tolerance goes down, particularly for opioids. Or their judgment has changed, they're not used to using, and then they have a relapse. So we do this little thing every year in order to help to increase that awareness. And that problem is, as we know, a real problem. I'm going to show you. I'm going to share screens, everyone. While we're here, we can all share screens together, or at least you can look at the one that I found. I'm going to pull up overdoseday.com, where you can find the organization. International Overdose Awareness Day as an organization is, something you can get involved in. If it's something you're interested in, they actually sponsor events. You can list, just basically you can pop your event if you feel like doing something like this, or you just feel like having a little awareness at your workplace or organization. They do actually provide a lot of very free supports. Very free, meaning they don't cost anything. There we go. That's what free means. They're just learning all kinds of things today. So what I found is that when I became aware of it, honestly, I just did whatever I wanted to do. Which is what the podcast is all about. But if you go to overdoseday.com and you sign up that you are doing some kind of an effort or an event, what they do is they actually will send you free. You can download on their free press materials. You can put yourself on their website. They do sell stuff to help to fund their thing and everything. But they seem to be a very good organization from what I have found. Hit me up in the comments, I guess, if you know something I don't. But they they do a lot of supports, and if you get on their mailing list, one of the things they will encourage is for people to just pick a purple light that you can do it. Lighting up purple is the color of lots of awareness things. I'm not sure why purple is, but hey, I like purple, so that's good. And you can just turn on a purple light or something, or put up a sign or something, just to help to increase that awareness. So this is something that is extremely important and valuable when we get into the effects of addiction. If we look at addiction as something that we should treat as a disease, and as something that is not just a moral failing, that is one of the things that unfortunately plagues addiction awareness and addiction treatment. So as we have, let me show you another thing here. As I put out there in the socials, share screen, there we go. As I put out there in all the social media, and by the way, thank you everybody for joining us. We've got people who join us on YouTube, Facebook Live, and to a lesser extent, LinkedIn. LinkedIn, we still exist. That's I think their motto. But that one, for some reason, streams, and that has problems with things like TikTok and other places like that haven't really meshed up with StreamYard yet. So thank you everybody who is joining throughout this live stream, and thank you everybody who is watching the YouTubes or listening to the podcast where I'm releasing this feed as well. But wanted to highlight this year, our focus is engagement and avoidance, and the role that that plays in addiction. I believe, as I have approached treatment, as a treatment professional, that there's a huge scale that we're on between engagement and avoidance that actually is very, very important in determining how out of control or how powerful addiction can actually tend to be. So that's basically what the theme and the focus is today. I want to make sure to highlight this at the top as well. Typing dwighthurst.com/live. If you go to dwighthurst.com/live, or live, if you want to pronounce it that way, hey, I'm not going to tell you not to. If you do that, then you can actually, that's where the links are to a lot of the social media if you want to tell someone to tune in and watch. Also, if you want to join, go to dwighthurst.com/live, and at the bottom of the screen, there's a hopefully well-labeled banner that you can click on to come onto the show. That's right. This is a show where I am encouraging everybody to participate. If you would like to make a comment on whatever platform you're on, if you'd like me to share that, but also love to have you on. So anybody's welcome to jump on and join, and don't feel like you have to have any deep, insightful anything, but I'll bet that you actually do. Everybody's experience is very, very valuable, and that's actually getting away from some of the shame of addiction and the way that we can feel about ourselves. So if you have, your life has been touched by addiction, either yourself or someone you know, I like to add on to that, by the way, if you're not sure if it has, I'm just going to say it has. If you look in there enough, you're going to find something. It may be inside yourself, it may not, but you're going to find some compulsion or addictive tendencies that have affected you and those around you. Also, like I said, the theme today, it's an interesting thing because of the theme we've picked. We're looking more at the underlying sort of things that contribute to addiction and can contribute to that pathway that can lead to depression, anxiety, other forms of problems, and eventually can lead to overdose. We'll talk about a lot of those things today as we're doing it. So, but because the theme is engagement and avoidance, we're looking at the underlying issues. So we won't be talking a lot about the chemical effects. We've done that in some of the years past more, but we won't be talking about some of the chemical effects. In fact, we might have whole stretches on here where we're not talking just about drugs at all or those kinds of things, except as a coping mechanism for dealing with stress. So, and you may have things to say about how do you engage in your life? What kind of goals and goal-driven behavior works for you? Or maybe more to the point, what doesn't work for you? And we find all kinds of things like that are that way as well. So what role do these play, engagement versus addiction? Did I say addiction? Well, that's what we're talking about. Avoidance. I was reading and typing at the exact same time to give you something to read here. So when we're looking at engagement, what I'm talking about is engagement with life, okay? And let's look at it as there are two main things we can do with any of the problems and things of life is engagement on one side and avoidance on the other. But rather than look at these as two different things, what I want to do is focus on this as a scale, right? If you've ever been in therapy before, your therapist probably says, well, that's more of a scale than a binary option, right? So there you go. If any therapists out there, solidarity to saying things are on scales. So when you look at this scale, we're looking at like dedication and commitment. There it is, engagement, where we're looking at dedication, commitment, and involvement in the things that we are doing. And this can include things we enjoy, things we're passionate about, things we hate and have to deal with. And a lot of times, some of the traditional hard things to deal with are things that just kind of suck about life, or at least they can. And hopefully we can look at some ways to make that a little bit less the case. But all right, so over on the other side, on the other extreme, we have avoidance. Avoidance is when we detach. Avoidance can take many forms. It can be I just don't deal with the thing. I have a stack of envelopes perhaps over on a desk somewhere that I do not want to open because I do not want to deal with them. When that happens, that mode of dealing with them, they just send more, guys. Have you noticed that? They send more envelopes. But whatever the metaphorical or literal envelopes that I'm not opening, they stacking up over there, and issues and problems as we ignore them. And ignoring can become increasingly difficult. It's like there's a big pile of garbage and yuck in the room, and the higher and higher that it piles, the more, if I want to avoid it, I have to turn away, even from the microphone, and then you can't hear me, which is the worst thing for a podcaster, is not to be overheard. That's why we have microphones. This has been Inside Podcasting. So the bigger that pile of yuck grows, the more we will try to turn away in more and more creative ways. We'll put on blinders, we'll cover our eyes and plug our ears and cover our mouth. And you get a bunch of chimpanzees in a row and do that. And, we're hearing no evil and seeing no evil. But this is our life that we're treating as evil. See how I tied that in to the monkeys, the thing? No charge, guys. This is free. This is free stuff. I'm telling you. But as we're trying to avoid it in more and more creative ways, we get away from the metaphor and look at that. Well, it can take many shapes, but addiction of one kind or another, a behavioral addiction, a substance addiction, any of those things, that can become the solution to our problems. Addiction is, after all, a solution, not a problem. It is a way we try to avoid our problems, but then it has a lot of new problems that it introduces to our life. One of which, by the way, is that it feeds into avoidance, occasionally even in treatment. There are many times where we're trying to get treated for something, and we will be over-focused on the addiction itself. And as we get rid of the behavior, what we're actually doing is we're avoiding the thing that we started to do it for in the first place, even more by over-focusing on the addiction. Hey!
Hello.
Well, hi, Izzy. I am joined today by Isabel Tehran. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
Well, you've been on the show quite a bit, and I've been on your show some. We've been on doing podcasting stuff together for a little while now. But why don't you tell everybody who might be out there now and later as they're listening, who are you?
Me.
Tell them a little bit more about you.
That's a really deep question. Who
are you existentially?
Well, base level, I do podcasting. I am a part of the Rabbit Hole Podcast Network, and I do That's Bodacious, dude. 80 radical movies from the 80s. So far from therapy subject, but definitely I could use some after watching some of the movies from the 80s that I cover.
Yeah.
And then I'm also part of our Hearsing Around podcast with 3 other co-hosts, and we basically kind of cover the lives of the recently deceased celebrities and all of their crazy works with, again, sometimes, need help after watching some of those.
It's really fascinating. Both of those actually are really fascinating. And I think you'll find today, as we're looking at this whole thing, this theme of engagement with life, this is one of the reasons I like podcasting and getting to know podcasters is there's a lot of passion that's involved in life, because I mean, you think about it, it's like, oh, I want to pick a niche subject and just do a broadcast of a recording or video about it, and we get into it deeply. That's engagement in life. That's engagement and interest, right? Can it become an addiction, and can we use it as avoidance for? Yeah, maybe. But I remember when I was on years ago, I was on Michael Deniston's podcast, War Machine versus War Horse, about movies. And I think that's still out there. He's pivoted to do some other things, but we were talking about a movie that was about the experiments where, I mean, it's escaping me now. It's one of the main ones, right? The Milgram. There we go. The Milgram experiments, where they would shock people, or they thought they were shocking people.
Oh.
And they found that if people had a white lab coat on, they would tell someone to do something and they were way more likely to do it, even if they didn't have to. So people thought they were shocking people. They had an actor in the next room and they'd say, yeah, if they get this answer wrong to this simple question over this intercom, push this button. And it was like, and the person would go, ow, in the other room. and eventually they'd say, stop it, I have a heart condition. And they would keep going and increase the shocks. Anyway, but as we were talking about that, tying it in to the addiction of podcasting, Michael just said, well, don't tell my wife that. She's going to go buy a white coat and say, Michael, stop podcasting. But that was a long trip to get to a punchline. Anyway.
Well, I didn't know about the movie, so we needed to know the backstory of the movie.
The Experimenter is what that one's called, actually. It's about the life of Stanley Milgram. I know. Yeah. It's an interesting kind of thing. I was thinking, when you talk about the trauma of the 80s, I was going down a rabbit hole the other day watching some video reels about some of the, let's just say, problematic elements that haven't aged well. And they were pointing out some movies that really haven't, obviously there's some we remember in our zeitgeist that I'm a podcaster. I use the word zeitgeist. That's one time but that are still there that have not aged well issues. There's lots of them that we don't remember for reasons.
Yeah. Oh man. And the ones that we do, sometimes they're like, it's a good thing if they're just boring. And it's like, man, I thought that was a lot more adventurous. But then when you go back and it's like, wow, this one's really damaging. How did we survive watching this when we were younger?
I made us disappear. There we go. I was trying to make us a little bit bigger on the screen and I messed it up. How do you pick what you're going to review, by the way? Is it a random kind of thing, or how do you go through that?
I kind of started with, I think, my original list of movies that I just was like, oh, that's cool. I like that one. Oh, I've never seen that one before, but I've heard of it. And I think originally it was 250.
Oh,
so I have to trim it down to 80. I think it's like 86 just to like give wiggle room for other things like holidays, making sure that there's something to cover those.
Nice.
But otherwise, it's just things that I wanted to talk about and things that I'd heard about and would be interesting. Give me a reason to watch the movie. Mm-hmm. So it's been an interesting little ride so far.
having some pretty and I actually really love when you guys talk about the on Hearsing Around, right? When you talk about the lives of people who have passed who are very well known. I think that there's this relationship we have with celebrity, and I have found that it's interesting to here's someone who's been in the public eye their whole career and life, and now that is over. Their life is over, at least. Well, I guess with AI and things, their career can continue if they sign certain things or their estate. I don't know. Anyway,
it still hurts right now twice.
Yeah, exactly. Who was the guy in Star Wars? He was the guy that built the Death Star. I can't remember the character. Is it Peter Cushing? It's not Peter Cushing, is it? That'd be great if I pulled that out.
He was one of the generals.
Yeah. Anyway, the guy they put him in Rogue One, and he was not alive anymore when he was in it. So that just
So I think it was Peter Cushing. Yeah.
Nice. I love when I can come up with something when I'm talking to one of y'all who do these podcasts full time have so much expertise around these things. But anyway,
not me.
to learn more about the lives of people who have been in the public eye, I think it's actually a fascinating social commentary that you guys do.
And there's a lot of times where I'm familiar with the actor and I don't know anything about them. So when one of us does the bios and we're all sitting there listening to it, I'm just like, oh, that's interesting, or oh, that's kind of messed up, when you're learning about people after the fact.
You find things that are messed up in celebrities' lives?
Sometimes, really. I mean, no, they're just perfect angels all the time, aren't we all?
Oh man. And then you have to
It's
separate
interesting.
the art from the, no, just kidding. But yeah, you find out things that actually change the way you engage with culture too.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes their movies are just god awful. Sometimes it's just, you know.
That's the other thing. You don't remember sometimes about the early oeuvre of some people when you get into their career tracks and say,
But it's
"Oh,
still
they were
so
in this. That was the
interesting.
plot line." Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah.
Sometimes you're like, was this movie just a paycheck? Did somebody really believe in this? Like, you always wonder what the intentions were behind the scenes. And especially
Boy,
the more and more I cover all of this stuff, the more and more I'm like, yeah, it matters. All that matters when it goes into movies.
the thought of needing a paycheck does a lot of heavy lifting when we're looking to forgive someone who we love their career.
Yeah. Like, oh
Oh,
man, then that was they got top billing and they were only in the minute for 15 minutes, like movie for 15 minutes, and that was it. Like, they were trying to get that paycheck because why not?
sure. Yeah, that's probably. You hope it doesn't represent their hopes and dreams to play a person who does it, whatever, or yeah. Um, so as a just so yeah, with you being the first to join, I'll throw this out there. Anybody who does join, you can talk about anything you'd like to in relation to this. I of course have questions and things that topics and things that tie into the theme that we'll get into, but please feel free to pivot or change subjects at any point. Anybody who's on, especially Izzy, because you're now in charge of the show. I'm
Oh
going to turn
no.
hosting powers over to Izzy. Hang on, here we go. All right,
Oh,
good.
please
So
no.
I'll see you guys. See everybody. But no, first of all, I wanted to ask everybody. I'm asking everybody who comes on the same question to start with, which is, would you say, are you more of a cat or dog person?
I
It's
guess
now what you're expecting.
um I've always had dogs. I mean, I've had a couple of cats, but for the most part, I've always had dogs.
And what do you think of that either or concept that you have to pick one or the other, and that you must hate the others?
I think it's silly. I mean, sometimes it just depends on how your home is set up. I mean, I just don't think a cat would enjoy living here. Like, there's not a lot of places for the little guy to like jump around or, like maybe climb things, and I would want them to be able to do that. And I'm just like, ooh, that would be redoing so many things. And I'm like, I can barely redo things for myself half the time.
Yeah, for me, I grew up. We had one of each, and allergies play a big role in that as well. Um,
Yeah, I
as far
don't.
as which ones you have, which ones you're allergic to. There we go.
Yeah,
That was
I
insightful.
like cats, and anytime I'm around cats, I don't have a problem with cat. Okay, I had a problem with one cat I met, and that cat's name was Gizmo. But like, it's not like it just started off when we didn't like each other. This was like after a lot of time spent together. And I'm like, you know what? We just have no respect for each other apparently. So I'm gonna go my way, and you go yours, and just I'm not dealing with you.
first first cat we ever had when I was growing up was actually really mean, and we
Yeah,
ended up
sometimes it's just me. I'm like,
yeah.
why? I didn't
I
do
don't know what
anything to you.
I don't know where my parents took it, but they took it somewhere.
Oh,
Rehomed, I hope. No, or
I hope
maybe back to the I don't know what the
I
shelter
hope not into
situation
like the
was.
alleyway or anything like
Yeah, no,
that.
no, it was from a shelter,
Okay.
so I don't know if they rehomed through the shelter is what I
I hope
assume.
so.
I think they did. I've never asked them actually, but it was mean. It was scratch and stuff. It was the big old cat. She'd come and sit next to you, or sometimes on your leg, and then she would put her head, how cats do, and you'd pet her, and then she would purr about the same volume and vibration power as an outboard motor. And then there was always one easy way to know that she was done being loved on, which is she would bite you and then she would leave. So it was like a nah, and then she'd leave, and so then she left for good, and we got another one that was much nicer. So
How dare you touch me, peasant?
yeah, exactly. When I initiated this, so yeah,
Yeah,
but let me ask
I
you.
get it, but but at the same time, it's just like you could have gave me a different way of telling me you're done. Like, okay, stop. Use
Yeah,
your paw,
exactly right.
something. Like, come
Like
on, bud.
we engage in a conversation. Speaking of engagement, the theme, of course, that I'm focusing on today is the role that engagement, uh, and avoidance, play in our tendency to become compulsive or addicted to behaviors or substances and things like that. I want to get everybody's sort of feedback as they come on. What's the first thing you think about? Just let's say just this broad topic of engaging with life situations, stuff, versus trying to avoid it. And as I'm introducing this now, I haven't said this part yet to the viewers, which is that I think of this as a scale where you can find unhealthy extremes on both sides. And then probably there is a middle ground where we pivot a little from one to the other in a healthier way of saying, like, how are we doing that? So that's the concept. And what are some of your feelings about that of how life runs and how you engage with life, or give me some tips on how I can avoid the
I do a lot of avoiding, I think.
Right? That's why I look at it as such a big piece. Not just because of you, but for everyone, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, there's always work and there's family events, especially for me. So I get a lot of like physical engagement, I guess, with external people and going out and doing things. But I do prefer to keep in my own bubble if I can. But I also really like a lot of engagement from a safe place. Like, just the other day, we did a painting party, which is something I've been trying to do once a month because I joined a little group. And that's been really nice. And I guess I'm trying to engage my brain into doing something different and creative because I don't know, you get focused into a project. Sometimes you just want to finish it out.
See, I think that's something that's huge, is any kind of creative energy. And you kind of mentioned two of my favorite things, which is creative energy and new experiences.
Yeah.
And when you can tie them together, I think that's even stronger. But the idea of doing something, this new experience, so tell me about a paint night. I've heard of it and I know a little about it, but what kind of stuff do you do?
For this particular one, we watch old B movies and then we paint like a random scene from last night, or yesterday's just so happened to be literally a B movie, as in was called Deadly Bees. So there was literal bees.
Not the well-known, not the beloved Jerry Seinfeld movie,
no
animated movie.
No, but it was a bee-related movie.
What? Tell me about this movie. This is like killer bees or what?
It's basically killer bees. It was just so bad it ended, and I was like, okay, that was a movie. But anyway, let's get to the painting.
Like a horror movie?
Yeah, like because the bees kept attacking random people, and so it was like you think it's this scientist who's doing it, and it turns out to be a different scientist doing it, kind of situation. It's like either way, the poor bees were innocent bystanders, so I don't know why they're being marked as deadly when it's not their fault. They're being controlled by,
Or are they innocent bee standers? What?
Yeah. Exactly.
So I love this. So you watched the movie and then you paint like a scene or something kind of inspired by the movie?
Yeah, so the painting, it was by Jackie Naaman Jones, and she had a painting of like one of the houses with like the bee boxes outside and the bees outside of the burning home, which makes sense when you watch the movie. So it was just bees in a flaming house. So sometimes people do exactly what's there, or we do different renditions. I feel like the more I've done it, the more off I've gone on the subject matter, and made more my own art, I guess.
This is now what this live stream is about. This is fascinating to me. I love this idea. So wait, did you? Yeah, let's grab it.
I did a show and tell. I was like, well, if I talk about it, I mean, it'd be nice if I had it. So,
Awesome. Is this the one now that you did?
Yes.
Wow, I love this. Now, it's depending on what kind of horror movie. I'm assuming there's a perspective, and the bees are normal sized. But I don't know the movie.
I
Are
was
they
trying
big?
to make it perspective shot, but
it looks like a perspective.
House, but I was like, no, I'm gonna make it zoomed up close. I want to see the bees and the house kind of all together.
I love that. That perspective.
Tiny bees.
Yeah, and they go all the way. And also, boy, depending on how you feel about bees, and once again, allergies play a role here. I think we're all naturally allergic to fire, but which one's scary? I'm a bunch of bees, or I'm in a burning house, right? It's like, I guess you have to prioritize which of these problems.
Yeah, I'm like, I know you're trying to save yourself from the bees, but I don't think it's smart to start a fire when you're confined in a room with no outlet for ventilation.
Wait, so this was a choice? The character?
There was a lot of choices made in this movie. Um,
I know beekeepers use smoke, but man,
someone avoided having a real solid plot line and character development.
I love this. You're tying it in. So there's the avoidance, and also someone was trying to avoid the bees apparently, but also avoid not burning. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. So that would, hey, this is a great metaphor for addiction overpowering your life. Let's just say that addiction is like, what was the name of this movie?
The Deadly Bees.
So I'm going to use this now. I'm going to say, addiction is like the burning house in the deadly bees versus dealing with the bees in a more constructive way. And everyone's going to go like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, the guy was crazy, but he was using the bees with like pheromones and some kind of potion, I guess, to spray on people, and that would make the bees eat them alive. I don't know.
Wow. This is amazing. This is now my new obsession. It's interesting as we look at that. Reminded me a little of engagement of where one of the things we can engage with obviously is like hobbies and interests, and we're kind of talking about that a little bit now, right? With you creating that. I saw this guy on the news who did use bee pheromones, but he would like put it on like his arms and shit, and he would let bees swarm around him, and he would just have these bees all over him, and he was like, it's so meditative and wonderful, like you can hear all this buzzing, and by the way, if you have that many bees on you, apparently according to the host, if one of them stings you, it releases a whole different pheromone that tells all of them to sting. That's why bees will, some with it, because they all die right when they sting.
Yeah.
Pulls their guts out, and so but it releases a pheromone to defend the hive, right? And so if one stings you, they all will, and you'll die. That's what he said. So that was weird, but
That's weird.
no. So like, look at this. When we're looking at trying to engage in things, I think adding a level of enjoyment or connectivity, and so I'm hearing you talk about, I have a million other questions about how to structure this, but I don't know if everybody's gonna mean that. So I want to ask though, as you decided to do some new experiences, it's interesting to me that there was also an element of community because you're doing this with people, it sounds like.
Yeah, so we do it live as a group, and so there's people from basically all over the world. Maybe yeah, for sure the country, maybe all over the world. Um, but mostly I also had my cousins and like my best friend with me. So it was four of us, and we're not really conversating but we're all together, like just focusing on doing our paintings and then being at the end like, oh wow, look at how this turned out. And it was funny because like starting from one side going to the other, it was almost like we all zoomed in. The first one was the entire original painting, which was the whole house, like the little beehives and everything, and the bees. And then the next one was just slightly closer. And then mine was even more close. And then my best friend did like a very close up of an actual bee by itself. And it was like hyper realistic. So I was like, that's
Wow.
weird how it all like zoomed in.
How everybody can have their own, yeah. And then you're getting to see that. We kind of see how people think then, I guess, in a way too. Even people that you know very well, it's a different way to see how they think.
Yeah. And I just
Like,
thought it was interesting. Like we
yeah.
didn't talk that, we didn't plan it or anything. It just so happened we all kind of weirdly did a zoom in on our own.
This is so did you start this or you guys found out about it?
Yeah, I found out about it and I joined it for my birthday in April, and I've been trying to do them every month. So
Huh.
they do it once a month. Well, they do it twice a month, but only one of them is the bee movies. So, well, not like a bee buzz movie, but like a bee bad movie.
No, that's what I
There's a
thought you
lot of
meant.
bees happening in this conversation.
What if it was only bee related? It's this one, of course, the Jerry Seinfeld movie that I mentioned, and then there's more probably. Call us, everybody. Call in with your bee movies that you would
They
like to
just start
say.
sending in random insect movies.
I love this. Off air, I really do want to get the information from you about what this is or where to find it. Maybe we could post that in show notes. But anyway, but this is something when you do it with family and friends, like the ones that you know, do you guys physically get in the same space or do you guys go on Zoom as well? Okay.
No, I mean, well, I'm on the Zoom. We're on the Zoom watching it
Right.
all together. But yeah, we're all together watching it and
Okay.
painting. Yeah.
This makes sense, by the way, that it's the host, that the one who's organizing this does their own, and then you guys can either go off that or do. Is that where you're?
Yeah, it's
That's
like
what it
a
sounds
subscription. So
Okay.
it's like for another network called Dumb Industries. They do a lot
Oh,
of
yeah.
MST3K. Like the Mads are back from I'm like for some reason gapping their names right now. Traceable You and Frank Conniff
Hmm.
from the MST3K do the Math Are Back, and they're on the Dumb Industries
Oh,
network. And
wild.
so
Okay.
Dumb Industries also from, if you've ever seen Manos, The Hands of Fate, a lot of MST3K knowledge going on right now. Um, if you've ever seen that movie, there's a little girl in the movie named Debbie. Well, obviously she's all grown up now, and that is Jackie Naaman Jones, and she does painting classes for Dumb Industries. So every other week there's a painting class. One's just kind of a regular painting class, and then one is based off of a B movie.
Wild. I love this. It's this engagement piece then. This is where like different activities can be funny how they fall in, right?
Yeah.
And so like is something once again in this healthy range in between over engagement and over avoidance, right? This is very much, this fits right in here. And one of the things that is a very powerful, important principle is that healthy detachment or distraction from problems can be actually a very, very, and well, not just can, it's a necessary part of our survival psychologically as people. And then you can also say at the same time, engagement in something, especially something like this that is skills based, there's a community aspect, there's a camaraderie aspect as well, that is its own form of engagement. So you're both engaging with something that's actively healthy, and then also using what could be if I had a bad day and I get to hop on Zoom and paint, bees and burning houses and stuff, it's going to take away my attention from some of the things that I need a break from.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
And so that's where I say, there's like this healthy middle to where we're kind of trying to find things, and then finding things that we have to do actively to engage with those things helps us to, I don't know, just to stay away from other less healthy coping mechanisms, let's say.
Yeah, like avoidance. Just
Like
completely sitting there
avoidance.
not doing anything. Like I would rather be engaged in my mind doing something creative than not doing anything. So
Is that true for
sometimes.
everybody out there? Not for me. No, I have a hard time. Actually, it's interesting because I'm actually like you in that way too, is I would rather be engaged in something. But then in the moment, see, this is my problem, is in the moment, sometimes I will either get overwhelmed with, here's all these healthy things I could be doing. And then it's like, even if they're fun, right? And then on the other hand, there's times where I'm just like, I don't want I don't want to. And then I'm running a risk there that I might get sucked into something that is easy to do because it's easier to go into something maybe addictive and immediately gratifying when I don't want to engage. So I think it's a tricky part of our drive is to both, we want to do stuff and sometimes we don't want to do stuff, right?
Yeah, sometimes we have to do things that we need, not that we want.
Yeah. And you strike me, as I've gotten to know you, you strike me as someone who is very engaged in a lot of different things that are interesting, that are creative, that make you have to think.
Also, that I don't have to leave home as much.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I painted at home. I didn't have to, like, if for some reason we decided to have one drink or something, I didn't have to worry about making sure I had a ride home or anything. Because sometimes, like, there are other things like painting with a twist, which is definitely fun, but you have to go to a location, and then they're just like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, have drinks or whatnot. And I'm like, well, yeah, now I have to worry about having to drive somewhere, and I don't want to drive knowing that I've been drinking. So, like,
finding the boundaries around which you can work. So getting into where I remember my grandfather used to say that there's always lots of reasons why we can't or shouldn't do something in the realm of when we say, I'd like to do this, right? I want to do this, but I don't have the fill in the blank. I don't have the money. I don't have the time. I'd love to do this and whatever, but there's always lots of reasons, can't reasons. And he said, sometimes if something's important to you, you have to do it anyway. And just say, I'm going to do it. And I've adapted this in my own mind to say, sometimes I have to say, oh, I'm going to do this badly. Because if I don't, if I worry until I can do this perfectly, I will never do whatever it
yeah.
is that I
And
want
that's kind of was with the painting. Like, I want to do it like how they have it, but everybody has their own style. So, like, the more I embrace doing my own thing, the easier it's gotten so far.
to.
Because I
Mhm.
think this is only my fourth one. I kind of went all out for my third one, but A little
What's
too
that
much,
one of?
maybe. It's a mask from the movie The Mask from 1967, I
Oh,
think it
nice.
was.
Okay.
Yeah, like
But-
it's supposed to just be a painting, and then I wound up doing a 3D actual um,
Oh,
version
oh
of
my word.
mosaic with teeth,
I
even.
love this. Oh,
So, maybe I was avoiding something in life by doing it, but because for an hour and a half class, I decided let's start working on it 2 weeks so we can make it look like an
this
actual.
is, if you told me you did that an hour and a half, I'd be like, okay, I should never
No,
try anything ever again. No, but
no.
just kidding. But that is, well, okay. First of all, that's pretty amazing. What is that made of?
Air dry clay, a lot of
Huh?
paper and aluminum foil and mosaic pieces,
Did you
paint.
say,
And,
go ahead. Sorry, I had a delay
yeah,
and
no, it was just paint and fake teeth.
huh. Cool. Did you make the fake teeth?
No, I
Just
bought them.
curious.
Apparently,
Oh,
you can
okay.
just buy fake teeth. It's a thing
Yeah.
that people sell. So
I've seen some people when they make things that sometimes they'll make fake teeth out of. They'll take a hot glue gun and you can buy usually the glue is, what is the word, see through. There's a word for that, but
yeah, like a
more,
acrylic or
yeah, this stuff. But you
resin type thing. Yeah,
exactly, yeah, you can get some glue sticks that are they're just white, and so they look like, and sometimes a little off white, like real teeth would look, kind of thing, and they'll do that. But I would buy them too. But anyway, so just curious.
no,
I just
I'm going to
found
the
out about that.
Renaissance Festival again. Maybe I'm avoiding things, but we're going to engage in some tomfoolery, medieval timeness, and we're going to be tooth fairies for some reason, like scary
Oh,
tooth fairies.
I love this, tooth scary fairies.
Scary, yeah, two scary
I love.
fairies.
I think, yeah, your life. You have some really interesting hobbies and things that you do engage with. I always like hearing about them.
I try to
Um,
keep them at a minimum because I spend months planning for them, and then on top of the podcast now, yeah, I keep myself busy, but I don't know, I like it. I'd rather keep myself busy sometimes.
I know they have where's that, Pennsylvania, where they do Blob Fest. I
Yes,
know that's like you, me, and Ryan. We've talked about having to go. We got to go to Blob Fest sometime and check that out, right?
yeah,
Uh,
that looks super fun. I mean, I know every city has their own movie festivals, but I think it's cool that it's still in the same exact movie theater that was in the movie, and everything in the community
yeah.
just seems like really cool people. I just feel like it'd be a really at home feeling to go to something like that one.
So 2026 live podcast, you, me, and Ryan Luis Rodriguez, who people, if they've listened to my show, know him as well. There we go. I just made that plan for us. Speaking
Yeah.
for you guys, everyone meet us there. That'll be the next live show. So getting into, I like how you said that. You pulled out the mask though. Was that from 1967's The Mask, you said? So it's not
Yes, I
the
think it's
Jim Carrey
1960.
one. It's the
Oh
one with
no,
Cher
no,
in it, right?
no,
Yeah.
not the one with Cher.
No, that's like the
Um,
80s. I don't even know what that one is,
I
but
think it's 1961. Is that not? Is that it?
wow.
Yeah, The Mask,
Huh,
1961.
awesome. Okay. Another thing for us to
It's about a
check out.
psychiatrist, so there's that.
Mental
A
health
young,
professionals are always either evil or incompetent in fiction. That's what I found.
I guess it would be incompetent in this case. Yeah, and a young archaeologist thinks he is cursed by an Aztec mask that make him have strange nightmares before committing. Well, yeah, unfortunately, he does unalive himself.
Hmm.
He sends the mask to his psychiatrist, who did not believe him when he begged him for help. And then the
See,
psychiatrist plunges into the masked nightmarish world.
I can't remember if I've shared this on the podcast. So here's a revelatory thing about me as a therapist. Probably my biggest irrational fear. I'm going to say it's irrational, but see, me even calling this fear irrational activates this fear. I never want to be that movie therapist or TV therapist who tells somebody that their supernatural experience is not real, and it actually is, or it's like,
Yeah.
no, it's paranoia, it's not aliens, and it's like, no, it is, stupid, it's actually aliens, you
Yeah.
fucking idiot. But yeah, help me out, everybody. That's not irrational, is it? Anyway.
Well, I mean, this guy was a real knucklehead. I mean, because he came in and he had obvious nail scratches on his face, and he didn't do or say anything about it. Reported to the police, anything. Like there were signs. Is all I'm saying. There were very obvious signs, even for the '60s.
So here's avoidance.
Blatantly
The
ignored him.
psychiatrist is avoiding reality by not wanting to address what's really going on. There we go.
Yeah, he was too busy with his own fiance plans and trying to, I guess, sleep with his assistant or something.
So let's talk about the balance. Where's the line here? Like, I love how you just use the mask that way. And I know it's you're just making a joke when you say, "Was I avoiding something?"
By committing to a giant project that I knew I had no business getting into that I'd never done before.
Right. And so to me, it's like there's probably two sides of the same coin with something like that. One side is someone could say what you just did, which is, well, I don't have time for that. Why did I do it? Or what's wrong with me? The flip side is it's like, that's awesome to engage in something. It's like, I don't know how to do this, but I want to do this and I'm going to do this. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm always fascinated by, and I think this is very subjective to people, but I'm fascinated and love to know where people find that line or that balance. Because I find I can't always find it while I'm doing something. Am I avoiding something else that I should be doing? Am I engaging? Am I distracting for a time being in a healthy way?
Yeah.
Or am I, what kinds of things do we use to determine where's the healthy balance? And thank goodness we got you here to tell us. So go ahead, fix that for us.
Depends on how much I'm crying during the week, maybe, I guess.
This is great. No, can you say a little more about that?
Like maybe I feel like I'm about to break down and I should do something for myself.
No, this is actually, I think, really, really a good thing. When I have read about these things and I was thinking about this whole live stream, that's one that kept coming up when I looked at like managing how to deal with things with mental illness, how to deal with stress, how to deal with this, how to deal with that. Just about everywhere that you go, they talk about warning signs. So you just mentioned like, okay, if I'm crying a lot this week, something's going on. Probably.
Or if I'm fighting crying too much, it's like, listen, clearly we need to like stop trying to bottle it up and just like be a baby every once in a while, I guess. Which is still trying to like emphasize yourself, and it's like, I'm not being a baby. I have feelings, damn it. And right. Just trying to talk it out with yourself. Like, it's okay.
In fact, I just recorded, I can't remember if I've released it yet, but I just recorded an episode where there was a lot of authors come on, a lot of clinicians and mental health researchers, but a lot of people who've written books come on the podcast. And it was like in the title, even it said the good thing about crying, the healthy thing about crying. I'm doing a wonder for, I didn't plan on mentioning it, so I hadn't looked it up. But anyway, it was talked to a lot of, so everybody just got to listen to every episode to find that one. No, but it's about the health. It was a breathwork specialist also talking about the healthiness of crying, right? And so wrapped in there's that avoidance you just mentioned, which is like, I don't want to cry, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the engagement part, which is like, I need to have a good cry. And then there's a little blend that you just mentioned, which is if I'm fighting crying a lot over the space of, let's say, a week, there is something going on that I need to investigate, not just cry or not just fight crying. See, that's the surface level, right?
Right.
Is dealing with the crying itself. But then it's like going, okay, what's going on with me? What is going on with me? And to me, that's one of the keys of engagement. Whoops, there's engagement. I'm trying to find the right part of the screen. Does yours mirror? Did you set up? Anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
This is the life of a podcaster. Is like, wait, that's my right hand, but it's also my left hand. Anyway. My psychiatrist said that's not true, though, but he doesn't know because it's so. But engaging with life doesn't mean everything's great. That's what I think is very important. Engagement doesn't mean specific success in an area. Engagement just means I'm looking at it, dealing with it, thinking about it. I'm not trying to unplug completely from situations. Does that make sense? At least that's how I look at it. Yeah.
Instead of like going into some kind of community to just like take in news that just makes my mentality worse. It's like, no, let's go into a community where we're all doing something creative together and not letting.
Absolutely right. Like if I look at, like for me, if I look at the mask you just made, and as I made that joke earlier, it was like, oh, well, if you made that really fast, I would have, especially, but you made it at all. And I'm like, that's intimidating to come in and say, you made a thing like that in the here. And I'm, could I be intimidated or could I be inspired? Right. I mean, it's like, am I engaging and saying I need to make something that looks as cool as that or your painting, both of which I think are very cool? Or am I just engaging and like, I'm going to make what I'm going to make, and I can maybe use yours as an inspirational thing. But does this make sense? It's like engaging
Yeah.
doesn't mean I painted something great, especially first go, obviously. But even if I'm not ever, I'm engaging with the thing that I'm doing at the time, right?
Yeah.
I look at it as like, let's say if I'm engaging with my career, right? Does that mean my career is good and on track? No, it means I'm engaged with it, and I'm deciding and making decisions based off of the reality of my career, right? And the things that maybe some of them I don't control, some of them I do, but I'm thinking about it, I'm paying attention to it, the right amount to be able to
Yeah.
deal and make decisions, right?
And with engagement, when you're actively engaging in things, then you're giving yourself practice for other things. Like, I mean, obviously just in general, but like with the painting, I've done fire before, but I didn't like how it came out the last time. So I was like, well, I need to do it different this time. And if I hadn't had that previous time doing it, even though I know I'm not, well, I don't feel like I'm very good at it, but I do it because I like it, not because I think I need to be super good at it. But it doesn't mean that I don't want to improve how it looks for myself. But I also can't just improve overnight. And sure, I can watch YouTube videos all day, but if I'm not actively practicing the methods and trying to see what works for me and what I like, then I'm not going to be able to evolve that.
This is great because like engagement is a pattern of behavior, right? And it's also like you said, it's like I'm learning from things, and that's, I think, the healthy attitude. If we look at engagement as I got to be kicking ass at the thing that I'm doing, then we're going to disengage more because it's overwhelming, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It gets really overwhelming. Sometimes you need to engage in silence for yourself.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Yeah.
Just so you can give yourself an engagement of peace and solitude in a good way, because it doesn't always mean that you're trying to avoid people to avoid people. But if you're nonstop trying to please people in your life and being there for them all the time, when are you going to be there for yourself? So there are times where you're not avoiding people, you're just trying to help refill your own battery.
And to give ourselves that permission to say the choices, because like I say, one of the elements of engagement, I think, is making decisions, making choices.
Yeah.
And they don't have to be correct even. In fact, so in a way, if we're looking at it the right way, like even the choice to disengage and to avoid in an unhealthy way, we can look at that and say, oh, that was a bad choice, but I'm going to acknowledge it and I'm going to learn from it or do something. And then I'm pulling myself back into healthy engagement. If I am having friendships or relationship things and I'm maybe not handling them well, I can still be engaged because in what I'm doing, and saying like, that was not a good conversation, I need to go apologize to my friend or something, but I'm engaging. It doesn't mean I did it well. See if that makes sense. And I think that fuels the addictive concept, is like, well, I screwed that up, I'm screwing up at life, I'm a screw up, life sucks,
And then you just
I've
go
got to
into
do
your
something.
unhealthy coping mechanisms of
Right.
whatever that might be.
Yeah. And I think that from a standpoint of addiction, that's why the recovery, and people find all different ways. And I'm not even necessarily a big fan of the word recovery, because I think it depends. It's not well defined sometimes. But when we say that and say, if I'm going into kind of a recovery mindset, or some people say a sobriety, or some people would just use a health management, right, as their perspective, whatever it is, whatever it is they're trying to do. I just killed my train of thought. Izzy, help me out here. Where was I going with that?
I don't know where you were going with it.
Okay, no, I got it. Thank you. You gave me a second to do it. But it's going into active things to do to stay, fill in the blank, healthy, sober, clean, healing, whatever it is that we're doing. And I think that giving ourselves things to do that we can engage with, and whether or not we're doing it, is a better, it's almost a better determinant than how often we're doing whatever our addiction is, or if we fall back into it, or if we do whatever. If we try to stay engaged, that's a better determinant for health than how much or how often even. Did that make sense?
Kind of, yes.
Yeah.
I understand nuance. Yeah.
Well, it's like if someone says, oh, I got a problem, and we get back to this idea of, is my problem actually, oh, I drink X amount X frequently with, this intensity, this frequency, this amount. It's like, yeah, that's important. We do have to kind of evaluate that. But in treatment, and that I
Why do
like
you
to look
turn
at
to
it
it?
as why, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's where it's like when someone is like, oh, I had all this, maybe I didn't, get high for a certain amount of time because my goal was to not. And then I did. It's a relapse and we feel terrible. And it's like, but actually, if I did relapse and then I said I relapsed and I start doing whatever I do when I relapse, I'm engaging with it. Maybe I can't stop for a little bit, but I'm still talking about it. Right. That still can be engagement. That this is my thought is we can always pivot towards engaging with the issues if we start out by acknowledging them, right?
Yeah, instead of trying to be completely filled with shame. I mean, obviously, some amounts of shame can be good for certain things like humility, but there are sometimes where it's just we go overboard with ourselves.
It's yeah, exactly. When we start really, and that line I think for me is when we start attacking ourselves,
Yeah.
right? Kind of to use your example earlier, where it's like if I'm crying or fighting back tears a lot, in a lot of different places for over a period of time, do I say, oh, what's wrong with me? Stop it, knock it off, you blah, blah, blah. Right? There's that shame that I got so shameful there that I couldn't even think of an insult for myself, and I just called myself rah, 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 right? So, which is the top of self insults, I think.
Couldn't even go for poopy head. Jeez.
And so then actually looking and saying, once again, there's that question, why is this happening? Why am I crying so much and feeling this emotion instead? And that's the engagement instead of either trying to just not do it. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We found the line. No. And so when we find, those kind of warning signs, and then we kind of analyze and ask ourselves, do you have any ways that you look into that? There's all sorts of things people do to try to figure out, so what's going on with me? Some people like to talk to others. Some people write journals. Some people.
I think the journal entry definitely is helpful. And now that I don't do journal entry, maybe that doesn't help. But I do a lot of writing for my podcast. And since I don't consider myself necessarily a writer, I often wind up doing what I feel like are diary entries. So that's been my outlook. I think a lot of the creative things I've been doing, like even podcasting, has been more my outlet for things. But I talk to myself a lot out loud. So sometimes I'm just in the car talking to myself while in between, like, don't you know how to use the signal light? That's not how you turn here. Like, things like that.
So you don't consider yourself a writer is a very interesting statement to me as a fan of your podcast, because you write your intros. I mean, it's obvious that you do, at least from listening. And they're you have a lot, like you're very good at like the turn of phrase and working things in. That's so you're very cool at that. So that's interesting to me that you don't think of yourself as a writer, because you do some pretty cool writing.
I'm just someone who happens to write for stuff.
Let's see. Oh, hey, looks like we got someone else jumping in with us. We got Mike Lunsford.
You do. Hi.
I tried to say that like the intro to the diner, by the way.
I think only Rambo can pull that one off, because the whole like dramatic like newscaster Mike Lunsford, pop. Yeah.
Yes. One of my favorite intros. So hey, Mike, welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Have you ever met Izzy? Izzy, do you know Mike?
Hi, Izzy.
There you go.
Hi.
So tell everybody a little bit, Mike. Who are you? Yeah, introduce yourself in a little bit.
Well, my name is Mike Lunsford. I am the editor-in-chief of a website called GreatGeekRefuge.com. You can check that out if you'd like. Geeky, nerdy stuff. So, I mean, if you're nerdy about it, if you're geeky about it, it really, there's no limitations on it. So, like, it can be sports, it can be food, it can be Star Wars, it can be Star Trek, whatever it is. There's just one rule, and that's don't be a juice bag. Tell
everyone what that is. I like the term.
So the genesis behind that is my son, which it's crazy to me to think that when he came up with that, well, first off, that we've been around for 10 plus years now, but he was just a little kid. He was like 4 or 5. And I called somebody. Am I allowed to say the real word on the podcast? I didn't check.
Oh, go for it. We're live,
Okay.
so no one
Okay.
can stop us from doing anything.
Gotcha.
No, it's
So
podcasting.
I accidentally called somebody a douchebag in his presence when he was like 4. And
Whoa, not that word. No, just kidding. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's it, guys. Sorry, live stream's over.
They already shut us down and demonetized us. I'm just kidding. We're not
Yeah.
monetized. This is a joke. Anyway, go ahead.
So Jax looks at me and he goes, "Dad, what's a juice bag?" And I laughed and I was like, I actually think that's a better insult, because like you have to think about it for a second, and it really makes you like take inventory of what you've done. But what does it mean as far as the context of the website and what our mission is? There's no gatekeeping. There's no that's not something we're going to do, because everybody at some point had to be new to the fandom that they were getting into at some point. And we're meant to be ambassadors. We're meant to be sharing the things that we love. And like, I won't let anybody, whether it be on our website, whether it be on our podcast, whether it be in our Facebook group, be that person. Like, I want others to enjoy these things. And that's really, when it comes to geeky, nerdy stuff, when it comes to anything, the things that you love, they're so much better when you get to share them with other people. And it was something that I decided. I was actually at a Comic-Con trying to sell comic books with my best friend, who's a comic book artist. And I remember these guys talking smack about a girl who was in a Princess Leia costume. And they were just saying horrible, awful things. And I remember getting really, really mad and saying something to one of them. And I said, she's dressed like that for one of two reasons. Either one, she absolutely loves Star Wars, or two, she's with somebody that absolutely loves Star Wars. So maybe don't crap all over her parade. Like, kind of chill out with that. And I realized how bad all of the like geekosphere, for a term that I just made up, how bad it was when it came to that sort of thing. And if I'm a big believer in like try to make the world a better place than it was when you came into it. And like, if even if it's a small group, even if it's just who we have now, and they feel safe and they feel seen and they feel like they can ask questions without having to worry about somebody making fun of them, then I did something right,
Mm-hmm. This brings up a real important thing. We've been talking, and of course the theme, Mike, we've been talking about engagement in life in various forms versus avoidance. Yeah. And we had just been kind of, one of the things that had come up, Izzy was talking about painting class and things, and doing that. You said did you say your sisters? Is that
with my cousins?
Your cousins. Sorry about that. I changed your relationship.
They're basically like my sisters, since I don't have any.
And I think community is really important. One of the things that I wanted to touch on today, and this might be a good time, you guys are good people for this, I think, is how do we make other people feel involved and engaged? Because this goes both ways. For those out there that are worried about, addiction as a unhealthy coping mechanism for themselves or others, it goes down to this place where that's where overdose comes from, is like the out of control solution of addiction to try to solve my life problems or whatever gets out of control. And then I'm securely in that unhealthy avoidance, right, of my life. So now let's flip that and say, we can point at someone and say, yeah, you're not engaging with life, stupid, or whatever, which is not recommended, by the way. But what you just brought up is this idea of like, even in fandom and the things we love, do we include or do we exclude? So when we look at people and say, instead of blaming them for how they engage in life or not, how do we invite people in? Does that make sense? Like, what 100%. Makes us feel invited? Well, how do we invite? And I'd like to know your guys' thoughts about that.
The biggest thing for me is, and it's tough in the political landscape that we live in as well. Because there's the, I don't know if you guys have heard of like the paradox of tolerance, where like the only thing that you should be intolerant towards is intolerance. And sometimes you have to draw a harsh line and you have to stop somebody from engagement. And the reason why is because their engagement is going to hurt others, whether it be physically, whether it be emotionally, whatever it may be. And that's something that I've kind of learned trial by error in the 10 years that we've been doing GGR. But like, for me, that was kind of the genesis of it as well, to kind of go back to like originally starting the website, and which has branched into an amazing podcast network. And I have just tons of people that have become part of this group, and it's just amazing. I always wanted to learn more about stuff, regardless of what it was, and like going somewhere and wanting to learn something and having disengagement is the best term I can use. People just don't care. And like, it's hard being the new person. It really is. And like, if you think of any time you've gone to, we'll use a comic book shop as an example, right? People have their shop. Why is it their shop? If you have multiple in town, why did you choose the one that's maybe a little bit further away? Because the people were nice to you. Because you asked questions and they answered them for you and they weren't jerks about it. They didn't judge you. They didn't criticize you. And those are the kind of things that can really sour somebody from that experience.
That's why some people don't walk into, I mean, in this case specifically, like a comic shop, but we could also make that a metaphor. Because if I walk in and say, hey, I'm kind of interested in Green Lantern, but I don't know much about Green Lantern, you hope that, to me, that ties into, is somebody a mentor or is someone a juice bag, like you put it? Or are they going to be like, this is an opportunity for me to feel better than you? And go like, really? Well, why don't you go back in time 70 years and Hal Jordan it up or whatever? And, or do they say, oh my gosh, thank you for giving me this opportunity to teach you about the ways of the Green Lantern Corps.
Yeah.
That might be a bit intense, by the way, for all of those of you comic book people out there who work in comic book shops. Maybe tone it down a little on that second one. But hey, you know what? I would enjoy being addressed that way. No, but do we, and then to me, the subjectivity of people, what people love is, do the people in my life know that I care about them? And that whether or not I'm into their thing, do I listen to their thing? Yeah. Right. And say, oh, tell me what you love, and find out what they love and get into at least them as a person, and let them know they're supported, even if I'm not interested in whatever their thing is. Right. And Izzy, one of the things I know that you have in common, this is why I love affiliation with people that love things. I know Rabbit Hole's a network that really is very inclusive as well. And I love these spots out there in the internet and in society that's like, hey, we want everybody to have a voice and things. So I really like that about your work as well. That's one of the things I admire about you guys, both of you. But anyway, Izzy, I want to get your kind of your input on that too, of how do we make people feel included and safe to engage in life around us.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think listening is the biggest part. I mean, yeah, definitely listening. And it wasn't until, I guess, more recently, especially with podcasting, that you really felt more of a sense of community as far as with a bigger number of people than just a few. Like, I feel like, especially working and everything, the chances of finding someone at work that you could actually trust enough to be completely personable with is very rare. And then having just friends that you can keep up a good life with in general. I mean, because life gets busy. But with the podcasting, since we all have that mutual ground, and we've kind of made our own little community together, and we're all a bunch of weirdos. Like, although I love my family and I love my friends, I'm the only one that loves really bad movies. So it's nice to have a community be like, hey, let's all watch bad movies together once a month or 2 times a month and suffer but have fun with it.
You had mentioned as well, Mike, this idea of how people engage in hurtful behaviors.
Yeah.
And I want to throw this at you guys too. Sometimes I feel like that when we talk about addictions and overdose in particular, because we think of the chemistry of it, it's like, oh, I'm ingesting a thing in my body, it could kill me or whatever. Even more commonly, it can ruin quality of life and engagement in that way, that kind of thing. But sometimes I think of behavior and even embracing beliefs and attitudes as an addictive solution. And everybody out there, you'll hear me say that a lot. Addiction is a solution, not a problem. It's a solution that leads to new problems, right? But so people try to soothe themselves by being exclusive and being cruel and being lashing out.
Yeah.
And I find a lot of times when they're doing that, what they're trying to avoid, in my mind, is they're trying to avoid fear. They're trying to avoid, they're being avoidant of fear by dealing with it in a way that isn't actually going to help. That's one thing. Or anger.
They're avoiding vulnerability big time. And sorry, taking a sip of my drink. One of the things that I have struggled with since I was a wee lad is ADHD. And for various reasons, not going to go into all my tragic backstory, but when I was a kid, I got diagnosed. My parents felt that it wasn't appropriate for me to be taking medication. That is something that has, in retrospect, has probably done a lot of damage in my life. And I finally got on medication. Recently, I've been going to therapy. It's great, doing all these healthy things. But one of the things that I realized in researching ADHD, and this goes to your point of addiction. Addiction's not just an external, it can be an internal thing. ADHD kids learn very early on that extreme emotions kick dopamine up in your brain. So you become addicted to those extreme emotions. So for example, anger. You know that if you get anger, it's going to get you focused because it's going to give you that boost that you need. And you end up becoming addicted to it. It's the same thing with lying, for example. That's why a lot of kids who are ADHD get in trouble for lying. It's not that they want to lie. It's that they've had that feeling, that rush of, oh, crap, I might get caught doing this. I'm going to do it again because that was fun. And it just becomes this vicious cycle. And breaking out of that cycle is very, very difficult when it's something you've done your entire life. And like understanding yourself is so important. And I go back to the thing that I mentioned before, the vulnerability. So many people are unwilling to make themselves vulnerable, to be seen as vulnerable in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to name names, but I have somebody that I work with who's been struggling with addiction, and I've been helping them as much as I can. And one of the things that I'm helping them with is like, hey, I want you to overshare. I was like, tell me everything you're feeling, tell me everything that's going on, because every single time, if you're noticing the trend here, is every single time you do relapse, it's a million things that took you to that point, and that's when you make that decision. So let's cut that off. Let's talk through that, because when it's in your head, it's a million times worse than it is when it's out of your mouth. And all of that, like it's difficult, but it takes a level of self-reflection that unfortunately I think a lot of people are afraid of. I think they're afraid of looking in the mirror and not being pleased with what they see, because when you think about because I'm guilty of it too. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've met people and become friends because of a mutual hatred for something, regardless of what it is, right?
It's a great, I mean, right? It is a way to bond, right? A common enemy.
It is, but it can't be the only thing.
Right.
You have to there has to be joy, because ultimately, like, that hatred, that like, it eats away at you, and you just become a very bitter, angry person. And like, that's not the way that I want to live my life. That's not the world I want to leave for my kids. Like, I don't know. There's not a pinpoint. There's not a spot where I'm like, it's right here and this is how you do it. But it's something that's very important for people to figure out, because you're going to end up, because I'll tell you the other thing too, is in dealing with my own ADHD, understanding that it actually had a physical impact as well. I didn't know that. So for example, I always had headaches. I always had neck strain. I always had back pain. And as soon as I started taking my medication for it, that started going away. And I'm talking to my wife about it, and I'm like, this doesn't even make sense. Like, it's a neurological thing. Why would it be physical? And she was like, because your body was trying to force your brain to focus. So think about like tensing yourself up and focusing. She's like, that's going to cause a strain. And I was like, anger, like hatred, all of that stuff, get all Star Wars and dark side about it, like it leads to a dark path and it eats away at you. Why do you think all the Sith look like they're decrepit and falling apart?
Yeah. There's been a lot of work done, even if nonprofits worry about this a lot, and treatment centers and things. Having worked in addiction and trauma recovery for most of my career, there's always talk about this, to say, when you are building awareness, do you address the thing you're against, or do you address the things to do instead of the thing you're against? So, for example, am I starting an organization that is there to destroy or get rid of child abuse, or am I building an organization that's main goal is to teach family health? Right. And the concept, I mean, however we phrase those things and however we communicate to ourselves, it's like, once again, and those both can be on the form of engagement. But I find, for example, if I'm going to try to impact bigotry, which is a huge trigger for me, I hate, bigotry and things. So do I engage in it by saying what kind of organizations are doing things? Can I promote them on the podcast? Can I donate if I can? Can I share them on social media? Can I volunteer places, or just show affection and support for people? Or do I just spend the afternoon on social media picking fights with assholes? Right. and they're not mutually exclusive activities. You can do both, but you can't do both at the same time. I mean, does that make sense? For me, that's an example of engagement versus avoidance. I'm avoiding my own sort of feelings of being powerless by going out and making fun of somebody who's probably a bot anyway half the time,
Well, I'll tell you,
and busting
that's-
on them and saying, "Here's how you are hurting people." Or whatever.
That's 100% valid, because when in this journey that I'm on and trying to improve my mental health, I realized how many times I would engage in social media fights, for lack of a better term, just for the dopamine hit, and not realizing, because you're just like, ooh, I burned him with that. I can't wait to see what they respond with. And like, I started.
I hope they fight back even.
I wish they would say something like that sort of thing. But like, I noticed that I was like disengaging myself from that because I didn't want that. I wasn't interested in that. Like, and slowly but surely, I get back into it, but it normally has to be something that has like, all right, you know what? Now I need to say something because this is ridiculous. Like that sort of thing.
Like, is that right? There is an appropriate time to stand up for things in different
Yeah,
ways. Like,
for sure.
yeah. And so this is the thing. It's hard, is like the same behaviors can be engagement or avoidance. I think depending on why we're doing them, why we do's or do, or do's or don't, if you want to, to quote Fraggle Rock, but why we do them and what the result is too. I feel like I stepped on you, Izzy. You were going to say something.
No.
Maybe you just looked particularly wise for a second, and I thought
stoic. Yeah.
So I also wanted to, as we talked about some of the engagement and adrenaline, and I particularly was wanting to pick your brain about this, Izzy. I was reading an article about how people are attracted to things that are adrenaline producing. Particularly in this article, it was talking about things that are scary, horror, things like that, and also things that are creepy and that. And you delve into a lot of that kind of stuff in your work, right, with podcasting and things.
I do. I guess so, because a lot of it is pretty creepy sometimes.
Well, it can be, and I know, but that's the thing is you have you embrace a lot of that kind of stuff that could be considered creepy or scary, right? In some ways, and so I don't know. I just wanted to see what your thoughts were about that. About why do we seek out things that are, would be scary in real life, right? Or would be, but I don't know, just that type of thing. And one example of that would be your show, Hearsing Around. I mean, you're really engaging in the concept of death, right? When you're covering the life of deceased celebrities, right? And going into that. And so I don't know, just embracing things that can be scary.
A lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess with embracing things that are scary, as far as like horror, I guess with even the horror fandom, a lot of people are often feel like outsiders in what we consider, the normal world. So maybe that's why. And just liking scary things, like I love spiders, and there obviously are very dangerous spiders in the world, but there's also really good spiders in the world, and we need spiders for our environment, and jumping spiders are just the cutest, but I'm also not trying to pick up any kind of like black or brown widows and hang out with them, or brown recluse, like. But
I was recently introduced to the jumping spiders video by a wonderful person with a great outlook on life, and it was like, wow, there's especially the ones where people do little voices.
Yeah, the little Lucas or whatever, they have like a little cartoon for the jumping spider. But I think stuff like that is important to see, because there's often that notion like, well, if one is bad, then they're all bad. And it's like, well, I mean, then if that was the case, I guess all humans are bad, because there's plenty of us that are pretty freaking bad.
Are you saying we've done more harm to the world than spiders?
Yes.
I think that's fair to say.
That's why
we're so aware of it. It's so incredibly petty sometimes. Like miserable people want to make other people miserable, which is what we've talked about, especially with the fandoms. And that's where I'm also like, it's not even just, they can't get over certain things. Sometimes people are just embarrassed. I know I was. You don't want to admit that you were wrong when you've gotten into this mode of, everything sucks and nothing could take you out of it. And I'm such a badass because I'm an asshole. Like,
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism, though.
it's an
you know?
absolute defense mechanism, and nobody wants, they're too embarrassed. And that's where I'm like, sometimes shame is necessary. You need to be able to admit that you have some shame, and I hope you do, because you should be ashamed when you act like an absolute asshole for no good reason at all.
I had a former colleague that I used to work with, and we were talking about this very thing. And I remember kind of, this is like the early days of GGR, and like telling them like, oh yeah, like we're not going to treat people like that. We're not going to gatekeep. We're not going to do this, like this is what happened when we were kids. Why would we treat other people like that? And I remember them saying, they were like, well, that's what they deserve, because they didn't have to suffer through this. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, why would we perpetuate this? Why would we continue to make people like, I'm so sorry that you had this horrible experience growing up, but for God's sake, like, don't continue it. Like, why would you punish somebody? Like, yeah, sure, this person was a bully to you when you were kids. Like, who wasn't a dick when they were in high school? Like, everybody was. Like, I understand it, and I understand that there's hard feelings, and I understand that trauma is a real thing, and I'm not like trying to like skip that or like completely like dismiss it. But like, there comes a point where you have to understand that everybody was dealing with this stuff. And like, what was Gandhi's quote? An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what we come to. And like, we're never going to improve if we just get stuck on that stuff forever. And like, they talk about like with forgiving people and like getting past like trauma and stuff like that. It's not about actually telling the person that you forgive them. It's for yourself.
Yeah.
And being able to forgive those people for those things that they did is vitally important.
It's even just starting out with, right, on that side of acknowledging what is. And this is a big piece of when we're talking about engagement. I think that acceptance is a large part of that too. And being like, am I thinking about things according to the way that they actually are around me, right? As opposed to thinking about them maybe the way I wish they were. Or I guess on that other extreme, thinking about them as the end of the world disaster kind of thing too. You can kind of, go either way, denial or disasterization. Yeah.
No, for sure. And it stinks that we've all had to deal with this at some point or another. But at the same time, we need to make that something that we can share together, as opposed to another reason, like understanding. And Izzy, I think you were the one that said this before, like listening and understanding is so important. And like, so many people want to, especially on social media, Jesus Christ, like people see somebody say one thing and immediately they, oh, well, you're this then. And this is your fault. Whoa, easy. Like, you don't know the whole story. Like, but that's the thing, is that it goes back to that, like, we love that feeling of outrage and anger and being able to point it in somewhere. And I think some of that is just like, we're so frustrated and so angry with what's going on in the world, and we don't know what to do with that. Mm-hmm. So whenever we see somebody ends up essentially having to take the brunt of that, and it just, again, it perpetuates that cycle forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got, let's see, we actually have a new person on the line. It looks like Dr. Delise Coffee is joining us. Ooh. You there, Dr. Coffee? We got you in. I think there's, I think you're, oh wait, your mic is now on, I think.
I'm actually here, and to be totally transparent, I wasn't trying to join live.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to join so I could support the platform.
Oh, thank you. Well, I can put you back into watch if you want, to watch mode, if that's more, but
that would be perfectly fine.
Hey, do you want to give a quick shout out for your organization though? I love to promote the Delise Coffee Foundation. If you wouldn't mind,
thank you so much.
Engaging with problems, you've got, it was a really, really powerful way to help people.
Yes, the D Coffee Foundation for Athletics and Education is a foundation to support underserved student athletes. Basically, we help students get seen by college scouts. What we notice where the gap is, athletes are getting scholarships, but they're in these showcase games. And our kids can't afford to be on showcase teams, so they're never seen by the scouts. So we're bridging that gap. We're supporting them to help them play and participate on showcase teams, and then helping them get to the games where the scouts are so they can be seen.
That's awesome.
Yeah. No, it's a wonderful organization, and as we've been talking about, of course, our theme of engaging versus avoidance of real problems, it gives a wonderful way for people to look at actually engaging, and I feel like people get talked out of trying for things or excellence or whatever in this case, and with your focus on athleticism, I think is about encouraging people. It seems like to actually try, right? Instead of there's probably enough people telling them they shouldn't try.
Exactly. We support them educationally, mentally, and in any way we can, and helping them even with their athletic skills. So we take a holistic approach to player development so they can build that confidence. And when somebody say they can't do something, they have the confidence and the self-esteem to do it.
Awesome. Well, good. Well, thank you so much. Well, I'll let you sit back and just hear us, which I don't know if that's as good as hearing you even, but so thank you for popping in.
All right, thank you.
Wonderful. So let's see. Yeah, no, and that's one of the reasons actually that opens up a big thing that I wanted to that I wanted to mention is nonprofits or charitable or giving or just finding ways of doing service, I think is a great way to engage with life and to engage and getting back to that impotence or vulnerability that you were both talking about of like, well, what do we do? And you're like, right, do I lash out or do I do this or do that? And finding something that we can do. That's why I pick a monthly nonprofit to share on the podcast on the Broken Brain, is so people can think about like local charities and things like that are around. That's one way to look at it and saying, can I find a way to take action, right? Because action can be a way of self-care when we do feel overwhelmed with things. So I don't know. I just wanted to double check it or to get your guys' feedback on that. The ways of finding action that help to not feel so overwhelmed and help to, actually engage with life in a different way, to mix it up.
One of the things that I've ended up kind of stumbling across, because that's the other thing too, is I think a lot of us expect ourselves to have all the answers, and that's not fair. That it's going to be trial and error, but like not beating myself up over things that didn't go exactly the way that I wanted it to do. So like, for example, oh man, I didn't go to the gym today. I need to go to the gym. Like, okay, so you didn't go to the gym. That sucks, but it's okay. And, it was Rambo. It was James Rambo that said this to me, and it's really, really stuck with me, is I had said something. I was like, oh, guys, I know this is stupid. And he was like, no, it's not stupid. He was like, don't do the negative self-talk thing. He's like, you wouldn't let somebody talk to us like that and say you're stupid. So don't, he's like, think of it like this, I'm not going to let you talk to my friend Mike that way. And like, really just like allowing myself to not get caught up in that shame spiral is the best way to describe it. You do a bad thing and then you feel like crap, and then you feel like crap for feeling like crap about doing the bad thing, and it just becomes worse and worse and worse and worse. And like, you just have to accept that, like I was saying before about anger, like you're allowed to be angry. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't beat yourself up over that. Like, okay, so what? You didn't eat healthy today. That sucks. Do it tomorrow. Like, have a plan. And the biggest thing is just like not letting any of this stuff consume you. I struggle with sleep a lot. And like, one of the things that I stopped doing is I stopped fighting it. So like, for example, if I'm like, well, if I go to bed right now, I will get 8 hours of sleep because I have to be up at this time. And then I have all these things that I got to do in the morning, and then you can't fall asleep and your eyes just pop right back open. Instead of fighting that and then getting mad that you can't fall asleep, you're like, all right, screw it. Let me get on my phone. I'll watch some TikToks. I'll play a video game. Like, don't make it worse by being your own worst enemy, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's an engagement. Once again, I'm going to keep hammering this for everybody too, right? It's engagement, especially when we're talking about addiction and saying, I want a healthy behavior, a sober behavior, whatever it is that we're trying to stay either clean or away from, is engaging with the decisions we're making? Is it like I'm going to eat this thing that I'm not really eating as much of this, but I'm going to eat it now. And I'm engaging in that decision. Does that mean it's a good decision? No, it doesn't not every decision has to be a good decision. But if we're kind of, this is a variation off of what you're saying of like, hey, that's Mike, he's my friend, right? Is viewing yourself. But I had a therapist once that talked to me about this idea of saying this kind of like narration of yourself, saying like, oh, I'm walking through my life, so this is me looking for a parking space. As funny as that may sound, right? This is me showing up late to work. This is me messing up this friendship, and as you're doing that, it's like I'm watching, I'm observing, and trying to once in a while take a non-judgmental observer role, as they sometimes call it. That can lead us to say, I don't really like what I did there, and I can evaluate it on how healthy is it. But I don't have to always be healthy to engage. That leads us back to like relapse and danger of the way that we think about ourselves. I think when it's like, oh, I did the wrong choice today, I should do something because of that can be self-destructive, right? Yeah. I should go, oh, I can't get to sleep. I should drink until I fall asleep, right? But that's actually a really common contributor to overuse of alcohol is now people, and then all of a sudden everybody in their life is like, hey, you got a drinking problem, dumbo, or something. And it's like, yeah, but I actually have a sleeping problem. You're right. I'm using a drinking
triggered
solution.
This. It's not, like you said, I'm trying to remember the exact term you use, basically. Like it's something you did. It's not the thing that you're doing. Like you're doing it to solve another problem.
Right. Yes. Yeah. We had somebody. Someone was jumping on the line, but they're not. It didn't work. I don't know. Never mind. So that was a little behind the scenes for everyone. That's going to be on the making of documentary of the live stream.
So can I ask a question, even though this is your show, Dwight?
Absolutely.
Okay, Izzy, I have questions for you. You said that you're into horror movies, and since we're talking about mental health, I wanted to posit a theory that I think kind of helps explain why a lot of people who struggle with mental health love horror movies. Because in the end, there's nothing that can be on a screen that's going to be worse than what you are generating inside your own head. And that's why it's not that scary to us. That's why we love it. We're just like, oh, it's an actual demon and not something that nobody can see. And it's just me having to deal with this. Oh, great. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that I've always thought. It's also one of the reasons why I love horror movies. But also I think that people who deal with mental health because they not know so much, but because they're dealing so much with their own demons in a way, like a lot of it makes sense. You can contextualize it. You're just like, yeah, okay, this makes sense because this is this thing they're struggling with. And it's actually easier because it's external.
Yeah.
Do you feel that that's like on the right path, or do you feel that there's another reason for that?
No, I feel like that's pretty accurate. I do feel like that. Sometimes scary movies are even scarier for us because we're thinking of all of the worst thing it can be, and then the movie turns out not that bad. So sometimes we're like, well, in general, that wasn't that bad.
And it's a way to control that too. Hey, Chris Revel joining us now. Actually, one of our my oldest and bestest podcast friends. I always say podcast friends. It's not we're not actual friends. Hey, Chris.
Hey, is that Vern too?
No, it's
good
Mike.
to see you. I'm at a pool party. Can you
Mike
hear me?
and Vern both have wonderful facial hair arrangements, and that's why you look like it on your phone.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you. No, this is so we're here with Mike and Izzy.
Hey,
so
nice
you
to
guys,
meet you.
This is Chris. Yeah,
Nice to meet you too.
And we were just touching on, Chris, we were just talking about how sometimes fiction in particular, we were talking about scary fiction and how some of those things can create a safe space to experience things. I think that's also true for like imagination and ways that we can engage, whether it's game playing, video games, RPGs. We've done a lot of on the podcast too.
Oh yeah,
engaging with things that are like we're maybe immersing ourselves into experiences that allow us to maybe have safe, dangerous experiences instead of dangerous experiences. Does that make sense?
Oh, that's interesting.
Everybody? Yeah. And you were just, and Izzy, but you were just kind of sharing that as well, right? With how that kind of allows people to engage.
Yeah, I prefer the movies because at least there's that safe way of like it being on the screen. But then there's some people who are like thrill chasers, like being on a roller coaster or going into a haunted house. And even though I love spooky things, I don't really want to go to a haunted house if I can avoid it, because I'm also physical and I don't want to accidentally hurt anybody because I get scared. I've worked in a haunted house and I know people are like that, so I don't want to be on the other side of it.
Especially those ones now where you have to sign a waiver so they can beat you up or whatever it is that they say. Yeah.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
thanks. I'm good.
I can't do any of that stuff.
It's
I
it's so
noticed
interesting.
everyone I've ever known who loves horror movies are the most anxious people I know.
I think we're on to
Well,
something
here we go.
Yeah.
Let's throw this out. Yeah, and see. I'm interested to see people's take on that. But no, it is interesting how sometimes, and that's where we get into things that you do love and care about, whatever that can be. And Mike, you had said like, oh, some people engage in life through sports, some people more through movies, comics, those kinds of things, right? Whatever it is, though, that we nerd out about. Some people it's gardening, right? Or some people it's crocheting. Studying 16th century French architecture. That's a really common one. I think that, you guys know the TikTok trends, but
Of course. That's my Roman
I'm
Empire.
hip. I'm plugged in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There's a certain kind of, I was listening to some podcast and they were listing the different kinds of traditional dad interests and hobbies. Like you've got your Roman emperor dads, you've got your World War II dads, you've got your airplane dads and boat dads. Anyway. So yeah, finding those kinds of things. What do you guys, curious, how do you guys find the healthy things and the healthy ways to engage or disengage when you are, this is what I'm going to back up and ask this question again. I had introduced this, I told you, Izzy, that how fascinated I am by how people find a balance, right? Do they find a balance between where do I, engage, disengage in a healthy way? And how do I tell which one is healthy for me? And so I'm curious for you guys joining us, how do you find a balance over engaging with life and problems versus finding healthy distractions, but not letting it get out of hand? And so go ahead and sum that up for us. Just answer that for everyone. And are you guys more cat people or dog people?
Oh, I didn't know if we were supposed to answer. I was trying not to interrupt.
Yeah. Izzy, are you going first?
That's a good sign that my question was really clear. If you weren't sure if I was done yet.
We didn't know who was going first, I think is what it was. We were all being polite.
Yeah.
Here, I'll jump in. Because I have no problem speaking. I'm not afraid. Also, like, that's another thing is I learned the ADHD.
But you can engage with the fear.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I've also noticed that I get super chatty when I'm anxious. So I always just thought I was gregarious and I like talking to people. Nope. Anxiety.
You're just nervous.
Good times. Yeah. Just nervous. No big deal. Right. The big thing for me is like, and I've started doing it as almost like a reward system as far as like the things that I want to engage in. Like, okay, I want to catch up on Star Trek Strange New Worlds and I want to watch these 6 episodes. Okay. So we're looking at about 3 hours of my day, depending on how long the episodes are. So like, I mean, it could be up to 5 hours, 6 hours, depending. Okay. Well, what do I actually have to do? Okay. I got this thing that I got to do for work. I got these things I got to do around the house. I can't watch this until I do these. So it ends up becoming a thing where it doesn't like completely derail my life. And doing it as that reward system seems to work. And like, it's so funny living in a balance in your brain of not wanting structure because you like to be able to do whatever you want, but then also needing structure because if you don't, then you'll do whatever you want and nothing gets done. So like, let me tell you, man, the phones have a million great apps now to help you. So like for health, for physical health, I was like, well, where do I even start? How do I get healthier? How do I lose weight? And like, count your calories. And I was like, that's it? I was like, they were like, yeah, just start there. And it's surprisingly easy once you jump into it, because a lot of times that's the hardest part is you feel overwhelmed starting something new. And you just like, well, there's so much stuff that I would never be able to, I'm not going to do any of it. And then that's probably the worst decision you could make. and being able to just like, again, it all goes back to just like being easy on yourself and not like holding yourself to some ridiculous expectation. Cause like, I'll tell you, even neurotypical people don't remember to do everything all the time.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's man, it's so hard to find a balance. Especially for parents.
Yeah.
The thing I had to start deleting the apps off my phone at night when I find myself doom scrolling too much, like especially TikTok. It's too good. So I don't uninstall. I just literally delete it off my phone, like for like the weekends and stuff. I think that's been the biggest thing. Like I'll delete Reddit, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram off my phone for the weekends, and like after like 8 p.m. or something like that. And I think that's been probably the best way I've been finding balance. And then also like and then using that doom scroll time to like engage in maybe like a hobby, or I mean usually for me it's just like watching YouTube, but in theory I want to like learn guitar or something like that. But like do something but it's hard, you know. I don't really get any free time until usually around after 9 at night, usually like 9 or 10, and then it's like, oh, you got like a couple hours, you have to go to bed and wake up and do it all again.
I like that. It's better. That's better than there's those apps that will say, oh, limit the time. Or I think even the phones have settings like that. You can tell that I use them because I don't know how they work. But the reason that I don't really like those don't work as well for someone like me, who's like, as long as I know the passcode, and it says, oh, you're done on this platform. No, I'm not. Take that, mother.
Yeah.
You
Mine
know.
pops up and it's like, want to add 30 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour, or like
The
no
rest
limit
of
for the rest
your
of the day. And it's
your
like no
life?
limit for
No.
the rest of the day. Obviously, I'm going to keep using it for the rest of the day.
What if I just disable these warnings? Delete. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all
Exactly. What if I just turn it back off? And so to actually delete the apps for the whole for a specific period of time, that's cool because and actually, you know, it ties in with one of the things when we talk about addiction. Also, throw this in, addiction prevention.
I'm losing service, so I think I gotta jump off.
All right. Hey, thanks, Chris. Thanks for being here. Bye. Look at Chris engaging.
That's
with our
I'll
broadcast.
give
So,
Chris a shout out, man. The deleting the apps thing, like that's
yeah.
like that's hardcore. I like it because it's not like I'm gonna completely remove my account and like delete it off the face of the planet. No, it's just like I'm gonna remove it from my phone right now because I know that I won't be able to stop.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, because then it's like adding, and this is where I'm saying, you know, when we're trying to get, especially if we're trying to kickstart, I think a period of, let's say, breaking up an addictive pattern, which obviously social media can be, it's not so much making it impossible, because that is impossible, right? Yeah. It's not possible to make it so I can never fill in the blank again. But what I can do is it helps to start making it less convenient to do so. And deleting the apps is a nice hardcore way of doing that. It's like, well, I have to, it's not impossible or even maybe difficult to re-download an app, but it's harder than just opening it. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I stopped playing video games. Like I gave up all my like consoles. Like I had an Xbox 360 and I really wanted, there were a lot of things I wanted to accomplish. I wanted to write this book. I wanted to work on this comic book with my friend. And I realized I wasn't going to be able to do any of that because I was spending so much time video gaming. And it was never like all people should give up video gaming because it's bad and evil. No, I just can't find the balance. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I think that is part of the issue a lot of people run into is they think that there's a judgment on there. And like, again, that's something that a lot of kids who grew up with ADHD deal with, is the things that they did were a symptom of their mental health issue. However, they were treated as a moral failing. You're a bad person because you yelled at this person and you're angry all the time. You have anger issues and that makes you bad. You lied, and lying is a mortal sin. And you are therefore a bad person because you did this, not realizing that it's not, and that you couldn't help it. You tried, but you couldn't do it. And like, that was super hard for me to unpack. It was like, wow, it's this balance of like taking accountability for something, but also understanding the why behind it. Like, yes, I did do these things and it was bad. At least I know why. And I'm not in fact a bad person. That was a huge revelation for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Giving yourself the grace to kind of also sometimes, well, especially for me, I know I definitely made mistakes in my life, but at some point you have to forgive yourself to be able to move on from that. Because if you spend your whole life just beating yourself up for something you did years ago, then you can never be a better person because you're still bullying yourself over it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, embracing healing a lot of times has to do with allowing yourself to be who you are, and the things that I know. It's kind of like one of these things that if something's been around long enough, even if it's true, it becomes a cliche, right? But this idea that everything that I've experienced and everything I've done has led me to be who I am, right, and to be where I am. You mentioned it when you talked about painting. Is like, the painting that I did 6 months ago led me to do the one that I did now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When with the flames, that's what you said. Yeah, it was particularly with the formation of flames. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been interesting.
I chuckled when you said that, because one of the things that and people, friends of mine who had gone down a similar journey of getting diagnosed and getting medication and getting therapy, said, be ready, because there's going to be a mourning period. I'm like, the hell does that mean? What do you mean a mourning period? I'm super happy. This is great. I finally understand what's wrong. When you hit this wall of, what if I had gotten the help that I needed when I was a kid? Who would I be? How different would my life be? And man, that screwed me up, because there's just this awful, like, why couldn't somebody help me? And you end up getting to this point where you just have to, hopefully not, I mean, maybe some people don't, but you get to a point where you have to accept that, like, it is what it is. And it's not that they didn't want to help you, it's that they didn't know how.
Yeah.
And accepting that, like, we all are just, for the most part, we were doing our best, and we were trying. And especially once you're a parent, it's a little bit easier to understand, because you're like, man, boy, have I done some stupid things and screwed up, and that kind of gives you the ability to at least, like, say, okay, well, at least I can understand why my parents might have done this, like, I mean, I'd agree with it, and, it may have caused me some issues, but at least now I can see why a decision like this was made. I wouldn't have made it. And that's the other thing, is, like, that's something that I've, like, vowed, like, to myself with my son, is, like, I'm never going to do the things that were done to me. Like, I will not ever drive a wedge between my kid and a decision that was made. Like, oh, you did this, that wasn't very cool. Okay, doesn't really change anything. It is what it is. Did we learn from it? Cool, great, let's move on. Like, instead of being held accountable for years about something that happened, and you're like, wow, I'm still being punished for this thing? Like, this is ridiculous. I was 18. I'm like, now I'm in my 30s. Why is somebody jumping down my throat about this? Like, and that's the thing, is I think a lot of it kind of goes back to, I think luckily our generation is trying to break a lot of these cycles, but, like, our parents did a lot of damage, and, like, it's hard not to feel a certain way about it. But, like, well, it also can eat you up if you don't, and you have to kind of get to a point where you have to be able to accept it.
And I think by learning from something, there's a couple little springboards. I'm thinking of what you said. One is that when we say to ourselves, like, oh, well, I'm not going to do that, right? And then we succeed or don't succeed. Once again, we engage in our successes as well as our failures. At least we know what our goal is, right? Yeah. And it's like, oh, I screwed up with my kid is a great thing to say to myself if I do so in an engaging way. But if I succeed, or when I succeed, it's easy for us to say, oh, well, the shitty things that happened, they helped my kid because I can be a better parent to them. However, it can also be like, but it's also a thing to you too, because you don't have to be a parent who does that thing, right? Yeah. Because that's another benefit of having learned it. I also think that there's a concept, and you can tell me if this jives, because I'm extrapolating a little bit from what you said, not exact words, but I think there's a concept we have of, did something work out for the best or did it not? And I think sometimes we overemphasize the idea of saying, well, it worked out for the best. But I think that last word, well, worked out for the last three words, I would take off of that and say, well, it did work out, because everything works out one way or another. There is no best if there's no alternate reality, though. If I say it worked out for the best, that means I have to believe that it could have been A, B, C, and D, and all of those are worse than the one I had. And I could easily think of an A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and beyond that are way better than this one of reality. But there isn't any other. So when I say did it work out for the best? It's almost like, was it meant to be? Do I have to accept that terrible things were irrevocably part of my story, and that I never learned how to say irrevocably, right? Do I have to accept that and say that is good? Or can I say, no, that's terrible and it's still terrible, but it's what happened, and so I'm dealing with it.
Yeah.
And that's the success. Does that make any sense to you guys?
Yeah, no, 100%. Like I hate the, oh, but you turned out all right. Did I?
Oh, yeah.
Did I though?
Did I? Like, yeah, like it's funny when you look at it on a long enough timeline. Because like the other thing that I run into, and we were talking about like the fear aspect, like how you almost become like a fear junkie, where because you're like, man, I love the way my body feels when I'm like excited, like, ooh, roller coasters. Or so I'm in Virginia, and one of the theme parks that we have here is King's Dominion. King's Dominion is like less than an hour from my house, right? So we go all the time. And when I was a kid, there's like an Eiffel Tower there. It's not it's a crappy theme park Eiffel Tower. But when I was a kid, I went up it all the time. And I thought it was really, really cool. And I was like, ooh, this is great. I love being up here. I went up there maybe a couple months ago. I was scared crapless because I was like, I got to the edge, and like, I've been up here a million times. I've taken a million pictures up here, and I went to take my phone to take a picture. Here, I'll even do a dramatic recreation. This was me. I was like, I'm looking at my hand, and I'm like, why is my hand shaking like that?
You're like, why am I all blurry? What happened? Did I watch the Ring video? Why does my face look like that?
Oh, I'm actually afraid. I'm actually scared. Holy crap, I don't like heights. And like it all coming back and being like, yo, I've always been afraid of heights, but I loved the adrenaline that came from this. And like it was just like blew my mind, man. And like again, it all worked out for the best. It would have been nice to know these things if my brain had the right chemicals in the first place to know what I'm actually afraid of. Because like it was the same thing. I went swimming one time. And like went all the way under the water, like I was taught when I was learning how to swim when I was a kid, and like all of a sudden my chest got tight, and I was like, am I having a heart attack? And I was like, no. Oh, this is a panic attack. Oh, cool. Oh, I didn't realize I was afraid of swimming. I didn't realize that I had a fear of being underwater. Holy crap. Wow. Okay. This explains a lot. Like, and all of those reactions I had when I was a kid of like, I don't want to learn swimming, I don't want to take swimming lessons, and my parents being like, shut up, you'll do it. You'll do it because you have to. And realizing like why that was my reaction, why I didn't want to do it. It wasn't because I was lazy. It was because I was actually afraid.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's the word that hopped in my mind was lazy. Not that I thought you were, but that no, but I think that's what we say either to ourselves or someone tells us. It's because you're lazy, you're not smart enough, you're not strong
only
enough.
You applied yourself. God.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yeah. And yeah, isn't that interesting? It's like, yeah, both sides of it. I guess you're just not an academic but if you applied yourself, it's like, good, I can feel bad about my skills and not applying the skills that I also am being told I have for some reason or something. Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. There's nothing quite like being made to feel guilty for things that you don't even understand why you're doing. Like, yeah. I will say this though. What's fun is you learn, and this is probably not the greatest takeaway from it when I was a kid, but like when they would be like, oh, well, if you applied yourself, and you actually showed up to class all the time, you would have straight A's. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm skipping class. I show up, I take the exam, I get an A on the exam, and I have a C in the class. Like, I'm walking out of here. Like, I'm good. Thanks, man. Like,
what were you thinking? I saw Izzy, you were shaking your head during that. You had similar thoughts
in school too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not exactly, but for the most part, it's just more of like, I remember I was thinking about how I failed a science class one year, and then I went to summer school, and the summer school teacher was just kind of upset with me because he's like, you understand all of this, what's going on? And I was like, I just really did not like my science teacher.
Yeah, right. Same.
And nobody's been that I didn't like that person, and I didn't absorb knowledge from them, but because of the way they would talk and explain things, and I didn't get how they would say it, but then I go to a different spot and it's like, oh, this makes sense now, and I'm getting it.
I was always convinced throughout high school that I was bad at math because I had had math teachers tell me I was bad at math, and I didn't like those math teachers, so I didn't feel like listening to them. And then when I went back to college after I got out of the Army, I took a math course, and just an amazing math teacher. The guy was fantastic. And I kept saying to him, I was like, yeah, but I'm bad at math. And he's like, who told you that? And I was like, well, I mean, I did. And he was just like, you're not. You're actually really good at this. He's like, you know, you get a little confused about these things, but here, I showed you. You're good, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay. And like, that was the first time that I'd ever walked out of a math class with an A. And mind you, this is college level stuff. So it's actually more complicated than the stuff I did in high school, yet I did better. And it just is like, it goes to show you, just like Izzy was saying, like, I didn't like that teacher. That teacher was a dick. Like,
Yeah.
Let's give him a shout out. What was the name of the no? Because I have him on. He just joined too, so let me put him through.
that's right, Mr. Badger. I didn't forget.
I'm gonna bleep that out. No, just kidding. His address is shown on the show notes for everybody.
Right?
Just
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
send him a postcard and say
we'll see a
like,
defamation lawsuit coming from Mr. Badger.
No, I think though that this is also where we get into the idea of not only shame but blame, right? And I had a supervisor once who used to say, you know, shame and blame. He would use that all the time because they rhyme, and anything that rhymes is more effective in therapy. Or at least if you can work it into a book, you can charge more if it's catchy. But anyway, but you have both of these attitudes, and you know, I've seen people have this reaction even to an event like this, or you know, the observation of overdose awareness, for example. There are people saying like, why are we even doing that? You know, I can't, somebody who's doing that kind of stuff, that's their fault, right? It's their fault. Everybody loves to say that. That kind of stuff when we're dealing with especially addiction. And one of the things that happens is if you happen to fall into an addiction that is against the law, like drugs, or is, you know, immediately starts to be destructive to your organs, like drugs or alcohol can, and or any of those kinds of things, to where all of a sudden, you know, if I drive a car, I'm going to get arrested, or if I do this or do that, you know, we may be annoyed with people in our lives who are addicted to rage, but we don't necessarily stage interventions for them, depending on how bad their problem is, or any of that. But we get into this idea of where does all this like kind of developmental stuff come from, and we're talking about, even in your words, Mike, you know, a lot of times some of our caretakers did their best. Some of them maybe didn't, like Mr. Badger, but we learn what we can and can't engage in because of what we're told are our abilities, or we try to engage in something and are shamed for it and beaten down for it and say, you know, now I might think I don't want to do that, but or that I can't do that. The reality is it's just I've learned that it's not on the list of things that I'm sort of allowing myself to do, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. And
but then we blame others for that, you know, because of the way they make choices, right? And say it's like,
yeah.
But it's like, oh wait, we all have things that we've learned that are just deep down in our guts that that's how we live our lives. And if that's led me to something more destructive, it's easy to blame that person, right?
Yeah.
But to say, oh, they probably are also a product of a lot of those experiences and insights.
Well, it's one of those things that like it's why like my favorite media are essentially end up being like character studies, where it's very character driven, and like you find out the whys behind things. So like my son and I, he had never watched Stranger Things because he's a little too young when it first came out, and he's 16 now. So we binged all 4 seasons because the new season's coming out here at the end of November, and we were on the character of Billy, Max's older brother, the one who drinks and smokes and is just a total douchebag, or a juice bag, if you will.
He's both, man. He sucks.
He does,
sucks
yeah.
so much.
But like we start seeing the why, because like at one point, Billy's dad is making fun of him, calls him a very inappropriate word. You see the flashbacks to Billy's childhood, and my son being like, he's like, yeah, like we were talking about it. I was like, so now do you understand? He goes, yeah, he's still a jerk. I was like, yeah, he's 100% a jerk, but at least you understand the why now.
Yeah.
I was like, so there's
Right.
a little bit of empathy there. And like at the end, you know, in the end, you know, spoilers, if you haven't watched it, like, you know, he ends up sacrificing himself to save all the kids. But like, that whole thing, all of that, like understanding that there's a reason why people are the way they are. And like, you get a choice at the end of the day of what you're going to do with that information. You know, like, are you going to continue this cycle? Are you going to be a jerk because you were treated poorly? Or are you going to step up and try to be better than that? And I think that that's a hard decision for a lot of people to make.
I've heard it described that in a metaphor that, you know, if you have a driveway, then, you know, if you walk outside and it snowed on the driveway, you know, it's not your fault. But it is your problem. You have to now decide how you're going to deal with that driveway.
I like
right.
that. It's not your fault, but it is your problem. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's
Flamethrower.
There you go. That's the best answer. Now that's engagement.
She's like, flamethrower. Next question.
I love this. Yes.
I don't have to deal with that, but I might. That might be my answer.
Was you live in Texas, right? So yeah.
Yeah. Only every once in a while, and then our power goes out because our grid sucks.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hey, let's pay a whole bunch of extra for our power needs, and then have it crap out at the most inopportune times. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my day job, I work in insurance, and poor Texas. I feel so bad for you guys. Like it's. I try to explain to people. I try to explain to people who are in Texas. I'm like, listen, you're gonna need this. Well, it's too expensive. Okay.
You're gonna need it.
Here's why you need this. Well, I don't want to pay for that. Okay. Well, just remember that when there's another one, because there's another one coming.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
All the time. That's always a constant threat. Yeah. Flood insurance is unfortunately very necessary. Like ideally, insurance is just a silly concept sometimes. It's like just betting. It's like legal giant betting.
You're not wrong.
Sometimes.
Like it's one of those things where I try to explain to people as best I can with that, because like it's a very like cold equation. It's like, okay, yes, it's expensive. I understand, but it's not as expensive as having to rebuild everything yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's a hard thing for a lot of people to understand, because you don't want to pay a lot for anything, period. But if you are, maybe that's the thing you pay a lot for.
It's bad too. I mean,
yeah.
It gets so bad. I don't, and we kind of have that discussion. Maybe it's the morbidness, you know, I talk about dead people a lot, so I'm just used to having morbid conversations, but I have the conversation of like, you know, what is worse, a fire or a flood? And it's just like, I don't know. Like, obviously they're both absolutely devastating. No joking matter. Unfortunately, I do laugh at pain, unfortunately. So when I'm laughing, it's not because I think it's funny. It's just because I'm like, it hurts a lot, and it's better than crying sometimes.
I haven't known you to like laugh at others' pain. Just the concept, I think, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it's just they both absolutely suck. But I mean, the only thing I think we've said is like, well, at least with the fire, like you can start from the ground up and everything's gone. But with the flood, you have to see all of your damaged thing and throw it away and clear it out and rip everything out on your own. And I don't know. I've never gone through either one, but it's just weird that you have to sit there and think about it. And then there's some people who don't think about it at all. And it's just like, how do you not think about these things? Like they're both devastating, and it can happen to anyone. And especially with getting hurricanes so often, like I don't want either one, but geez, they're just so terrifying. The idea that your house just layer by layer, water is just building up, and depending on what the weather is outside, it's just very scary.
Yeah, it definitely is. Sorry to trigger everybody with the insurance conversation.
No, you're okay. I was going to just put your business card up on here. Let's see. Everybody get their insurance through Mike.
No, please don't.
No,
please
kidding.
don't. I'm not telling you which company I work for.
No, I'm like that too with my regular day life. This is a lot more fun than my
100%. 100%. And I've gotten to a point where I don't even tell people, like, if I'm out and about, what I do, because, like, let me tell you, as soon as they're like, oh, you work for this company, let me ask you about this, and let me ask you about this, and I'm like, it depends on the claims adjuster, homie. And they're like, well, that's not a very good answer. And I'm like, that's the answer though. Like,
I've seen The Incredibles. I know that there's a secret form I can fill out if you just tell me what it is.
Yes, yeah. because Disney Pixar is the holder of all the truth and honesty in the world, right? Like,
so that this actually triggered a thought in myself. This is another balance question that I'm fascinated with, which they talk about in a lot of times in therapy. We'll pull this out. It's part of DBT. It's part of other, just basically the concept of acceptance, right? Accepting the world the way it is, accepting things that happen that are bad, going into that house and ripping out the carpets and having to throw away cherished memories that have been flooded, whatever it is, right? Accepting that happened versus feeling like, to reference my other problem with that phrase, worked out for the best. It has to be the best. It has to be okay. It has to be, I have to accept it in terms we conflate that term with saying that we have to either like it or admit that it was meant to be or that it's better off or whatever. But that's not what acceptance is supposed to mean, right? Acceptance is supposed to mean that I see it and accept that it's part of life, and trying not to find and find a balance basically in between rejection of it, denial of just not dealing with it, right? And the other side of saying like, oh, there's an extreme that, hey, this is all in the cards, it's divinely inspired, it's meant to be. And by the way, one big qualifier, if somebody finds that comforting, that's great. If it does comfort you, that you think of life as having like a plan and things, whatever, if it comforts you, that's great. But I'm talking about the more of the pressure to feel, if I can't say that, I haven't really accepted it. That's what I mean. Does that make sense? So how about that? I want to get some thoughts on that balance between denial and having to say everything's great. What does that healthy acceptance look like for us?
I think Izzy hit on something that's 100% accurate. Is a lot of us who deal with mental health issues have a very morbid, dark sense of humor, and for some people, like as far as like engagement, that's our engagement, and you end up. I would say that that's one of the only, in my opinion, acceptable forms of engagement that is not like outwardly positive. Like, because the best friends that I have that I've met through work are all people that have the same fucked up sense of humor that I do. So like they'll see the same thing and think the same dark thing that I do. We giggle to each other, like that sort of stuff. But then you end up finding out that those people are a lot like you. And most of the time, those people that have that dark sense of humor are the most caring people. It's the whole punk rock thing, like I saw this great quote that talked about how, and if anybody out there is listening as a hippie, I apologize in advance. It says hippies are mean people who are pretending to be nice, where punks are nice people pretending to be mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's very accurate. Like but it's the same thing, like you seem dark and morose and all this stuff. You're actually like a very caring, empathetic person. And that's kind of an extension of that. The reason why you're like that is because you feel things so deeply that it's hard not to feel overwhelmed by things when things are so crappy.
Yeah, I think it's good to be very aware of our mortality, because I think it keeps us humble in the long run, as far as like all this stuff you get super cooped up about, and it doesn't really matter in the long end, because we all die. And and it's kind of, a lot of people just, well, how can you say that? And it's like, because it's true. Like, I can't stop that no matter what. I can do things to try to make it last, so it's not immediate. I can try to do all I can. I can stay cooped up in my house if I even wanted. So, like I don't get into a car accident, but then I'm also not living. So again, that brings us back to balance. I can't run away from death. I know it's there, but I also can't live my life constantly being afraid of when it's going to happen, because then I won't be able to live a life.
Yeah, that's a great example of acceptance, I think, there. And for you, you've made like a whole kind of art of embracing that and helping that. I actually find your podcast sort of helps, because it makes me think about maybe the things I should think about death, which is like, wow, if someone was to read a Wikipedia article about me, what would that say? Thank goodness there isn't one. But no, well, what could, that I know of. Yeah. So listeners, looking at that and saying like, because you talk about the legacy left behind of people who are in the public eye and that kind of thing. And so we get a lot of samples of their choices. So it's like, well, that's a thing to emphasize, is how do I want to spend the time I have, right? Is basically what I'm saying, versus how do I want to, or do I want to avoid thinking about it to the point where this is why you see people delay important medical decisions, or you see people not have their affairs in order when they get later in life, whatever it is, because it's not fun to think about. But yet, as you're putting it, I think when people do look at acceptance, the idea being that it can be empowering to think about something, even if it sucks to think about, isn't fun to think about, or maybe we get to a point where it doesn't scare us as much. But either way, any of those we can still be experiencing empowerment, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's scary, but it doesn't have to scare us.
It literally takes away the power of the unknown, because so my mom died about 11 years ago. So she wasn't even 60, and I was still in my 30s when she passed away. And it gives you a really weird perspective on things. And like, I actually have a couple of friends who also have parents that have passed away, and we jokingly refer to ourselves as the Dead Parents Club.
Same.
Because like you get a perspective on life in general, and like there's a certain amount of beauty in it as well, because one, none of us can avoid it. We're all going to have to deal with it at some point or another. So like trying to find the beauty and the good takeaways that you can from these awful things is important. And talking about legacy, like even for somebody who's not famous, like somebody like my mom wasn't famous, but like what legacy did she leave behind? And like what blew me away was when we had her, it was like a couple months after she passed away, we did something at the beach because that's where she lived, and she wanted to be have her ashes scattered in the ocean. All of the things that everybody said to me about my mom were different than what I felt. Oh, she was so funny. She was? She had a horrible sense of humor. What are you talking about? Like, oh, she was such a good host. She was? Are you kidding me? Like all of these things, and realizing that none of those things are wrong. They're all true. What I felt was true. What they felt was true. All of it. And it just makes for a bigger picture. But I see the same things with celebrities. And that's like mentioning before, like I love these character studies of in TV shows to really understand the depth of these people, because there is no such thing as a perfect person. And like, I just think that it makes them more complete, but it also makes you understand them a little bit better. And it takes the hero worship out of it as well. Like David Bowie is a great example. Like people idolize him. Like he was an amazing musician, but then you also realize all the stuff that he did in the 70s was pretty problematic, you know?
It was very.
He made some questionable decisions, and like, but it doesn't change the fact that he still did some amazing things. And I think that it's difficult for some people because we want it to be binary. We want it to be bad, good. No, it's not. It's shades of gray. And like, it's so important to understand that for others, but also for yourself, to not hold yourself to an expectation of like, hey, I have to idolize this person. I have to be just like them. Okay. If we're just like them, realize that they did X, Y, and Z as well. Like no one person is ever going to be perfect. And it's my favorite quote. And I'll end on this because I do have to go. And I appreciate you guys letting me yammer on for like hours here.
No, I'm filling a lot of time. I appreciate anyone coming on to yammer as much as they want. No. In fact, I recorded it. I'm just going to loop that back in towards the end and see if people notice.
There you go. Love it. It was from Star Trek Picard. Picard said it to one of the admirals of the Federation: don't let good be don't let perfect be the enemy of good. And like
my mom says that sometimes. That's yeah.
Like it's so vitally important in our world, and like we can't just destroy something because it's not exactly the way that we wanted it. But hey, Dwight, Izzy, it was great to meet you first, Izzy. But Dwight, thank you so much for having me on, man. I love what you're doing, dude. I like mental health awareness, dealing with addiction. Like these are super important things for me. You listen to At the Diner. We talk about these things all the time. So I'm really, really glad that you have a platform like this that you're doing some good with.
Well, thank you. And yeah, people check out the Great Geek Refuge Facebook group as well as the podcast. Once again, it's one of the most, especially because Paprika is no more. It was one. There's a small group that I really follow of inclusive nerddom, fandom, love the stuff you loved kind of groups, and that's where I gravitate. So thank you for the work you're doing too.
Oh, of course, man. You want a teaser real quick about something cool that you might not know about yet?
Sure. Of course.
I can't say exactly what it is, but I'll give you a teaser. So you mentioned Paprika. There might be something coming soon. related with Paprika and GPR. So just stay
Okay.
tuned.
Good
Stay
to
tuned for the
know.
big announcement coming.
I
But again,
knew
Dwight, man,
Daryl couldn't stay out of the game forever.
I mean, maybe it's somebody else. You don't know.
Maybe
We'll
that's
have to
true.
wait and see. You never know.
All right. Tune into that. Thank you for that teaser.
Of course, man. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, later.
Bye, Mike.
Yeah.
See ya. Cool. So let's see. Were you? I felt like did I step on your line again? Were you going to say something about?
No, but I could.
Yeah, please do.
We were on the same subject of like people and the things that they do. There was an episode that I missed. I was on vacation, so for Hearsing Around, it was the first episode I missed. So I was like, oh wow, this is so weird. I think I've been doing it for 2 years, and it's the first one I wasn't on. But they covered Ozzy Osbourne and Hulk Hogan, and
Finally, two people that aren't problematic.
Exactly. So, but it was
one of them is remembered a little more
know?
fondly than the other. Anyway,
And that's the thing is
Yeah.
it's not like Ozzy has a perfect history. In fact, he has a history filled with a lot of issues, and there's a lot of what someone could say are mistakes that were made in his life. He would have said that they were mistakes in his life, on both sides, and it's just interesting, how one is loved and one there was a lot of even more controversy of. I mean, I think there was even influencers that got put out of the limelight because they showed appreciation for Hulk Hogan. Like, there was a lot of things that went into all of it, but it was just interesting because yes, they both made mistakes and they both made choices in their past, but it's as they continued to age, what did they do with those choices? What did they do with their lives?
Mhm.
What did they give back to their communities? And on one end, you had someone that was actively trying and people saw that. And then on the other, it was just more of like, I don't think that's going to change,
Mhm.
until the very end.
Or it seemed to get publicly worse.
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder if people out there listening have some idea of which one we mean about which one. Maybe people have different opinions, but
yeah, exactly. But the vagueness, people will still feel either way. You know what I mean? If you're on the opposite end,
exactly.
you still feel that way about it.
I'd be surprised if I have a lot of listeners that are like, no, I love everything that Hulk Hogan stood for. Politically. Anyway, but whatever, you never know. But that's a great point when you look at that. And to me, that's like, do we take, this is the difference between, I think, when you were talking about a healthy version of shame, right?
Yeah.
And the versus like the more destructive type. Do we look at shame and then, I'm ashamed of something, so I double down on it, or I just pretended that it didn't happen? Or do I, try to use that and try to learn from it, and to kind of try to guide myself with it. Rob Maynard is is listening to us. Thank you, Rob, and for your wisdom here. Hulk Hogan isn't so problematic, but Terry Boyle, I don't know how to pronounce it because I'm not a big wrestling guy. Sorry.
Terry is very, and that's a good point too. Hulk Hogan is a persona. He's not really a person.
That's his actual name. Okay. See, I'm glad you were here, or else I would have looked dumb. Well, I mean, I did, but now at least there's real information out there.
You just didn't know the information. Yeah, and a lot of people didn't know his name was Terry.
This is actually a great point to say. What do we attribute that? Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. So appreciate Rob from the Rob. Yeah, jump on, Rob. We're here. Look at the link below. Anyone who is if you're joining us, by the way, you always can. What's that?
I said, well, we're waiting. Sorry.
You have to say his name 3 times in a row. Rob Maynard. Anyway, one of the great contributors actually to this live event and all the years past, as well as the others from the Reels of Justice. So thank you for that, Rob. So, and once again, anybody can join by going to dwighthurst.com/live. And we provoked an appearance.
You did. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
Very much.
All right. Yes. So there's a difference, right? There's a difference between Hulk Hogan, who is a character like Superman would be, and Terry Bollea, who is an actor like Dean Cain might be. Right.
There we go.
Terry Bollea, he could buy all the rights to the Hulk Hogan name he wanted. I don't know why he was allowed to be in public just called Hulk Hogan. That's a character.
Yeah.
Right? It's a character he was assigned.
When that happens, that's always crazy to me. When it's like,
Right.
"Hey, welcome to C-SPAN." I don't know if Hulk Hogan was ever on C-SPAN or Terry, but
Right.
but you see these things where it's like we're interviewing so and so, and it's not a culture piece where it's like
Right.
a piece where they're like, "Oh, give your opinion."
Yeah, I mean, he came
Yeah,
out in
Superman.
political
Yeah.
support of an individual as Hulk Hogan, right? And it's like, well, that's a character. How can you speak for it? Hey, here's Big Ben to argue too.
Ben
Hey, how's it
Hassler as
going?
well.
I think especially when you have the contrast of the things that Hulk Hogan stood for, which in his song was, he was a real American. He fought for the rights of every man. To the contrast of what Terry Bollea was, where he, seemingly had a lot of, problems with race, and besides just being kind of a greedy jerk to all of his fellow wrestlers, a lot of that's going to get coded over now that he's dead. People will let a lot of that slide, but he was a problematic guy behind the scenes for a long time. So versus the character I grew up watching, who I think instilled a lot of values that I think are American in me, which is, equality and fighting for the little guy and fighting for what's right. And yeah, just that contrast, kind of the whiplash between the two.
Yeah, but a lot of people didn't know his real name though, because he was always that persona.
Terry Bollea, yes, that's right. Terry Boulder, brother.
How much of your inspiration from him came from his Saturday morning cartoon show?
Rock and wrestling, I've seen it a little in my, now that I'm older, but it's not something I watched when I was a kid. Well, maybe it was, and I have no memory of it, because that's like 88, 89. I mean, I was a baby, so.
There's a lot of that isn't real memorable, of that kind of Saturday morning experience with someone. Anyway, but yeah.
It's a pretty great show when I have watched back when they let the real wrestlers do voices, which wasn't very common, actually. They usually would have voice actors, but yeah, but that's a great flash.
It's a good point when you do mention it and say, because we can get caught up in a persona or in a point of view. I mean, it's kind of, we're talking about like extremes, right? And getting caught into that. And this is also where I always like to say with addiction, it's not, we tend to think of chemistry, right? Because we think of substances once again, but then we don't get into behaviors, attitudes, and the way that people lash outward or inward sometimes.
Yeah. And
speaking of the N-word and Hulk Hogan, sorry. Anyway, what?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, and the horrible things he even did to his own daughter to sabotage her career and her relationship with that individual. He did plenty. But yeah, even
Mike said something. I wasn't sure I joined the right stream.
They pulled me in with pro wrestling. They're like, "Oh, we'll talk about pro wrestling. We're getting
we know your weaknesses."
Yeah. So, when I see people are like, they love Hulk Hogan, I get that. I get that the guy that they grew up watching, who told them to say their prayers and eat their vitamins and do the right thing. I get that love for him. But, but they kind of want to try to attach that to the human. And I get what human can live up to that. But I think there's failing to live up to that. And then there's doing the complete opposite.
There's failing and proud of it, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and it kind of ties in there too, right? Because it's hard for us when we find comfort in something, we can double down on it, even to a point where it might go that way. We were talking a little earlier about how so many of people we get addicted into lashing outward, becoming exclusive, pushing people out instead of being inclusive and supporting people. A lot of times that is a compulsive, even addictive impulse that we don't treat it the same, because no one's getting DUIs or going to jail for it. So we can't as easily, and we can gather a community. It's harder to gather a community that's pro DUI than it is to gather one that's pro hatred. Right. And that's because I think people are addressing in the theme of today, like they are failing to engage, and they are trying to be avoidant of fear or anger or that kind of impotent rage that people have. And they self-medicate with cruelty at times. There we go.
Ben, do you think people self-medicate with cruelty?
I wonder how much of it is just like people are kind of like, afraid that the other person's
better than them, you know, like if I'm suffering and I'm afraid to reach out to help because it's
I've
like
never had that fear.
I feel like this person like has a superiority complex over me then in some kind of way. I don't know. I'm just riffing.
Ben's familiar with people being afraid they're not as good as him. That's what I think.
Yeah, yeah, I
that's
see
where
it from
he
the other
sees
side
it
of the
now.
fence. I come down the street and everyone just like scurries away.
Yeah, but now Izzy can speak to that. When people die, people like to then kind of sugarcoat their lives and look back at only the fond things. They're like, forget the bad stuff. And it's like, well, why? You know, that guy had his whole life to make choices, and he didn't make the greatest ones.
Yeah, we've covered plenty.
Yeah, I think of just my favorite band, Mastodon, just lost Brent Hines, and I love Brent, and everyone is obviously, distraught about it, but he said some very mean things in the last few months of his life about his bandmates, and he had left the band, and it's like, well, now what do you do? How do you play tributes to this guy who was saying you all suck, as some of his final words?
And now we've got Ryan.
Oh man,
Hello.
squad. If there's any Reels boy here, I think we can all agree he's a piece of crap, right? If there's one missing.
Speaking of bandmates,
it's not like me to say stuff like that. That's very negative.
Watch out, as you'll be talking about what you said on her podcast eventually. She's going to outlive all of us, by the way. Well, I think you're younger than. I mean, you're going to outlive me for sure. You have a lot. I'm the old guy in the room. But hi, Ryan.
Hello.
Welcome. So overall, we've been talking to catch you guys up who are just joining. We've been talking about the broad theme of today is looking at engaging with life situations, either good, bad, hobbies, interests, passions, problems, problem solving versus avoidance, self-medicating and pulling away, which oftentimes leads to different compulsions and addictions, including obviously substances, which can lead to overdose and problems and all that. So that's kind of the theme that we are talking about today, is engaging with life, avoiding with life. I've been very fascinated as I put like the balance between those two things. And I'm liking to ask everybody the same question when they come in the first time, which is, what do you guys think of the toy, the Slinky, the little metal spring toy? I'm just curious if you guys ever played with one and how bad you think it sucks.
I played with the Slinky dog from Toy Story. I never
that's
played
pretty
with
cool.
the Slinky.
Never had a Slinky.
Has anyone ever gotten to go downstairs successfully?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes,
What?
the dog was
they
quite
do.
You guys
mobile.
suck.
That's what they do. I don't know
You
even
could
how
get the
you.
dog to go down the stairs, but
Maybe you have the wrong size stairs. Like, are they too long?
yeah, it does make a difference. But you got to like aim it towards the center of it, and then
Yeah,
There
you
was
gotta
an
get
Aztec temple with the stairs that were this. See, that was the problem. Yeah.
see.
I was
See, I
trying to
did
think
mine
of
at a
some
church.
kind of historical stairs that were different. Sorry,
That's
Ryan.
a
What?
coil.
Doesn't Ace Ventura do that?
What'd you say, Ryan?
Oh, you might be right.
Oh, nothing. No, I just said that the dog was very mobile.
Well, that I see. I would have liked one of those, but anyway, of course, the real question is that balance, and how do we find balance of what do we do to engage? What do we do to avoid or distract in a healthy way? When does it get too far? How do you guys factor that kind of
What's the
stuff?
line like between like this is a passion that I'm doing that's really just to distract myself and something that I actually enjoy?
Exactly.
the
That's
question.
exactly it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got it.
And everybody's is different. Everybody's line is different because everybody has a different tolerance for things.
My Slinky always got coiled up.
Well, like is
Yes.
there merit in just doing it to distract yourself? Like, is that something like you see in your field that doesn't last forever, or is that like decent enough until it becomes a passion? Or
I find, I actually, I find that distraction to a healthy degree is actually a very important life skill, right? And part of that, of course, is this balance, the balance you're saying. But yeah, there are times where we can also, on the other extreme, we can over-engage, and to the point where anxiety will have us, jumping through lots of hoops and worrying about things that we get to a real fast. We can get to a point of diminishing return, right? To where I'm worried, my worry is not going to help me if it happens at that point. And so how do I detach in a healthy way? And keep it from flowing, too far into I just detach forever, right?
That reminds me of just being a podcaster. Like, there are definitely situations where you're going to walk into where someone's going to break your heart eventually. you're gonna be all souped up and ready to go, and somebody's gonna say, "Oh, was I supposed to watch the commentary?" And you're like, "Fuck yeah, of course you were."
How specific?
It's the point of the show. And then, you go from there, and it's like, it's not a distraction anymore. It's a burden. And it's one of those things that it's so hard to measure for me, at least.
So part of it then is like, what do we attach to it, and how much power then does it have? Because I mean, that's a
how
real
much blame do I associate with myself? Like, how much do I think I'm the cause of the situation that I'm in?
Great. That's a great point.
Tell someone to watch commentary. I guess they would, right?
You'd think they would, right? No, I think that's.
I mean,
really,
there's nothing more you could do but that. If you've done that, you can't blame yourself at all.
Well, and I would even go as far as to say that going through that process of self-questioning, even if it's uncomfortable, right? What we're finding then is that is a form of engagement, because engagement, as I keep hammering, is, engagement doesn't equal success. Engagement means I'm dealing with what is, right? It's like I'm looking at that. So that's very interesting what you're saying. Like, so you lay that out, and for anyone who doesn't know, Ryan's I'm joined here by lots of great podcasters, everybody on the line. Ryan, your show, One Track Mind, is, I think it's the only show I know of where you review the DVD, like director and producer and cast commentaries that you can watch along with the movie, right?
As far as I know, it's the only one.
So
I didn't look that hard. So maybe there's 80 out there. I have no idea.
If anyone is out there, join our live stream at dwighthurst.com/live to tell us about all the others that are out there. No, I don't know of any, but anyway, but yeah, I love this thought process. So I'm using it metaphorically, but literally we're nailing down this idea of, okay, I told somebody, hey, come on my podcast. By the way, I'm going to tell you what it is. And here's how you prep. I've been on your show. I know that you actually do send out some instructions about how to prepare for it. That's me now. And so then it's like, and then they pop up and are like, huh? Yeah. That was my impression of whoever that was.
It's going to be you again, Dwight, because you're coming on in December. So.
Oh, nice.
You're going to be joining the Three Timers Club, which is always an honor for people who are not me.
You blew past the Three Timers Club after approximately 3 episodes, being the host.
Oh well,
yeah.
Not me. I don't count.
Right.
I never get to the club.
You're one timer.
I never get the
guest when I
steak knives. I never get the toaster. I never get anything important. I don't get.
I get a toaster.
Prize. Well, you have to buy it yourself, but I'll give you a big bear hug and say, "Good job, you." Oh, you big man.
You can at least recommend what kind of toaster that I should get, maybe,
we just got a new one at home, and it is the worst fucking thing I've ever seen in my entire life, so I can't recommend any toasters at the moment.
Does it constantly ask you the things that it can toast?
Oh!
I would love a talking
Red Dwarf reference. Thank you.
How am I not surprised that my girl is making a Red Dwarf reference in this?
I still need to see that
this live cast.
It's
you know
silly.
what? Maybe we should end here and go watch it. Anyway, we'll do that. Speaking
Just
of
go ahead and start live streaming it, and we all watch it together.
Engage with Red Dwarf.
Personally, I love season 3.
So, is that where Crichton joined? Anyway, so
yes, it is.
This is what I'm thinking about for the rest of the day now. So when you engage with that, though, it's like looking and saying, well, that didn't go well. What do I do? What did I do? I feel like some of those are healthy questions, but then do I self-medicate with over guilt, over shame too? Right. There we go. Or substances. Yeah.
Which has been my problem for most of my adult life.
Mm-hmm. What do you feel about that line then, having experienced and, have there been times where you found that balance? Are there things that help or don't help?
No, for me, I think that being an addict is one of those situations where you're never really a recovered addict. You're always still in the process of being, even if you're clean, you're still in the process of dealing with those overbearing emotions that come with the substances that you're addicted to. Like currently, I am, to bring the room down completely, I'm an alcoholic. I'm a little drunk right now, actually, to be honest, because I had to dull my nerves to get on this live stream. But I don't think that even if I stop drinking altogether, I don't feel like I'm gonna change as a person. If that makes sense. I think I'll be a little wiser, but it doesn't prevent me from making the same bad decision 3 years from now, 4 years from now, if that makes any sense.
But you
Oh,
might
it
not have
does. That's
a
me.
tummy ache while you do it.
Say that again, Rob. I talked over you. Sorry.
I said, but you might not have a tummy ache while you do it. You might be, making a lot of the same life choices, but I think physically you might feel better. And I think that's kind of the little wins sometimes you have to take.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind if I ask? And Ryan, I appreciate you sharing it too, because I think that's why we're talking about it. And me, everybody who's familiar, if you know me or listen to the show, I'm very much in that range of letting people set their own goals. It's what they call harm reduction, right? Trying to look and say, what's the healthy balance? How do I find my goals? But the only way to start is by self-defining what is problematic for me, whether it's about drinking or anything else, right? What is my level of problematic? Is it if I do it at all, right? Or is it if I do it this much or that much or whatever? And then just trying to determine that. What's that?
Golf. It's a game of inches. It's like golf.
Mm-hmm. I don't know golf very well, but that makes sense to me. Yeah.
It's all about the little victories. It's stuff that doesn't cure you, but at least it gives you peace of mind that it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah.
And that's been my mentality throughout I've been an addict since I was 18 years old. And I have to find the little victories where I can. And right now, to be completely honest, I don't have any victories. I have what feels like I'm swimming in quicksand and I'm slowly drowning. But I think I'm overdoing it a little bit, so I'll let other people.
I think that's your perspective. I think other people's perspective, they see you do have victories. And this is seltzer water, by the way.
And I agree. I think you do have a lot of victories, and I think sometimes you just are a little too hard on yourself because you're so focused in. And of course, I think we all have those days where it doesn't matter how much anyone else hypes us up in our head, it doesn't matter. But in the long run of things, what they're saying is true, and it's not always as bad as we think it is. But by kind of letting that rule you miss on those opportunities to see those little wins.
Yeah, and you see yourself on the outside. All I know is like Ryan. Everybody I talk to, everything you're the best, most insightful person when it comes to movies, and everyone just raves about your show.
The only person who doesn't believe it is Ryan.
It's true.
Who's the one who's got to accept it?
Because we love you.
Now, speaking as a distraction, though, I've heard many people talk about like seltzers as like a replacement for drinking.
Mm-hmm.
I know many people who do it as like I guess I kind of replace. I used to drink a lot more, and I don't know. There's something about like the bubble burn that you get. It kind of replaces that. So sometimes a distraction or a replacement, can help.
A lot of people use it for dilution as well, because if I can kind of feel like I'm mixing a cocktail, I can trick myself into ingesting 50% less or less alcohol, right? So that's another management technique, which management, of course, is, well, like I said, I think if we are looking at plugging in to what is and dealing with what is, it's both saying to ourselves like, oh, do I see those, or can I reframe and find these little victories, or saying to myself, I don't see none. That's still engaging. You're still engaging with how you feel when you're saying that to yourself, even if it's a bad feeling that you're having. Does that make sense? Once again, it's not, you don't have to, it doesn't have to always be a healthy process, even if everybody else, I think it's good to hear that from people. At least I find it's good, even if it doesn't change my feelings when other people give me that feedback. I don't know if you find that, Ryan, but I do. Depends on
I have such imposter syndrome that I refuse to believe it. Mm-hmm. Anytime I hear praise or like get a pat on the back, I go like, I didn't deserve that. I didn't earn that.
But do you like
it? I do that too to some extent.
Or do you resent it?
I don't resent it so much as I just don't believe it. I think it's somebody trying to be nice to me. instead of somebody who's being honest with me. And that's not a comment on them. That's a comment on my insecurity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're
worse if
looking
you
at
didn't
it. You're
get
aware
any?
of it. What's that, Rob?
Do you think you would feel worse if it stopped coming? Those kind of encouragements.
Probably. That's the paradox for me. Is that I need that validation.
Well, but it is
at the
doing
same
some
time,
good.
if you say it, I don't believe you when you say it. It's a completely strange pathology that I cannot define, but that's just how I'm wired, I guess.
More like you believe that they believe it, maybe, but sometimes you believe that they're just saying it.
Precisely, yes.
Yeah.
I'm the same way when people say bad things about me. I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't believe you.
I don't know. I guess I was like that with the writing. I mean, I don't consider myself a writer. I don't think I'm the worst writer on the world or anything, but I don't consider myself a writer. But you, Dwight, were just like, "Wow, I love your little intros and stuff." So,
Babe, that's
yeah,
really
this is. I'm interested in the guy's thoughts about this. Is do you, as he said, she didn't regard herself as a writer, and I'm like, I've heard your intros, so I don't agree with that myself. I see you as a writer, but of course, how we envision ourselves is important as well, not just what other people think, right?
You are indeed a writer, babe. You, whether you see it or not, coming from the man who does not trust anybody, let me tell you, your intros to your podcast are the best part of the podcast. Before the guest even comes on.
Hey.
Everyone else there's
especially the following episode. No, especially the following guests. No, but I admire even writing an intro, because man, I've tried to get myself to be that, even just the discipline to do it. No, let alone that they're pretty awesome. Yeah, so that's an interesting thing.
I think some of that is like the push for people to not think they're a role unless it's earning them money. Like if they don't have a job writing, they don't consider themselves a writer. You know, it's not enough to just do it as a hobby or for the love of it. They see themselves as not a success if they can't make a living off of it. And I think that's just sort of a modern kind of problem where you're supposed to exploit all of your interests and hobbies to constantly grind and make money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
sometimes they stop being fun once you do that.
Exactly. And a lot of people are like, oh, but you're so good at planning parties and you do all these fun themes. And it's like, yeah, I don't want to be a party planner. I don't want to do this for other people because then it's not fun anymore. It's their parties. It's not my parties. Yeah.
So you're saying that I'll enjoy podcasting forever then?
Yeah.
as long as I don't make any money on it.
As long as human society keeps going, podcasts will as well.
Exactly.
No, it's just like once someone starts paying you and says you have to do it this way, then it will stop being fun.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's like art too. Like I enjoy just doing that for myself, but people were like, you could sell your art. That little skull piece. My family was like, you could totally sell that. I'm like, I don't want to sell that. I like that skull painting. Like it's I worked 2 weeks on it and I crafted it with my own hands. And sometimes I talk to it because it's very lifelike to me.
If I use that as an example too, yeah, when we're doing something that we're good at, that we do love, and I've had a little bit of the experience. I'll say, thank goodness I never made anything off of my podcast, but which makes it more enjoyable in some ways, because I have produced for pay for a couple of podcasts out there, and I will say this, especially if any of you are listening, my former clients. I know I did enjoy it, and there were really fun things about it, but it felt like an enjoyable job rather than it was like, oh, it was a good day at work kind of thing. And it wasn't like, oh, I got to edit that thing that I did that was real exciting to me for my reasons and my dream goals or whatever. It's like, oh, I'm doing this, and it's nice that it's a good thing that I can do, that I do like the act of doing it, if that makes any sense. So yeah, totally true. Why we do things, so why we do them is, I think, one of the biggest parts of this balance of, is this healthy or not healthy? Like what is the purpose for why I'm doing something? So am I doing it because I have to? Am I doing it because I want to? Whether it's an addiction type of a behavior, or whether it's just something that is more in that middle ground. Am I doing something like, oh, this is enjoyable, I'll do it so that I don't have to open one of those envelopes that's stacking up over on the table that I've gotten 3 or 4 from the same company, and they must just be planning on going away sometime, so I just won't open them. Or am I doing
You
it
can try and
because
reach
I
about your
opened?
car's limited warranty.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what they all are. They're all.
I don't know if the
I don't have
IRS
to
is
open
going to
any of
go
them.
away, Dwight.
I'm.
It might,
I'm
although honestly, that's
Hey.
who knows.
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I got my fingers crossed here below.
Well-
There is below the cameras, so you couldn't see, but they've been crossed the whole time. Yeah, exactly. Or am I doing it because I already did open the envelopes, and now I kind of want to release some of the pressure, focus, anxiety a little. Anyway,
For context, like when I go to the movies, there's a bar in the movie theater, and I always tell myself if I get one drink and that's it, then that's a victory. Because there was a point where I'd go see a triple feature, and before every single movie, I'd get a drink. And now it's limited to once, and then I feel like I've actually culled something deep inside of me that by preventing it, I'm helping myself. But at the same time, I really want that second drink. But I think that I recognize the power of being able to say no, one is enough, if that makes sense.
That's a good power, I think, just being able to limit yourself and not let it control you alone. Because what I know about my drinking in the past, being a movie, like, okay, even that you're holding yourself back pretty much, like it's when it's as soon as the glass is empty, you've got the next one. Like that I've been there too and seen people in there. So there's levels of restraint being shown, and obviously you're showing a much higher level of restraint than you did, but even then you showed a level of restraint that others couldn't demonstrate.
That's a great point. I think that the reason we define something as a win or don't oftentimes is because we're told what we're supposed to count as a win, right? This is coming from a harm reduction therapist, by the way. Increasing health and even just the math of the situation. If you're like, I want to do less, I did less. Of course, that's a win, right? That's defined. Now, this is where I think there are pros and cons of a lot of organized support organizations out there that you have to be very careful of, is because there's a culture that goes along with it that says, like, well, unless you do X, you haven't succeeded, right? And I'm not going to say that everybody who is a member of any of those groups is doing that. I think there's healthy versions, I guess, but I mean, trying to say, like, that's healthier than I was being. Awesome. That's a good thing, right? And if I am able to believe that and tell myself that that's a win, then it is a win logically, but it's also a win subjectively to myself if I can believe it, and then I'm more likely to do something healthy and keep doing it, or do more, whatever, better, if I believe that I'm able to do that, right?
That's the biggest problem for me, is that I don't believe in myself. It's the one thing that has been consistent over the entire course of my life before I even became an addict, was that I don't believe that I'm capable of achieving anything. And it doesn't matter. Like, I used to be a great writer in high school, and I would constantly get teachers telling me, well, why don't you read this in front of the class? This is actually a really good essay. And I'd be like, no, I don't think I deserve that. I don't think I earned that. And I would make them read it if they liked it so damn much. But it's one of those things where it's just like, I never look at a win as a win. I look at it as kind of like a crooked L, if you will.
That's a Z.
Do you think,
or at
there'll
least
ever be a
2/3
way
of a
to
Z.
give yourself a win? Is there ever going to be a way to give yourself a win?
Well, I mean, our relationship is helping. I gotta say, you're the greatest thing that has happened to me in decades. And the last thing I want to do is disappoint you.
Sappy. I love it.
What helps me is like retrospective, like just like looking back. Sometimes I think I'm not making any progress at anything, any skill growing or anything, until you just take that moment and like you have an anniversary, like, oh, 6 months, whatever, and like, oh, actually I kind of did come up further than I realized. I wasn't measuring it in my brain as I was doing it. When you're doing that, you kind of do set yourself up for failure, or at least I do as I go. And it's like looking back, that's like, oh, that's encouraging. I know more than I did 6 months ago trying to do this new thing.
So
Yeah.
kind of trying to track it and watch it for you is helpful.
But backwards, retrospectively, yeah.
Right. Yeah. What about when you
I
go
was gonna
ahead,
say, I
Rob?
also think that like there are more goals I'd want to achieve than I am, but then I stop and think of like, well, we put out a new episode of the podcast every single week for 6 years with a different guest.
Yeah.
Like, who else is doing that? I mean, there are others, but it's
Very
a high
few.
level of output that we have, and we just take it for granted. Is like what I'm saying. It's like we're just like, oh yeah, it is what it is. Of course, I put out a new podcast episode every single week.
I don't take those for granted.
Well,
And you guys have
I don't take those for granted. Every Thursday morning.
From the baseline.
Yeah, of
to
course.
us
It
now.
becomes normal, and we evaluate it that way. And you guys have to coordinate the schedules of 4 different people, minimum, right? If
Yeah.
you have 2
Plus the
guests.
guests.
Well,
then
we
it's-
already assume that Tuesdays are our day.
that does help.
And
Having
then
everyone
it's
locked in.
the guest that basically throws a monkey wrench into the situation.
Yeah.
Darn
I'm
yes.
speaking about you, Dwight.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm feeling seen and attacked at the same time. Throwing it all. There was a concept that, let's see, Rob, I think you brought it up when you were talking about the idea of resilience and holding something back, or restraint. That was the word we're talking about. It's like, it's not a new thing that you can't do, which is what we usually believe when we're caught up in addiction, right? Addictive cycles. I got to learn how to do something I've never done or I can't do, which is to have restraint and health. But you're saying, I think, is a good point, which is, well, actually, if you really look at how you've managed things over time, there is restraint. You do have the skill. It's just trying to, and I'm saying you, obviously you, Ryan, but I think all of us, right? We have the skills that we would like to have. We just don't have them to the degree that we'd like to have, maybe. And I think that's a different, healthier way of looking at things than if we just say, I got to learn to do something that I can't do, right?
Yeah, it's a game of inches. It's like the difference between, finishing a marathon first and finishing a marathon.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you finished it last. Like, if you finished the marathon, you did a lot more than anyone else did.
Mm-hmm. I'll say this too. I'll leap off of that to say also, because this is a common occurrence I hear from people. It's like, okay, what if I trained for the marathon and then I was developing whatever little mini fractures or pulled a muscle or something, and my doctor says you got to stop training for X number of however long, and I do, right? That's also a win, because I'm actually listening to my body and I'm actually not injuring myself more. And then what do I do, and how do I treat myself about that thing that happened? That's still, because I'm engaging, right? I'm engaging in reality there, and I can still say, well, that's when I still was doing what I did, and I made a decision with my medical reality, right? So there you go.
It can be a difficult reality to accept. I think, I think a doctor saying, "Hey, you've got to take some time off to heal," is a lot different than a doctor going, "Yeah, no more marathons for you, bud," like, at all. And if it had been your goal to do a marathon, and now you're like, no, now, never. Now you've got to shift, and you've got to be able to shift and turn off that goal and find a whole new one.
Now you're the guy who writes memoirs about doing marathons.
Or what if you never got to do one at all before you can't do one or something like that, right? Yeah, but exactly, trying to pivot and be purposeful about it. I need to get Rob to give me the name of that doctor who will tell me never to go on a marathon, so I can stop real quick. And that'll be Dr. Scholes. What's the old Mitch Hedberg joke about Dr. Scholes? He went to too much school.
It's Dr. Acula.
Yeah,
I went to my
Acula.
dentist and I got a pain in my neck. Don't ever go see Dr. Acula.
There you go.
He might have a Scholes joke too. That's probably.
I think he does, because he said a cushion inside my shoe. I would have bought that shit from a Mr. Scholes, I think was the joke. He didn't have to go to medical school, but. That reminds me of a question I was going to ask you, Ben. You mentioned that you like to look backwards in order to measure the success, right? And say, hey, I'm better, I'm maybe better than I was, or I'm a little further than I was, whatever. What about when you're not? What about when you look backwards and you're not? How do you deal?
It's hard to say, because I'm so awesome at everything that I try.
Yeah, again, he's like, that's never. What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand the concept.
Well, I don't know. I think I myself am a realist. If it's something that I don't feel like I can ever do, maybe my attentions are better shifted elsewhere. Maybe that's just something I won't do, but that doesn't mean I can't do something else that's just equally as interesting to me. Like, we should all be Renaissance people, just interested in lots of different things, and we just need the time to explore it. I think a lot of the reasons people don't explore is they don't have the time. Their job takes a lot out of them. Their family takes a lot out of them. It's a lot easier just to like sit and have a beer or whatever than it is to, okay, now I'm going to try and learn something new on top of all this other stuff that I'm doing throughout the day.
Easier to sit down and have that beer and watch Renaissance Man with Danny DeVito than it is to develop myself into one. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Not that easy to watch. But I think you're totally right.
That's me. I like Danny DeVito.
I do too, at least when he's a penguin. Now you've made me lose my train of thought there, Ben. But
blame Ben.
Oh, there we go. So we were at the, sitting down, watching, being Ben was talking about being a
I think that's
person.
where substance abuse comes so much, is it gives you a false feeling of accomplishment that doesn't take any effort. Right? Like it would take you days and days years and years to master something, drawing, painting, guitar, anything, or you can, get high or get drunk and feel real quick satisfaction. And with the hustle and bustle, you got work tomorrow, you go for the quick satisfaction, the easy satisfaction. And then you look back on it in Ben's retrospect and be like, oh no, I might have been feeling good at the time, but I've been sitting on a couch for 4 years. So I would have felt a lot better about myself if I'd put some effort into one of those things and gotten a skill now.
I don't even remember all those Simpsons episodes I watched. Dang it.
Hey, now that's a skill. To remember them, that is the quotes.
Yeah, you have to remember them, but if you're intoxicated, you probably won't.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's lost. That's when we get into that's a level of engagement then too that I think is very important. And here, obviously, a bunch of like creative, artistic, passionate people. I want to take advantage of that. Say, behind you, I just saw them. They just turned the corner. So go get them and bring them on the show. No, but. What kinds of things when you are looking at that, and also this dovetails into what you're saying, Ben, of being a Renaissance person, which is the feeling, and I think a lot of us have this, of wanting to do a bunch. There's a lot of things that we'd like to do and create and have happen. How do you pick? How do you select things? What comes into your worldview, and you decide that I want to make this a part of me, to study this, learn this, make this, create this, write this, whatever this.
For me, it's the opportunity, like if other people are involved, like a class to learn the photography, a group of people that are saying, let's make the podcast, that kind of sets the schedule. That kind of, then you have other people that are kind of not dragging you along, but as a team effort, like facilitating the learning, making happening. That's good English right there. I don't know. It's harder by yourself. Go ahead, Rob. Sorry.
No, I agree. Looking for other people for accountability is a lot more helpful. Like I could let myself down, and it kind of wouldn't matter to me. But when I let other people down, that bugs me.
Yeah,
So I can set myself up in a position to not let them down. Like put myself on the hook intentionally. That helps me. That gives me the bumper or the framework that I need, because if Thanos snapped everybody away and it's just me, I'm probably not going to be doing very much. I'm probably going to be accomplishing very little. Because who's there to disappoint?
Exactly.
I only have enough time to read my books.
No, nobody ever mentions that. But then you're going to step on your glasses like that guy on the Twilight Zone.
Find other glasses. I mean, come on. There's got to be hundreds of
nope,
glasses.
Not that guy.
Around.
Nope, not that. He didn't have all the glasses disappeared with all the people. This is a Twilight Zone deep cut for everyone out there. Yeah. Well, and I'm curious let me say this too. Just a second ago, Ryan, you were talking about this, and Izzy, you had mentioned earlier this sense of community, and Ryan, you had just said that that's something that's meaningful to you is your and Izzy's relationship. Getting people involved, then how do we let's talk about doing that in a healthy way. How do we create or find a community that is healthy to find, because I think that's something that, frankly, we're all here together, so we've found some pretty cool people, I think. So we're all, qualified to say this. No, how do we make sure that's a healthy? Because many times with addiction, I'm vamping so everybody can think about this, by the way, so make sure you are. So many times with addiction, we have the problem of not great community influence sometimes because of people that might be in our lives, even people we love, by the way, who they might not be ready to be healthy or whatever. So what do we do? How do we find these people?
Engage.
Interwebs.
Engage. There we go.
I mean, but
Izzy bringing it into the theme.
I mean, you can be on the interweb, but if you're not engaging, it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I was afraid of engaging, even with you guys. I mean, and now I'm just like, calling you guys poopy head during trials and stuff. So, but I was afraid to do that engagement, and if I hadn't, I would have never gotten to this point. And I love doing this, and I've loved all the people that I've met, but I wouldn't have done that if I didn't put myself out there, if I didn't say hello or crack a joke or two every once in a while. But also, because I'm now part of all of these different networks, I do have to disengage sometimes, because it gets overwhelming to constantly be in all of these different groups. And I do love all of them, but at the same time, and they also understand, you can't be here all the time because we have lives and we have families and everything, but that's still also helpful. But I wouldn't have gotten here if I didn't engage with other people and be vulnerable and say how I felt and thought about things, even if they were a little kooky. Still,
you wouldn't have found that they have that empathy if you wouldn't have engaged. That's interesting. So there's some of them, but then
it's a risk and it's scary, but sometimes it's obviously worth it.
Well, I think there's that twofold question. I mean, first we asked, how do you find the community, which is enough of a challenge. But then Dwight introduced, how do you find a healthy community? And it's like, well, you don't know until you're with the community, then you find out what they're about.
Yeah, you're a lurker for like 2 years, and then you're like, maybe I can start engaging in this group, because over the 2 years that I've been outside and in groups, people seem okay. Like, I don't know. I guess especially with the fandoms, the perfect thing is like MST3K. Has been my favorite fandom to be a part of, because the people are really great people. I mean, obviously we always have, every group has their kooky ones or just weird ones. So it's like, how did you even get here? Thinking like that. But that's with every group. But for the most part, this has been the most accepting. And I mean, I've been part of the Star Wars fandom, and you can only imagine the dumbasses I've run into.
Speaking of healthy communities.
But that's my thing.
Can I stand up for the Star Wars community? Because I'm part of the
I'm
Star
part
Wars
of it,
community.
and I'm part of it, but I'm not going to envelop myself in just that fandom, because I've met people and have engaged with people who are really kind of shitty, unfortunately.
Well, and I take shots, but I am as well a big Star Wars fan, and so I just think that the toxic flavor of all fandoms is pretty toxic. But go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, but I'm saying, there's good ones and there's bad ones. I hang out almost weekly with a huge group of Star Wars fans, because we get together to play a Star Wars game. So we are all Star Wars fans. And it's a pretty welcoming group. It's diverse. There's definitely different, political ideologies and age brackets and everything across the whole spectrum. But they at least all love Star Wars. So
do they love all of Star Wars?
I don't know if there's anyone.
Nobody loves all of Star Wars.
Yeah. Especially there's so much now, right? Yeah.
Right. There's so much in there, but I think they find something they like about it most of the time. Like, I mean, for example, in this game, I love to play Rose Tico, just to get under people's skin. It's a very unpopular character because of her in the movie, but I'm always pushing and playing her. And
big dummy.
Yeah, just kind of fighting back against it. Hey, we're going to win by saving what we love. It's what I say every week. That's how we're going to win.
I love that, though.
And when I win, I go, you didn't save what you loved, and that's why you lost.
Yeah, and I mean, I just use them as an excuse, because that was one that I was very much in until like a very public like Facebook group, until people started getting weird, and I'm like, I'm going to step away from this. And then it was also like, Doctor Who. And that got kind of weird, but then I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know, guys. Don't try it anytime. I don't recommend it.
Well, this is where, so this is where there's this concept of how much do we create a community? Do we find a community? Either one of those, though, do we cultivate, right, that community, and how much do we do so? I've had Maurice Martin is a big, he's an author and a counselor over drug and alcohol addiction, and he's been on my podcast. But one of the things that he talked about was that when he got out of his unhealthy patterns of addiction for the biggest change that he went through, one of the things was he had to actually create a community. He knew a couple people, and he had to go to people and say, who do you know? And for him, it was friendships and associations with other healthy men. That was really what he was missing in his life, was that there was a lot of toxicity in some of the male examples, masculine examples of his life. And so he just started asking people that he knew and respected, do you know anyone who, and kind of getting this little group together. And it was a group that he'd maintained where so in that case, he was creating the community, right, around a topic and a thing. And by the way, if you go out there and say, let me create a men's community, that is not always an easy way to create and cultivate a healthy community. And Dylan, who's not here, by the way, that Rob wanted to talk shit on, or suggested we should.
Man community? Is that what he was doing?
He has an online community for men to support each other with their mental health and with things that is a very healthy community. And
I assume he at least participates in it. I'm not sure.
I hope so.
He's in there. Yeah, I think he. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure. I think he had a hand in setting it up. But either way, he had shown it to me, and it was one of those where, speaking as someone who runs a psychology podcast and has reached out and investigated many people who say that they work with men's issues in a healthy way, I'll just say this: with that experience, I think I'm qualified to say it's not easy to find healthy groups for men to be healthy together that doesn't have something, some little landmine in there somewhere that you trip over.
Are you saying that the Proud Boys is not an upstanding organization? Because I will not take that, sir.
That's why I never published their interview. I really fell for that one. No, just kidding. But yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, people that would post and I'd reach out and say, hey, would you like to be? I've learned that there are certain topics in related to my theme of my podcast that I have to have a longer conversation with someone before I actually schedule the interview. Let's just say that's one of them. So
right. Yeah. But still those communities grow because there are people still desperate to look for them and
that need a community. And
and while the communities are toxic, on the other hand, they go out of their way to be very welcoming to certain types. And it's like, if that's the only acceptance you've gotten, you're going to buy in, completely.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And when you look at people who have been, and I've known people who have been in those communities or had loved ones that for them, that was like, oh, I get it. When I realized that my loved one, or in that case, if it was themselves, that's where they finally felt empowered and safe. Right. It was like, oh, I have a group and everybody's afraid of us and this and that. And, it's the same thing with a white.
Do so well.
But yeah, get gangs, cults, white supremacist groups. I've met people that have gotten out of those.
They'll accept anyone as long as you buy into their indoctrination.
Right.
So as long as you're willing to swallow what they're selling, the door's open.
I'm sure
the white supremacist group have one other qualifier, by the way. No, just anyone who believes and is white. No, but the other groups, yeah.
They have a lot of non-white
just being stupid,
too.
but that's true. Yeah, we'll get into voting blocks and anyway. But when we do find, though, that's a good thing to bring up. What about it? It's easier to say, okay, this group, obviously, if we see a group that is obviously advertising something unhealthy, but let's just say in a social group or something, we get together, we make friends, we are invited to something, and it takes a turn, right? And it starts to be things that are like, whether they're objectively unhealthy or just maybe not good for me, right? It's difficult to like disengage or rearrange or communicate, or I don't know. There's been experiences with that where you get into either relationships or communities that are like supposed to be, oh, this is part of my healthy enjoyment of my life, my healthy engagement with my life, and then it starts to turn a little bit like it's not working for me. Yeah. Any thoughts about that? Any experiences like that, or thoughts?
I've experienced it. Like, you'll go to board game groups and like you'll just have someone, they're like, oh, they're cool, we're all nerds here, and then someone will say something, you'll be like, it's racist, but is that a joke? Do they believe the thing that they're saying? I don't know. And either way, I don't know the whole thing.
And how does the group handle it? Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, it's a risk. I go to a monthly D&D night, and a part of me is always like, man, I really hope I don't have to run into someone that's weird. It hasn't, but I do worry. And just in general, going out, I worry about any kind of conflict, because I guess that's anxiety. I don't know. I call it being prepared, whatever. But
It can be both.
It's all about degrees.
yeah.
What'd you
You
say,
worry
Ryan?
about if there's going to be some kind of conflict, then I don't want to deal with that. And then you kind of want to talk yourself out of it. But that is one thing I like doing, that I've grown very fond of doing. But I always do have that moment like, man, I hope no one winds up saying something that you have to just look at them sideways. Like, am I going to have to stop coming here?
Yeah,
Well, there's still other groups out there. I mean,
Yeah.
like, there's all kinds of people that are interested in that thing that you found. That's
Yeah.
not going to be the only group that does
It's
it.
just exhausting to have to go and
It is. It really is.
it gets exhausting sometimes. But thankfully,
There
I've been.
toxic elements in almost any group, like we said.
Oh,
It's just
for
how
sure.
prevalent are they in like the leadership,
Yeah.
And what's the
role?
response? Is the response tolerance of intolerance, or is the response we turn a blind eye to something that's unhealthy, or is it more like, hey, is the group's norm and leadership like, let's be healthy, right?
Well, if you're
I
afraid
find
to
most people
speak
just
up, who
sweep it
knows
under
how
the rug.
Yeah, if you're afraid to speak up, who knows how many other people in the group are afraid to speak up, even though they think like you. There could be the one loudest guy who's saying the toxic thing, and if nobody's going to stand up to him, then it's going to seem like that's the group think.
Yeah.
And it may slowly become it too, which is more dangerous too. People start buying into it.
Do you know they've done this is something they found in group therapy and research, and a group think research in organizations. If an idea is mentioned within a group 3 times or more, statistically speaking, most people are likely to think that everybody thought that.
Don't tell me that. I will
think
start.
everybody should.
Well, I'm going to say it 2 more times.
Everybody should put their money into my debit account.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem to matter if it's the same person who said it. Also,
What? That everyone should put their money in my debit account?
It would help, I bet, if it was different people saying.
Wait,
it.
what
I feel-
was
I
that,
feel
Ben?
inclined to put something into his
Number
bank
3, here it
account.
comes. No.
No, that was the third time.
Oh, that
Like
was
the
the third time? Okay.
Like the
Sure,
Beatles
Ben, you
or
just
something.
give me your routing number and
What's your Venmo?
PIN code
Yeah.
and your password, and I'll make sure all sorts of stuff gets to your diff
And your
account.
social security
You got
number
my
for some
PayPal.
reason?
You got my PayPal. PayPal will work.
No, this is something I'd heard about communication, and I could just use the word engagement because of my theme I picked. But the answer to communication problems or engagement problems, the real healthier answer is usually more communication, not less. Like, we pull back when we feel hurt, but this is kind of to that point. If I'm in the group and someone's saying a thing and it's like, I could just bail because this group sucks. Or if it's really just that one, I could go, hey, I don't appreciate that. Is everybody else cool with this? And that more communication, and I'm not going to say in specifics when that's good or not good. Obviously, you want to be safe, and how much you're invested in the group and actually care is important too. But let's just say in that situation, I'm adding communication, not pulling away from it. And oftentimes, adding more communication is actually a better fix than having less communication and disengaging from something, right? There's an analogy I have for that I also read in an article, but I wanted to save the analogy because I worry we might go off on it too much. But the analogy is about Star Wars. I read a review of Rogue One where the reviewer, which is one of my favorite Star Wars movies personally, hold on to that thought. So anyway, the reviewer, he said that when he saw that, and he said it was funny to him because there's this famous plot hole that people make fun of or whatever. It's actually literally a hole with which you can shoot down a torpedo and blow up the Death Star. So people have said for years and years, have joked around about like, well, why would they leave that there? That's stupid. That was in the plans, obviously, that nobody should, blah, 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 blah. Well, in Rogue One, spoiler alert, it turns out the main engineer of the Death Star was forced into it. And so he purposely left. Yeah. He purposely left this weakness there so that someone might be able to destroy it someday. And so this article, basically one of the points he made was, he said it was interesting that the fix for this problem with Star Wars was more Star Wars. So this is where there might be a hot take, but it's like, so somebody thought of that. They took that whatever little joke or plot hole or whatever you want to call it, and they said, hey, I could use this in my story. I could use this to broaden the storytelling and deepen the universe. And so the answer is more. So just make more Star Wars
with the parsecs too.
I don't know if that's age. Yeah, exactly. There you go with Han Solo. By the way, whether or not people like Solo, I thought that was a hilarious little throwaway gag that he was lying about the thing that made him famous in the first movie. Anyway, whatever. I thought because that seemed to match his personality. So, all right. So go off on Star Wars. Ready, go.
Guys, I hate to disappoint, but I gotta leave.
Oh, once we start talking about Star Wars,
I know.
There it is.
I got family issues. Please resume talking shit about me, as I assume you already were.
Oh, we only like doing it to Schlenzo.
It's only fun when people are here.
Thank you. Not at all. How could it be a disappointment? You actually took your time to join. I am so grateful, Ryan, and yeah, just grateful for you being here.
Oh well, thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks,
See ya.
Ryan.
Bye. I always appreciate, by the way, I'll say while everybody's on here, that I always appreciate the support. It's been, I think, the last 2 years. This is the fourth year of doing this stream, and the last 2 years I don't think I've had more than a couple of minutes here and there where it was just me. I've always so I feel very supported by y'all here in particular.
You give us your time. I mean, simple as that. I think that for all our guests, so does Izzy, right? Other people have to give us their time for our show to happen. So how do we not
Same, yeah,
our
I feel
time
the
and
same.
energy back?
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I can tune in for an 11-hour movie marathon on Zoom, I can tune in for this. This is significantly more important.
Yeah, and granted, I may derail it with silly jokes.
No, there's no such thing as derailing if it's filling the time.
Right. Well, I told Ben, I was like, I don't know if I should join. I'm not a very serious person, and it tends to be very serious topics.
No,
I feel that way too.
Ben was like, no,
The second I come on, it's
bring
Hulk
that up.
Hogan. Nothing but Hulk Hogan for like 5 straight minutes.
Right, brother. That's what they pulled me on. It was bait.
Yes,
I mean,
and
you
it
do
worked.
an entire
So, hey.
5 or 6 hour episode on nothing but pro wrestling substance issues.
Gotta cut him off before he gets to CM Punk.
We should.
Straight
Hey,
in
where's my
superstar.
mic mute? Oh. Well, let's
But I
say
mean, interesting
yeah, go
figure
ahead.
though, Ben. I mean, possibly the most famous straight edge
Oh, what did I do?
individual, CM Punk.
Oh, no,
Seriously,
it
though. He is. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
I meant the
talk about
Ultimate
substance
Warrior,
abuse.
of course. That's what I meant to say.
No,
Sorry.
Warrior, totally not. He's got tons of substance problems. But you know, CM Punk's whole thing was is being drug free, and he did become a role model to a lot of people. It would be interesting to see how much straight edge grew after his rise in popularity. I'm sure you knew he was the straight edge superstar, Ben. That's why you brought
I
him up.
didn't know.
Yep.
I just
Drug
knew he
free,
was a ghost
alcohol
hunter.
free. That has always been his shtick. And he hunts ghosts. The man can do almost all of it, except for getting along with his coworkers.
Well, any kind of ghost sighting is much more believable if you're sober, right? I mean, so they kind of go hand in hand. That brought it to a crashing halt. Everybody's really thinking about that one. That was meant to be a toss away comment. Wow, that's a real thinker. I will say,
ghost hunting as it's at least a fun pastime, right? You get out of the house, you go somewhere fun. It's exhilarating.
And now, speaking of art inspired by, which we were speaking of a long time ago, Izzy and her paint group, but art inspired by things. Now, for some reason, my brain zeroed in on 2 words of what you said when you said straight edge grew, when you're wondering how much the straight edge movement grew. So, but now I want to see some fan art of straight edge Gru from Despicable Me. What would that look like? Because
Is he not straight edge?
Because that guy gets high. So
is he the minion boss? He's the minion guy. Okay.
Yeah,
I
he's
really
the
haven't
guy.
seen them because the minions themselves seem so goddamn annoying.
They are.
Yeah. Not to mention.
Oh, we need a
they
Reels
look
of
like
Justice
pills.
episode now.
Not to
about
mention they look
Minion
like
movies.
pills. So if we're gonna go back to, are they getting kids addicted here to these pro pill looking characters?
What?
Because
They
they're
look
shaped like pills.
Yes, exactly.
Are
They're
they
trying to get kids
asexual, by
hooked.
the way? Like, how do these things reproduce?
Well, you
See,
haven't
that's why
watched the
you don't have
movies,
it on your
obviously.
No,
Oh,
I
wait,
thought
no,
like
maybe
Gru
I'm
was
thinking
cloning
of the
them,
wrong
but
movies.
then it turns out the minions existed before Gru, so now I don't know how they came into being.
You're way deep in the lore more than I am, Ben.
This
I
is
don't
what
know all
we
this
do.
stuff about it. Yeah. So okay, so we're gonna once we're off air, we need to set up a episode, one of your versus episodes, where you can do the Minions movie versus I don't know,
I just want to take
Despicable
down
Me
minions.
3.
Just stop there.
So-
Just stop there. I just want to take down minions.
So versus
Ben
Ben,
hates kids
the
movies.
Minions movie versus Ben. Got it. This is a good episode, guys. Patreon firewall. Anyway,
I don't want to take it down. I just want answers more than anything.
I just
How
want
do-
answers on this damn kid movie.
you seem to know a lot about him for having so.
I don't see us ever doing a Patreon because I wouldn't want to decentivize anyone to consuming our content. It's like, you're going to put it behind a wall. It's like, no. If I made this, everybody watch it. It's
I
free.
want everybody to do it, right? That's a good point. What about definitions? I want to ask you guys this. What is the definition of health when it comes to things? You, Rob, mentioned that you would use the seltzer method, that you'd cut down on drinking. But by the way you said, I don't drink as much. I think sometimes when it comes to addiction, people make the mistake of saying that complete 100% abstinence is the only possible goal. And it's one of the ways that we alienate people who struggle with addiction by saying, you're not allowed to. No matter what, right?
Too, because you face burnout and it can be hard. Like now, it's like the right time. If I'm going to go out somewhere and drink socially, that's fine. I think if I'm not drinking at home alone, cool. Speaking on the topic too, I don't know. I've got alcohol here. I find it way easier to stop when it's around. If I stop it because I'm out, then I'm not doing it because I'm out, not because I'm making a conscious choice to go, no, I don't want you. So, I've had a 12-pack of beer in my fridge for 2 years, half, there's like 8 left. I'm not going to drink it then, but I can't buy
I wouldn't
more.
either.
I can't buy more because I have some, Ben. So I can't go out and buy more. I
Go out and buy something good. I don't want
This is the well, this is where what I'm getting into is how do we self-define and how do we determine what is and isn't healthy? Because I know that method works for a ton of people of saying this is here. In fact, I heard a story. I don't know the person firsthand. This is at a conference I went to. They're just talking about somebody whose method of getting away from cocaine abuse was that they hid a small amount of cocaine in a certain place. And they just didn't use it. Said, I'm not allowed to use it. And that's what helps me because I know it's there and I know I haven't done it.
Yeah.
So I have also met tons of people who hear those stories and say, yep, I'm going to do that. And it's like, so, every month I buy one to have for 12 years in my fridge and I start the clock again. Right.
clearly.
It's like on
It's Charles
HBO's.
Narragansett. I'm not tossing it.
Anybody watch Barry on HBO? There's he has a murder addiction, and so to speak, and that they one of the little things they keep working in is that after something bad happens, he keeps saying like, okay, I got a nice clean lifestyle, crime free, starting now, and he keeps saying starting now, right? And so some people fall into that, and that doesn't work for them. They have to do something else, right? So, and having it inconvenient, having it all away is better for them personally. But neither one of those, both of those exist. Right. People love with addiction to put these blanket statements out and say, oh, you fill in the blank person are in denial, or you're not doing it correctly because you didn't do it the way I did it, or you didn't do it the way that this group says you should do it. So how do we find our own goals? Like, how did you find that, by the way, Rob? How did you land on that and say, this is what's healthy for me? Did you experiment
I think it goes back to when I quit smoking, which very easy. I did it about 5 or 6 times. Thank you. But yeah, like if I was like, this is my last cigarette in the pack, so it's my last cigarette, the first thing you want to do is go buy another pack, But when you rip the cellophane off, you knock 4 or 5 out of them, and you're like, I have a pack, but I'm just putting it down there. Like, I can't buy more now because I have some. I cannot go buy more. So as long as that gets me to not wander into the store, I'd be like, I have some at home. I don't need any.
Wow.
Yeah, and I've been quit smoke for almost 10 years and stuff. Probably 12
It's
now.
awesome.
I lost count. And I'm and the dreams have stopped too. That's what's wonderful. There's so many dreams where you're smoking in dreams, or you relapse.
Yes.
I had so many relapse dreams where I'm smoking in the dream, and then I'm mad at myself because I know I'm not supposed to be. And then you wake up and you're like, hooray, it wasn't true.
I don't have to deal with that. Quick shout out. Thank you, Santa the Snowman, for the nice thumbs up for us.
Do you know that? Because I suspected Schlenzo because he loves snowmen
That
so
was,
much.
that was the thumbs up
I'm
for
not sure.
Rob's being insightful here.
I'm not sure.
No,
I don't know who that was.
Yeah,
well, it came in 2 minutes ago, so you were.
No, right when he was doing
maybe
it,
it was when we were talking about your method. So
yeah.
But
yeah, it works differently for other
you,
people.
yeah.
The seltzer thing is something I've heard from a few other drinkers, that especially like the kind of guys who just crack a few beers after work. Being able to replicate that burn, like it's funny when you see, because I bring a lunchbox of like seltzers where I go. Like, you know, when I go play Star Wars, I'll bring seltzers and I hand them out to people, and people are like, and they're doing, and some guy will be like, yes, this is exactly what I do too. No, they know my name. This is back to building community, and it's like, how do you get out there? I just started going out there. Last year, my friends were like, hey, there's a whole new Star Wars game. Do you guys want to start playing? And we just started going to a store, and we all made friends. We were laughing this year because my friend has a yearly pool party, and we had about 10 new people there. And he was like, it's so funny that we're still making friends. And it's like, yeah, it's for some people, it's very hard. I don't want to say it's easy, but like for us, it was easy. I'm the type of guy, when I get into a community like that, I just kind of creep up the hierarchy. I don't take orders well. So
you're all the way up to being Rose now.
Yes, exactly. But it's going into the community and making it what you want it to be. I think, and making it supportive in the ways that work for us.
That's a good skill. I mean, it is. And then you're also helping it to be healthy for other people.
Yeah. If you can, it's like, yeah, you don't have to listen to that jerk guy. He could shut up. He doesn't define the rules here. You do.
Ben?
No. Ben's on this side of the screen for me.
Oh, really? Because he's on that side for me, so it looked like you were.
So who were you pointing? Who were you thinking you were pointing at?
So every time I was leaning over and licking the screen, you weren't getting any of my jokes.
Now I want to know who you were thinking you were pointing at.
It was me.
But yeah, but that's strength too. I know that I have that extrovertedness to me. Like, actually, I was just with two friends yesterday. We went out to the fair, and they can't stand to be in public with me because I talk to strangers. I'm very loud.
I love having a person like that with me.
And they can't stand it. They get so embarrassed, which of course makes it, I'm going to do
funnier.
You're going to do it more.
I'm going to be even worse. I was like, wait, you think I'm being embarrassing now? And it's the total opposite. Like when Schlenzo and I, we also went to the fair, the same fair, but we went the day before. And we are both talking to people, and we draw crowds. And we actually saw a juggler there who had like two people watching him. And I was like, Schlenzo, let's go watch this juggler. Let's cheer loudly, and we'll get a crowd for him. And sure enough, a few minutes later, there's 20 people around, and everyone's cheering and clapping along with us too. It's like, if you go first, people will follow. If you want, you set the standard, you set the example. And I mean, if nobody joined us and cheered up, I wouldn't care. I just keep doing it. Probably worse. I'm not. But
that's probably one of the keys, though, to helping. Right? Is that if you were real worried about it, it would be hard to.
And it's easy with a guy like Schlenzo too, who goes with you, right? Because then you've got, backup.
You got backup, right?
Yeah,
right.
It would be hard.
Or if you like to make fun of the people who don't like you doing it, that's also a form of backup.
Absolutely, yeah. No, one of our
unintentional.
Yeah. I mean, we like going to those kind of things and watching the tractor pulls and cheering way too loudly for certain people. Then nobody understands why we're cheering for those people real loudly, and it's just a thing to do. But I think you set the tone of the community you're a part of. And if you feel like you can't set the tone, then maybe you're not so much in that community as you think you are. And you might have to find another one, like if you lead and no one follows, well, maybe they don't care about you as much.
And then there's kind of the more like individual networking, right? Do I find somebody in a community that is, someone that I have that connection to? Speaking of someone that we all have a connection to. Oh,
No! Are you Santa the Snowman? You could tell me. No, we can't hear you.
Oh no, your mic's not hooked up. So Dylan Schlender joining us as well. We have rounded out the entire Reels of Justice gang. Wow. This is amazing. So
I'm just saying, I've never seen Dylan and Ryan in the same room at the same time. So.
It's almost like they're avoiding.
You've never seen them at the same county fair at the same time?
No, I have not.
Sorry, county or state?
All four of us have never been in the same room. Ben is the only one who has met Ryan in person.
Yeah.
I mean, besides Izzy, of course, but of the Reels boys.
Oh, all right. Isn't that is a funny thing? Speaking of different communities, I'm going to put a plug in for onlineness because people still, and I think it's people maybe around my age and older, our age, however old everybody here is, that look at it and say, oh, internet-based relationships, they're not as good as normal relationships. And I will say, being a podcaster, there are tons of people that I have really close relationships that I've never been physically in the same room with, right? I would say that you guys, there's 4 of you, and I assume you're all pretty good friends. At least however many of you are. I don't know. Oh, it looks like you're muted, Dylan.
I mean,
I'll see if I can unmute you.
I don't like that. And even with my best friend, I'll tell her, and I'm like, yeah, but are they really your friends? And I'm just like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, they are.
Would you be sad if they stopped talking? Then yeah, they're a friend.
Yeah, if any one of you came to Houston and for some, not with, God forbid, I mean, I'm sure nobody wants to do that really, but if for some reason you are all in Houston, any one of you, and you needed a ride, or you were like, hey, I'm going to come and visit and show me around, I would do that because I very much consider all my friends.
My plane is landing.
Yes, I'm available, and I'm going to the museum on Tuesday. You want to join me and my best friend as we go to the Museum of Natural Science and look at, butterflies?
I love the dinosaurs.
Yeah, and I think there's extreme animals there. Extreme! I don't know. I don't know why they're extreme. I think it's for kids to like.
Well, you don't know yet. You'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll find out.
Is it EXT or XT?
Oh,
I started with an E.
Maybe it's not extreme, but they're live animals.
Don't use the E. Schlenzer, would you figure out your microphone
extreme
yet? Can we hear you yet?
Trying.
Yes, I figured out.
StreamYard.
Dylan, just make sure.
I don't know if you can hear us. StreamYard sometimes won't connect to your mic if it's connected to another open program. So if you have Zoom or Riverside or something, you close that. Discord.
Yeah, you can also.
Sometimes that helps, and then if you hit refresh or something. So on this side, it says you're not muted within StreamYard though. So it's a little more behind the curtain podcast for you guys.
Yeah, I had to give it permissions too when I joined and stuff.
We all? Yeah, permissions, and also you need to message your all credit card numbers, not just some. You have to message that in the messaging.
You got to put money in Ben's debit account, is what I heard.
Yeah.
And I think almost everybody here thought that. I think the majority of our group agreed, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So,
but otherwise, Ben Schlenzer and I mean, we've hung out in like New York, and so we've been able to do some things. I would love to get all 4 of us in one place.
I would love for you guys too. Unfortunately, I don't know how much Ryan
will be able to go to California, and he hates
it. He's going to go visit you, so like we just need to crash at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, he'll be here at the beginning of November, so you're welcome to crash. Anyway.
I bet he would appreciate that.
He would
love it.
He would absolutely.
And don't tell him. That's the thing. You definitely,
he would hate it.
You're staying with Izzy. I'm staying with Izzy. What a coincidence.
We can sleep head to toe.
Yeah.
He'd just be like, I hate all of you so much right now. Yeah, no, it's called Extreme Animals Alive.
Extreme with like an EX though?
They're alive?
Yeah.
Well,
apparently shape-shifting, mind
if they're
control,
living, depending on what kind of museum.
More. Basically, it has animals, and then they're talking about their adaptations within nature and everything. But they actually do have some animals in there, like a cute little fox and some snakes and little like lizards and froggies and stuff. All the cute little things that aren't going to kill anybody.
Some of them are.
I mean, maybe they have cool science. That's where I'm going to go. I'm going to find out. I'm going to learn. It's probably a kid exhibit. I don't care.
No, there's usually stuff all around.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
really
that-
love the
enjoyment.
death
You're
by
gonna be with
natural
your friend.
causes. Yeah. It's our bonding time. I love going to the museum. Death by natural causes. I don't know if that's something that does the rounds, but oh my God, the knowledge of how many things in the world that can kill you.
It's almost like amazing anyone's alive, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly,
I'm
it really
happy
is.
not knowing. I prefer not to know.
But it's fascinating, especially like the older things, like the green dye and like clothing that they used to use was poisonous to us. People used to drink radium.
Hang on, I gotta go.
True.
but it was really fascinating, like how arsenic, like things like that, like how it's in like basically apple seeds. It's
Everything.
in all of these things that
Apple
are
seeds, yeah.
around, and you just don't ingest it enough to hurt yourself.
Those
But
things
it's just
terrify me
fascinating.
because we have learned what was so dangerous 40 or 50 years ago. So think about in 40 or 50 years when they
It's
know
dangerous now.
everything was dangerous now. And they're like, oh,
Yeah.
what?
Everybody was
Diet Coke?
podcasting.
Are
They thought
you
they didn't
insane?
get harmed.
Podcasting causes what? Yeah.
I mean, I
Still,
think
it's
about cell phones all the
fascinating.
time. There is
Oh
no
yeah.
there is no study of what 20 to 30 years of exposure to a cell phone will do to you because
Sure.
it's impossible to test. So
Yeah. We don't
I'm
know yet.
gonna-
We'll find out.
I'm gonna hit share screen here while we're talking because I want to run something by you guys, introduce you to something that I found. While I was
Aha!
I knew it. I knew it.
Okay, so you knew it was going to be the British musical Isabel's a Jezebel. No, actually,
No, I knew Izzy was a Jezzy.
Yeah.
Well, let me
It's
show you what this
I've been told that
actually is.
before.
I didn't know it was going to do that, and that's the point actually, because we're talking about finding interest in the world around you. Basically, is the thing I did want to share, and I didn't know about this, but this is called Wiki Roulette, and you just go to wikiroulette.co,
Oh, is
and
this
then
gonna get dangerous?
whoa, let's not
Yeah,
do that one.
well.
My word, never mind. I didn't know it was going to be okay. So you go to the Wiki Roulette. So one of the things that people have struggled with is like if I want to learn something, or if I want to say like Chris Revel, who was here earlier, he said that he deletes his social media apps every weekend so that he has to do other things. Right. So what if I want to do other things, or what if I'm trying not to doom scroll or do something depressing, or I want to find a new hobby or just something to fill time and not get high? So if you go and find random topic things. So right now, the 162nd Turkestan Division, a military division formed in World War II. Now, if you hate that, hit next again. Or if you're not interested in it, And here is a South Korean lawyer, politician, and diplomat. Out of respect, I'm not going to try to do the name because I'm not good with with certain pronunciations. So anybody skilled on Asian pronunciations? Ben?
Yoon Hong Chu.
Yeah.
There you go. I just know that you although he's Korean, not Japanese, but I know that you've been.
Yeah.
So
I'm offended before Ben.
Carbuncles.
Yeah.
Oh no.
All right, now you
no, this is a beetle. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this guy. So this is I would call this an extreme animal, but
I would too. Look at those antennae. It goes
I
like
wonder how
past its
cool this
body.
guy is. Yeah. This is awesome. Now, not to say that Wiki Roulette is the only way to find random topics. I will say though that it's something I didn't know existed, and now I do, thanks to this prep for this.
So was it completely random that Isabel the Jezebel just so happened to be the first thing, and Isabel's actually?
It was.
there?
I opened it up. I just well, what happens is when you open the site, it just goes to something right away as soon as you go to the page. So when I
Is
open
that like
the page,
a
it did do
tarot
that.
reading? It's just trying to tell me something right now. What's happening?
Oh well, it looked like it was a musical based off of Grimm's fairy tales.
Yeah.
So
Which I love, and I didn't know.
which
about
I
that.
had never heard of before. So there you go. Those of you listeners who love and or hate musicals, you can look at it for different reasons. Life
even
Giving,
music.
a music album debut by Australia. Australius? Is that how you say that? Australis? Anybody know them? You guys fans?
Never heard of them.
Here's their
Utah.
cover. Yeah. Anyway, so here's the thing. Like if you did want to do something with your time and find interest in something that isn't just, whatever, the same algorithm, I guess. And by the way, I have no idea how the algorithm might affect with this, but here, if I pulled this up, for example, I could probably look them up on Spotify or something and play their music and see if I like it.
New Age,
yeah,
doubtful.
just something you can learn.
2005. I was 15. Jeez.
2005 New Age. Yeah, that's it. That's checking all the boxes here, isn't it? Nothing again. Maybe they're listening. Sorry if Australia is listening. 1976 in Laos. Here's a list of events that happened in Laos in 1976. This is dope. I'm gonna keep doing this.
Yeah,
the
and
rest of the
especially
time.
I can get into some. I think that is one thing I try to do with like writing my intros for the 80s show is I try to find a subject matter to talk about because sometimes that's easier than just being like, here's a diary entry of my life, because it's just a little easier to write. But I think we even talked about it for when we went over the short. Oh my God, Ave Maria. And you learn about Walpurgis Night, where I learned about the Lady of the Lake, and it's just funny how we were both kind of looking at the same material, yet somehow wound up into two different rabbit holes.
Absolutely, and it was something that ostensibly we were just talking about the final musical number in Fantasia, right? But yet it led to all this other stuff because it's like just because. And here's the thing. I'm fascinated by this as a podcaster because when I know I'm going to have to talk about something and I'm like, oh, and I can't even hit pause because I'm guesting on someone else's podcast. So I can't do it while I'm doing it. Not that they do that, but I have to like do prep all at once and actually read stuff. And so when you read stuff, it's like, I would never have looked any of that up, before, but I did for that. And so now I have this little part of me, and it inspired some different thoughts that we talked about when we were recording of like, hey, we should do an episode about how all the, how modern, the modern traditions draw from paganism and just something like that. Right. That would be an interesting historical look. That's cultural enough to bring onto mind. I don't know if you guys have ever caught on, but my show is purposefully vague in its topics. It's psychology and culture. There we go. I can talk about whatever I want, really. So there's a little behind the curtain for everybody.
Open-endedness.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, it's just an interesting thing to where the world out there is really interesting enough that we never really have to be bored. However, we often can be, right? I that can lead to trouble.
People who would find the wiki roulette boring, though. Like, I don't know if I could read like 2 articles. I couldn't kill 10 minutes doing that.
No. What I do is like I land on something interesting, like some serial killer, and then that leads me to the epidemic that happened in that age, and then that leads me to like you just like use the thread of what you're interested in with the little links in the page.
This is exactly what I'm hoping to provoke here with Wiki Roulette is a discussion of how do you find things that grab your interest if you ever have to actually look, or this is another thing where ADHD comes in handy sometimes. But yeah, what are your guys' thoughts?
I watched that new movie Eden, right? And that definitely made me go down the rabbit hole of finding out all the true story behind it. And watching documentaries into it. But there had to be an Ana de Armas or Sydney Sweeney movie to start that. There had to be an anchor interest for me to get.
So you start on the IMDb pages of certain people. Hi, Dylan. Can you talk yet?
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
should we all tell him that we still can't hear him just to gaslight him? Or should we admit it?
I feel like such a hack. My big expensive microphone's not working on my fancy laptop, so I got to use my work headset like some schlub.
Hey,
I know it's plugged. It's not even USB-C. Oh God. How's everyone doing? Did we do it? Did we?
Are you Santa the Snowman? You can tell us.
Yes, I am.
I knew it. Yes.
I don't know why it didn't switch over because it said it was fine on my account, but whatever. So did we do it? Have we cured the overdose problem?
Several times now.
70%. We're at 70. Oh wait, hold 71. So I just
checked good work, guys.
So you can speak to how good seltzer water is as a replacement too.
Honestly, I got to say that is actually this is pretty funny because Maynard and I
gave that tip to me.
We kind of stopped drinking around the same time. Actually, a few of my friends, we all kind of stopped drinking around the same time, and I found that to be very helpful as replacing that habit of just going to the fridge and grabbing something to drink. And then, of course, fizzy water doesn't have any calories, so you're not getting any empty calories by drinking your calories. So
it's a lot more interesting than regular water.
It is.
Fizzy water.
Yeah. No, I mean, it burns a bit, but like I can chug fizzy water just as well, I suppose. But to each their own, and there are so many great flavors. No, but I found that to be a very helpful way to transition away from alcohol. And I started small too, because first it was just like no alcohol in my house, and then it was like I'll only drink if I'm out socially, and then it would be I'm only going to drink if I'm out socially having a meal, and then it's just gone. So that's pretty good.
So that's a great example. What we were talking about before is the difference, right? Because here's within the same social group in the same time frame. Because like Rob, you were saying that for you it's helpful to have it in the house so that you don't think about it like I'm out, and so then Jill, you're thinking about it like it's actually a bit better for you to just not have it in your pathway at all.
Oh, exactly. I have no talent for moderation, so if I have anything around, I'm using all of it.
But at least you know that.
Charm as well. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you about this juggler Maynard I saw. No, I heard that part.
So he was there the next day too when I went, but he was just starting, and so all I did was walk by and go, "Juggle already!" and I kept going.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, man, that fair was a lot of fun. Yeah,
I bet it would be a
Make
lot of
our
fun
own
hanging out
fun,
with you
right?
guys.
If we went to something boring, we would make our own fun, and we would make our own friends.
That's true. We do
Yeah.
have a way of doing
I'm
that.
intimidated to do that, but it's always nice to have someone. I think like with my relationships, I was with someone where it was like I had to be home all the time because it was just confiding, and like it was like I was under confinement. I very much describe my life as living under a rock. Like I didn't even watch a lot of movies from that time and everything. So getting out of it, it's like I went into a relationship that was a complete opposite. I am still friends with him. That is my buddy, but it's just funny because it was so nice to go from someone who wanted to shield away from everyone, not engaged, to being with someone who's just like, "Hey, you're my new buddy. Let's talk," like all the time. And it's just like, "Oh, good. I don't have to be an extrovert because I have an extrovert with me because I can talk. I can engage in a conversation once it's there, but I feel like I'm too weird to engage in a conversation on my own because that awkwardness comes out sometimes. So it's nice to have that extrovert who just does it for you. And you don't have
There needs to be an introvert adoption service where extroverts just come in, stop around it.
I would have to stop Maynard from taking more in. Like, Maynard, we can't feed this many mouths.
Like an example,
follow me home.
Like it. My friends were embarrassed of me talking to strangers. Yesterday. They don't want it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die," and they'll just walk away.
Oh no. I can. I mean, I guess there's certain days where I'm like, if I'm overloaded, but I wouldn't go out if I was overloaded in general. But if I'm going out, I want to engage with people, and it's really fun to just talk to random people and not have any expectations of anything happening. And then, especially if it becomes a friendship, that's even cooler.
See, I think it's easy because they're strangers. It's like, if I humiliate myself, I never have to see you. I'm never
going to see you again.
I
feel like I have more fun when I go to Detroit because I'm like, maybe I'll see you next year when I visit my family, but otherwise probably not. So later, I'll just act crazy while I'm up here because it doesn't matter.
You know what kind of wraps into this? I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but they say people tend to be the average of the 7 people they hang out with the most, So if you surround yourself with people that you kind of aspire to be, it probably help, So if you have access to those people,
I'm not getting any taller.
I can take multitudes,
but you've gotten a lot stronger, though.
You need even taller friends.
Yes.
They're not tall enough. That's the lesson I'm learning.
Well, actually, I was saying that to Maynard the other day.
You're so tall. All of you guys are tall.
Exactly. I was saying that to Maynard. I said, Maynard, you're not short. It's just that I'm so huge. You forget that you're actually a taller than average guy.
Did you say that with
shorter people? I actually would be taller.
Yes, you would.
Then you would be. I was hoping, Dylan, you didn't mention that before he ever brought up the idea. Maybe that you just kept mentioning that to him every day. Hey, you're not short, and you're like, why are you telling me this?
Yeah, just randomly. Text him randomly. Hey, still. Yeah.
Finding that, finding where to work with that within ourselves, right? And like introvert, extrovert on that scale of saying, am I an introvert who likes being with an extrovert? Am I an introvert who's afraid of Rob interacting with jugglers? Whatever. That's a very specific phobia, but I studied it in graduate school, and now it makes sense for the first time.
Finally paying off.
Does anybody? Is anybody is a decent follow on social media if you're into like TikTok or Instagram Reels or whatever? Troy Hawk. Anybody familiar with him? He's a
Tony's
British
brother?
comedian.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't.
No.
Well, I don't actually. I don't know that for sure. I don't know if they're related. It could be a Woody Harrelson, Matthew McConaughey situation. So there's a deep cut in Hollywood culture. So, but no, he's a British comedian, and you might have seen clips. You might recognize him. He wears like a sort of a fancy purple smoking jacket kind of thing. So he's dressed with a cravat, and he just kind of dresses old school. And what he does is he just walks around, and he comes up with interesting compliments to give strangers. So it's a guy on the street thing to where someone will go by and he'll just say something like, "That color with your hair, that's amazing.
Oh,
Keep
like
that
the
up."
white cat
you know.
calling.
Yeah, it kind of like, and it's an interesting thing. Some people engage with it more than others, and who knows? I'm sure they must edit some of the videos or however they do it. But just however, whatever level of reality is going on there, or it's entertaining because he's a funny guy, and he comes up with ways of saying like, "Oh, you carry yourself like a ship's captain. I'd follow you into a storm," and just
distinguished looking nose hair.
yeah, did things like that to where they're sincerely compliments, but they catch people off guard, right? And so anyway, but it's interesting as we're talking about interactions with people that maybe they're not expecting, or whatever. It's just as an interesting thing to see how people react to, oh, this guy just actually said something. What did you say? Oh, it's nice. Okay. Anyway, just that kind of interaction piece of going with people. So I was thinking of that in particular, but wanted to kind of float this out to you guys. So what about that of we were just talking before you came on, Dylan, of how do you find things? Either they're things to do or things to fill in the gap. If there's a big part of addiction recovery is finding, how do I spend my time? What if the thing that I'm medicating is boredom, for example, and I don't want to relapse tonight. So I need something, whether it's an activity, an interest. We looked at, random topic generators on the internet, and Rob made the great point that it's like some people would find that fascinating and some would find it just boring as hell.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm interested in different thoughts. How do we locate ideas, topics, things to do?
Man, that is a really good question. I could write a book if I had a good answer. But you know what I think?
That applies to so many topics.
I know, that's true. But that's true. I would be able to sell it fine. You know what I found for the things that I've stuck with personally when I've looked for new interests or new hobbies that I've gained? For me, it's when they have a little bit of friction in them, right? So it's something that has a little inertia, something that takes a bit of effort to do when there are easier alternatives, right? So like lifting weights, you actually have to go to the gym, you actually have to do it. Like shaving with a safety razor instead of, like little things like that, or smoking a pipe. I mean, I don't know how much we want to promote nicotine smoking, but I love pipe smoking, and that's something you got to sit down, you pack it, load it, light it,
And
yeah,
all
exactly.
Techniques that you have to learn.
Yeah. So, and then even something as simple as like collecting vinyl, you have to get up, switch the record. I mean, it doesn't seem like a lot, but in this day and age, when ironically we're in front of screens right now, if you have a job like I do, where you're in front of a screen all day, you're on a conference call all day, like it can really start getting to you. So being able to get away from the frictionless world, I mean, like go to the flea market and haggle with someone with like cash. No, like I'm serious. You know what I mean? Like
we do.
Yeah, I know. Mayor and I frequent flea markets and stuff.
I mean, but it's also not controlled confrontation, but bartering is fun. It's kind of exhilarating if you're into that.
But so next time you need something, instead of just going to Amazon and adding to cart, because that's nothing, right? Like that's just boom, you're done. Go out, see if you can get a deal. So I find that any new
people find thrifting to be a thrift shopping to be kind of like that, like what you just said.
A little bit, yeah.
There's a little bit of, especially if you try to find somewhere interesting that has like a for a charity or something, or there's an attachment to it.
Yeah. No. So just add a little friction to your life and things, not things that will cause you consternation, but like if you need groceries, going to the farmer's market instead of going to like, the supermarket or something, like little things like that, I think
I think it's about
Those
breaking
help,
out
yeah.
of a comfort zone. If
Yeah.
you're not happy with how things are going, it'll never change if you keep doing the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Try something different, and sometimes it won't stick and you have to try again. Like as far as like fitness and stuff, I've had to start and stop over and over. With diet too. I would start and I would fail, and I would start and I would fail. But what I realized over time is that every time I started, I was picking up or building a good micro habit.
Yeah.
And what finally worked, and what I realized is, once they all came together, once they were simpler, and I did them all at the same time, on the 5th or 6th try, I was like, oh, they're all happening now, like all at once now. I was doing one thing at first, and it wasn't enough, and then another thing, and then finally they were all so easy to just put together that it so far has stuck. But but you have to keep getting up and doing it, and that's still breaking out of your comfort zone.
That reminds me. I'm sure. I know. I'm almost positive Dwight's read it, and maybe Ben would say he's read it, but probably hasn't. Is Atomic Habits by James Clear, and to Maynard's point, this is something that he talks about in one of the first chapters. It was the guy who was in charge of the French bicycle team, right? And they were dead last. And he looked for what are the 1% changes that are going to give us the most effect. And he looked at everything they did, and he just changed really little things, right? He got them better pillows for sleeping. We're talking really small stuff. And then 3 years later, after doing all these little changes, kind of like what Maynard was talking about, they all eventually snowballed. You kind of had a compound interest of habits, and then they became one of the best bicycle teams in the world, So I think there is something to it. It's starting small. You don't have to do everything at once. A popular saying is people really overestimate what they could do in a week and grossly underestimate what they can do in a year. So if you could give yourself that time horizon and know that falling off doesn't mean you're done. See, that's always the problem too with that I've read about addiction is one of the reasons cigarette smokers don't give up cigarette smoking is because they'll quit for 2 weeks and then they'll smoke and they're like, oh, I blew it. Whereas realizing that having that cigarette 2 weeks into it, that's part of the quitting process, and
it's also 14 days without a cigarette.
Yeah.
What's that,
exactly.
Rob?
Quitting smoking is easy. I've done it 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, exactly, right. And it's what Mary said about fitness too. It's you're not going to, if strength is your goal, you're going to be weaker than you want by definition as soon as you start training. And then you'd be very surprised because everyone thinks about what's the max I can lift, what's the max, and you don't realize how much of a floor you're building now, and so you'll be warming up with weights that people would that's their goal to hit, and you could just do it now, and you're always looking ahead at the next thing. You got to take stock of how far you've
It's a game of inches too.
Stuff.
Today I did half a chin up, which would have been impossible a year ago, even, but especially 2 years ago, completely impossible.
Yeah.
But to even be able to lift myself a little bit like that was something that I would have considered out of the realm of possibility, and you just have to kind of keep sticking up with it. Soon it'll become a full one, and then before I know it, it'll be 2 or 3.
Oh yeah.
There's levels to things. Also, I think that when we look at addiction, is oftentimes a maladaptive coping mechanism. Like I've said, it's a solution to a problem that doesn't work. So if you look at that on a range of coping mechanisms, coping skills, or just the way we spend our time, and if we were to make a big old list of here's the least healthy way to spend our time or the most destructive at the bottom, all the way up to the most healthy, one of the things I think is interesting, because I'm a nerd and think about this stuff a lot, but one of the things that
it's
I
your
think
job.
is exactly one of the things I think is interesting is I've noticed that if people sit around and they say, what are the most destructive, least healthy things that a person could do? A lot of the things they will say will be the same. But if you say, okay, what's the healthiest, the number one at the top? There isn't one, not an automatic one, and certainly not an objective one.
No, it's lifting weights. That's the answer.
Damn it. Now you've ruined my entire analogy. I can't even use that in session anymore now. Thanks a lot. I'll be until we discovered. Yeah. But where do we place
up
it?
to 73% now. Well done, guys.
No, it's number one for Schlenzer.
Oh no.
right? For sure. You know, it's not.
Oh, right. That's exactly
Yes,
right. Exactly the point, right?
Yeah.
Is that it's up there at that number one for you.
I looked
Whereas there's
away.
lots of
I did
people
that
who
time.
won't. Yeah, exactly. So, but anything on a scale like that, if you think about it, I like to look and say the bottom, especially the parts that we could all say, well, that's self-destructive. We all can come up with a couple right now. Ready? No. But if we look at that and say, okay, there's a lot of those, and then there's maybe my personal self-destructive that's layered on top of that. Literally anything above that is not that. I always like to look at it like that. So it's like, am I doing something that is not as good as the thing above it? Well, yeah, but that's the definition of a list like that, right? And so am I doing anything that's not one of those things it's already something that we're doing. We're already engaging with our life to some extent and doing a thing. Now, what do I do above that? And what do I want to shape, right? Does that make sense?
No, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
I didn't follow it. I'm not smart enough for it.
Damn it.
You know what I think ties into that?
3 out of 4.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man. One thing I think ties into that, and I think about this a lot too, is like the content people are consuming. You know, because everyone talks about like doom scrolling just in and of itself being bad, but like beyond that, like if you're finding yourself in a position where you're just consuming tons of negative media, I don't even mean just like you know, like the news or anything like that, but you know, there's some, and I'm not throwing shade on true crime podcasters. We happen to be friends with a few of them, and they're lovely people. You know, but like imagine if that's all you did was listen to true crime, just listening about people getting murdered.
I have.
All day. Yeah, I know. But like
I think after a couple of weeks, I was like, I think I need to change this for a little while.
Yeah, and then on the flip side, if you're able to integrate some positive content and whatever that would be for you, you know, like maybe it would be like like for a guy like Ben, it would be listening to like his Saki podcast, or you know, for me, it's like listening to Dave Ramsey so I can yell at the rubes who are spending too much money. You know what I mean? But like that kind of positive stuff, you know, that can help build motivation. And if you can use your motivation to develop disciplines, because discipline will trump motivation anytime. Anyone can be motivated for a little bit, but to have the discipline to continue, that's pretty good. And so if you've got to make sure you're consuming positive content that gives you that motivation that will lead to that discipline. I could be a pretty good counselor, don't you think, Dwight?
True crime doesn't have that effect on me that it does other people.
Well, I was just using that as like a broad example. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I want to solve it. It's just like it's like the world like has these problems, and I want to solve it. Like it's a puzzle, you know. It's a
I think as I've gotten older, I have an appreciation to see people's joy, and I do want you know, reality is reality, but I want to see people's reality of having joyful moments. And I think when I was younger, I took that for granted, but I like experiencing other people's joy, and I can find my own joy in seeing theirs. And like, I don't have to be jealous of it or something.
Yeah. Like the joy of killing an abusive husband and dismembering his body. And
he had it coming, you know?
Yeah.
He finally had him. So
yeah, there's a certain perspective where that's not all negative, but yeah,
I think we're up the whales again, Dwight. You need to steer us back on.
But I think what Tenso's point is our worldview is informed by what we surround ourselves with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I'm going to throw out this. I'd like to get a take on this. Productivity. I feel like there is a certain focus on productivity that is extremely toxic that we are pushed to have, which is that everything gets better, which is not psychologically literate, for one thing. That's not how things work. You know, they don't get better. There's setbacks and things along the way. Yet making progress in our goals and things is good. But productivity that's the extreme, right? And then of course the other extreme is we don't ever actually make any progress or develop discipline, like you're saying, Dylan. But for me, one of the healthy balances there is trying to say, even if I'm doing something that leads to other things, I want to try to find a way to say, do I enjoy or at least feel good about what I'm doing today? Because if I don't, and it's only to lead me to something else, then it's kind of like what we were saying about like having to monetize every hobby, right? Or every interest. It's like, I'm only doing this because it's going to lead to something else. It's probably not as healthy as if I'm doing it because, I like it. And maybe it leads somewhere else too. That's fine. But I also like or feel fulfilled about doing what I'm doing. What are you guys'
About
thoughts?
not enjoying the journey. Like you only care about the destination, you don't enjoy the journey.
Yeah.
Then it can be harder and harder to wake up every day and continue your journey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Dwight. And actually, it's kind of funny. Like, I think you're seeing the pendulum swing in that other direction, because for such a long time, it was always like, I just read like an article about this. It's called like optimizing ourselves to death. You know, like everyone's like, you have to have a morning routine. You know, you have to do this, have to do that. You know, and it's like making your life so regimented and optimized for like maximum efficiency. But it's like almost to what end? You know, so I think you make a good point about being present in what you're doing. And it kind of goes back to what we were saying too, like what you could do in a year, like taking that long view. You know, like if you look at like the stock market, for example, and you look at like any 1 month, it could look like, oh my God, we lost everything, or oh my God, it's never been this high. But if you zoom out, you see.
Shouldn't be looking at the news, Dylan.
Well, no, this is part of it though. So if you zoom out and you look at like the total market, like it goes up and down, up and down, up and down, but it trends up, and so you're gonna have those days where like that's a down day. But would that have been a down day for you like 3 years ago? You know what I mean? It's so like.
Can I have a down day? Right. There's also that. Do I have permission to have a down day or week or whatever and say, yeah. And I think that we also factor in the division of attention and energy that we have when it's like, if I'm working on this and then all of a sudden I have certain life events can take out that productivity or progress for a year, right? It's this period of time I had this event happen, or whatever the major life event could be. And it's like, that took a lot of my time and energy, and that's okay, right? To that kind of a thing, are we evaluating kind of our whole experience?
Without getting into too much detail, I was there. It was like a good solid 3 years where I look back, I was like, that's like a lost 3 years, but I'm definitely back on the other side of it.
Yeah, but is it
from it?
It's like, it's like, I guess it's not really. Yeah, no, I know. It's like, but it's funny now because you're like, oh, if I could have this mindset that I have now, then, but you wouldn't have gotten here without having been there, I suppose, you know. But yeah, that's a really good point, Dwight. I can resonate with that quite a bit.
I think people put pressure on themselves to like put someone else's solution onto them. Like someone else's solution may not be your solution. Like when it comes to anything like dieting or whatever, you know, like it may not be your thing. If you like sweets or whatever, you know, there's a solution for you, but the one that worked for them where they cut out all sugar might not be your solution. And people like feel like, well, since it worked for them so well, I got to do that. And if I can't do it the way they did, then I failed.
What a great day and age we live in, though, because there's so many candy alternatives, sweet alternatives that have less sugar that you can replace stuff with.
That was an analogy.
But the answers are out there in a lot of ways for replacements and alternatives that weren't in, you know, even 20 years ago. You know, you basically had Diet Coke and that was about it.
Yeah, I know. Man, we just had those delicious ice cream bars that were only 80 calories each, and it scratched the ice cream itch for me. Yes, that was great. They're not a sponsor. You can't say that.
I can say whatever I want.
No, they're a sponsor of this show, not of your. No.
Oh, no.
That's because we don't have sponsors. We don't take any blood money.
I'm willing to take blood money, though, so call me. You know.
Yeah, but only money covered in blood.
Isn't that what it meant?
Literal. Yeah, Dylan doesn't like to mess around when it comes to blood money. So.
No, very serious.
Yeah. Well, and that's a healthy, Rob, you're just mentioning a healthy use of the resources of today. And I think sometimes we don't talk about that enough. And there is a risk sometimes that when we over obsess on the negativity of, you know, here's all the things that we have to be careful of, we also then maybe miss out on the fact that, just like you said, I can find a lot of things that might meet a need, right? Or I can find you know, there's a lot of stuff that's out there. It's just being able to consume in an intelligent or healthy kind of a way. And that's kind of difficult. And you see this with any type of compulsive things, any type of addiction, is we get stuck in this is the automatic thing to do versus let me shake it up and do the different thing. Let me try to get out of my algorithm and look up things, or let me try to whatever.
Like with fitness, people tell you, join a gym. But for a lot of people, that is not the answer. Like going to the
majority.
gym. feel worse.
Yeah,
because
when they
there's
do
so many people
statistical
there
research, yeah.
judging, and Schlenzo and I, we
I'm
built
running
a
on
home
a
gym.
treadmill, and some like fit person just goes on and gets like 100 miles an hour, and I'm like, I'm all right. I'm stepping
Right,
off.
and it's tough, but you're comparing yourself to them, but it's how much longer have they been doing it compared to you?
No,
I used to work out with
down. I've been doing
Schlenzo.
this
I used to work out with Schlenzo, and he lifted a lot more weight than me, and it was like, well, okay, but he's been doing it for so long, that of course he can lift. But if you look, well, how far was Schlenzo just a year in compared to how far I am just a year in? I'm beating his ass. He's way behind, way behind. And that's the kind of perspective you got to think of. But
because
both
I
of us
didn't
built
have
the
the
home
benefit
gym.
of me teaching me. You had the benefit of me teaching you. That's why.
Oh no.
What's the
That'll be
opposite?
a year
What's
in, but a year
the
from now I'll be beating his ass.
Yeah,
what's the opposite of imposter syndrome? No,
they call it Maynard disease, I think.
no, it's really good,
Megalomania?
really good points. And I would say to tag on to yours, Ben, when you just mentioned that, certainly if I'm feeling an intimidation by the person on the treadmill next to me, yeah, I could say, I'll try not to compare myself. Or the other lesson from that could be, this is triggering part of me that compares myself, and I'm not enjoying the gym. And so rather than give up exercising, maybe I'll do something that's not the gym, because that's one thing I don't like about the gym.
That was
Yeah,
one
for
of
me,
my
I
things.
prefer,
If you've got the
going
space
around
in
the
the
lake
room.
myself.
Yeah.
Or
Finding something. I've known a lot of people. Yeah, because the gym thing, not to get lost totally in the weeds, but one of the things that when they do studies on people's fitness and what people do, the majority of people don't go to the gym, and that of course includes the majority of people who have memberships. So what else do we have to say about guilt motivation than to say that literally, and this is something I've heard from multiple people, even just in that industry, the business model of operating a gym is that 70+% of the people who pay you every month are never going to come in the building. And if you don't have that margin, then you probably can't afford to keep the gym open, because it'll be too much wear and tear in the equipment and things like that. So we can count on that guilt motivation to get me to sign up but not go. And so if we can't find something that is meaningful to us,
New Year's resolution.
So you stick it to the man by going to the gym when you pay for a gym membership. If you have a gym membership,
that's right.
Just
take
show
your
up.
gym out of business. Go there and sit on that bench.
That's what happened at Gold's. No, I'm just kidding.
You don't
Anyway,
have to
I don't
lift.
know.
You can just bounce up and down on the bench and add plenty of wear and tear.
I'm not going to work out on it. I'm just going to shake it around.
Yeah, I've paid to lie on this bench.
And then you're making somebody on the treadmill next to you feel better, because they're like, I don't know what the hell that guy's doing, but he's just lost his mind and he's bouncing on that bench.
I love it.
So,
there you go. There's an interesting social media idea. Go to the gym and do it really badly just to make everyone else feel better.
Well, I think you.
Hey, that's a TikTok account, man. You should do this.
I think you would actually have a lot of well-meaning people trying to help you, though. That would come.
Yeah, no, I'm like,
I would be worthless.
No, she's not. I don't get the prettiest girl.
Oh, but then they feel like a bad teacher, so it backfires.
Oh no.
No, but I know a lot of people, because fitness is often a time of focus. I mean, people are going through mental health therapy. They're often also trying to become more healthy in other areas. And one of the things, if we continue within that analogy, people find that if they are not one of the statistical minority who actually benefits from the gym membership, then but they might like bike riding, they might like martial arts and go back and, hey, I loved karate when I was a kid, let me go back and get into that. Or I've known some people that are like, wait a minute, maybe the health benefit I'm looking for isn't really related to my physical shape, speed, strength, so therefore my fitness is just moving around, going outside and doing my yard work in my garden and spending more time in that, because I love that and it gives me physical motion. And I'm not motivated by saying I want to run the mile faster, because it just depresses me maybe, or something like that. So anyway, it's like, trying to find what is
20
that.
minutes than you could, then that there would be. But I do think there's a tie between the mental and the physical. The better you physically feel, then then the easier it is to keep your mind positive.
Yeah, the mind-body connection is real. Hell, if you got a healthy body, it's a long way to a healthy mind.
Or
And
you're
I
just,
think it's the
you're
only
just more
thing.
tired. It's hard to keep good habits when you're tired a lot, and you can be tired when you're not eating right. Even just like, you know, I know that diet's way more important than exercise. Exercise is important, but diet is very important because it's so hard to dig yourself out of a deep hole in exercise.
Well, actually, there's a lot of good research being done by people like Dr. Gabriel Lyons talking about how important having muscle is, right? So it's not even so much losing so people who are slightly overweight but with more muscle are actually healthier than people who are like lower weights but like with low fat but don't have any muscle. So building muscle is a very, very important.
How did they define healthy though? Is it a cholesterol rate? Is it, you know?
I mean, that's a fair
healthier, and it's like, well, that can be a lot of.
Well, no, I'm just saying though. The diet is important. You know, you want to make sure you're at a healthy weight. You know, but building muscle is a very important part of health.
Dare you argue with Dr.
But there's vitamins and nutrients that you do need though.
He's on the line now. I'm going to patch him
They're
through.
both very important.
She's a lady, I'll have you know. You know, actually, so as much as I love talking about fitness,
Gabriel's a woman's name.
Gabrielle.
Gabrielle.
I chalk it up to me saying it wrong. I mean,
setting us up to be accidentally sexist. Thanks a lot, Dylan.
That is his plume.
No, but I would say, as much as Maynard and I like talking about like fitness and health too, we're not trainers, but I would recommend a podcast to anyone out there who's interested. And one of our friends is the host of it, Justin Andrews. It's Mind Pump. It is an amazing health and fitness podcast where they address anything from someone who's never done anything to all the way up to advanced guys. The guys who host it have tons of experience in fitness and coaching. Always worthwhile to listen to those guys. And like I said, us at Reels, we're pretty good friends with Justin Andrews there, one of the hosts. So shout out to him. Great show. I can't recommend it enough for anyone who wants to dip their toe in fitness.
There's a kind of a bit of research they've discovered about that mind-body connection. I had a doctor who told me this, is that the mind actually is contained within the body. That's a funny thing that they found out.
I've heard that.
But
I think mine is like right here.
yeah. That's
I've already carried mine around on a plate.
For some guys, it's lower.
Like those Doctor Who, like the ood on Doctor Who. So
those are hearts.
No, but actually, no. If you think about it, though, it is interesting. Though we don't actually give enough credit to the fact that our brain is an organ, like it's contained within our body, right? And so sometimes I think when we have emotionally hard times, we feel tired, but we don't necessarily recognize it the same way as if we went out and did something like you run a marathon. The next day, you don't go like, I wonder why my legs are sore. This is weird. It must be because I'm a bad, weak, stupid person. That must be why my legs are sore. But yet when we have like an overwhelming emotional, or we really struggle, put it in addiction terms, you know, like maybe I really struggle to avoid relapse, or I do relapse, I'm depressed about it on this, and then maybe, you know, that next week I just feel sore and tired. I go, oh, what's wrong with me? I'm just I have this big lump, instead of being like, no, I ran that was a marathon of sorts, right? Psychologically speaking, and looking at that.
Yeah, man, 700-pound mental deadlift.
Yeah, I do love that point, because, you know, it's so many people think you're just like a mind just floating in a body, but like there's such a deep connection, and like, you know, like your gut health goes into it too. I mean, there's so much that goes into it, you know. It's
almost like everything's connected to it.
Yeah, I know. But Dwight makes a good point though. A lot of people just don't think of it that way.
We don't think of it that way. Yeah. Particularly because
the more work and energy you put into it, the easier it gets.
Which is just wild, especially like being overweight. Like, and I know when people tell me, like, obviously I know working out is good. I enjoy working out. I haven't been to the gym since the pandemic. That kind of like killed everything, which sucks. But also, like, I had found the perfect trainer, and then he moved away, and that made me incredibly sad.
No.
Someone was teaching, you know, like most of the time, sometimes they're like, yeah, do 100 jumping jacks. And I'm like, I broke my ankle. And they're like, yeah, do 100 jumping jacks. And it's like, okay, forget you. Now I forgot where I was going with that. But still, like, it, you know, there's all these things that go into it. And it's just weird how in order to get more energy, you somehow have to expend energy. And
Yeah,
then you keep doing it every day, and you
true.
notice that
Yes.
you grow that tolerance and you get more energy. It's so wild. And it's like, well, I'm so tired and I'm too tired to go for a walk. And it's like, yeah, but if you go for a walk, you're going to get more energy. Was it just, it feels so ass backwards, but you do.
Yeah, when
Like,
I
you wear it
started
out.
my daily walks, I could do like half of a cycle, and that's what I did for a couple of weeks, and then it became a long, and
A
I
little
just
bit more.
steadily grew it over
Mhm.
time to doing more and more, and then it all gets easier. It compounds. It's those mini habits that compound,
Mhm.
but it has to start somewhere. If you're going to build a snowman, you got to start with a snowball.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the only way that it's gonna end up building up. So you've
Yeah.
got
By
to.
walking all day, where does it end?
Yeah, I didn't wake up eating habanero sauce on like 2 meals in my day, and and it
Exactly.
just
Now
be
you're speaking my
normal.
language. Izzy
Like,
gets me.
man.
but I'm just saying, like, it's not like one day I'm just like, yeah, I'm obsessed with ghost pepper. Like, it was these little tiny steps of eventually my tolerance went up, and now
Mhm.
I'm just, people are like, hey, how hot is this? And I'm like, no, don't ask me. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know how hot it is for you. I'm so sorry. And
For
I've
mortals
heard,
like you, I don't know.
unfortunately, but at the same time, I'm like, my tolerance is different, and I don't want to hurt you. I've hurt people on accident before, and I just don't want to hurt you.
I think that's such a good point too, about like how you have to expend a little energy, but then you get so much energy back. And if you give yourself permission to say, like, if you're going down to work out, like, well, I don't feel like working out, I'll just do one set, and if I still don't feel like working out, I'm done.
Yeah.
Or I'll just go out, I'll do one lap around the track, whether you're running or walking, and if I'm still not feeling it, then I'm done. And every time I've personally felt like that, and I've again had the discipline to go do it, I would say 90% of the time I end up doing the full workout, or I end up doing the full laps that I had planned. Every once in a while, though, like,
First step's the hardest.
yeah, every once
Yeah.
in a while, though, you do hit that one set, and you're like, you know what? No, I was right. I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
And that's the key.
No,
I
it's
think
just not
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
that's a key to that technique. I think of is you give yourself permission. You accept
Mhm.
that I don't have to do this today. It can't be a fake. It's not like, oh, I'll fake out and I'll still feel like a
Yeah.
failure if I only do one. It has to be like real legitimate permission you give yourself.
And it's when I did start that, Dwight, I was using it as more of a trick. Like, I am just tricking myself into doing it. But then as you get more experience, and like Manny was saying, you build up that compound interest, you realize if you miss a little bit or you're a little off from the exact plan, it's not that big a deal, because it happens less and less frequently the more you're sticking with it. So even if you're doing 3 inconsistent workouts, like, that's still really good, and then you zoom out for the whole year, you only did what, like maybe 10 inconsistent workouts over a whole year. That's not bad at all.
And so, and I have been making sure to mention this periodically throughout, because one of my main messages today is that engagement does not equal success. Like, engagement that pulls us away from compulsive stuff and addictive stuff. Engagement means I'm watching and accepting and dealing with what's real instead of escaping completely from it. If I take breaks, I take breaks. But in avoidance on the unhealthy end, at least addiction. So I can look and say, actually, you know what? I didn't even do my goal of just one, or I didn't for 3 months, or I didn't whatever, and whatever the goal is, or I reset to green Tabasco. I was trying to pick a low spice level there for Izzy. How did I do?
Oh, very good on
one?
eggs.
What'd you
Also
say?
perfect.
Yeah. Oh, I love green Tabasco sauce, actually, but it's not the highest, right? On the
No.
on the Schofield level. No, anyway, but yeah, Scoville, is that what it is?
Scoville. Yeah.
Scoville. My bad. Well, it was Schofield before Ellis Island, but anyway, so they. But can we look at look at something without it like overwhelming and taking us down, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah. I wanted to ask Izzy. I did want to ask you something about that. Did you find building up on spiciness stuff? Was that a goal that was like, I really want to get into spicy stuff, and like you like it, or was it just, I like hot sauce, I'm gonna try this one, and then you kind of went from there? I'm just curious.
I enjoyed the pain.
Yeah.
It was a bit distracting from. Unfortunately, the time when I was getting into hot sauce is I was I should have known. Whatever, but there was a lot of emotional pain happening. So hurting myself with hot sauce was probably the best outlet I could probably find, I guess. I don't know. But it was nice to cry, and especially like at work or wherever. And it's just like, are you okay? And it's like, it's some really, really spicy stuff. It's fine. Like, and using that as an excuse to get out these feelings that I was hiding from probably, but now I just like to eat hot stuff, and now none of that really makes me cry anymore, which makes me sad because I still like chasing that high. I still want to cry. I don't hide from crying as much as I used to, but I still want it.
You shouldn't succeed too much because then all of a sudden there's no more, no more dreams to chase.
I have to lower the tolerance again.
Alexander wept for there was no more hot sauce.
That's the one. I was trying to think of it. Rob got there first.
So they come up with a new pepper.
I did a hot sauce thing though, but it was a conscious journey. It was around the time the pandemic started. I'm like, I'm just gonna start sneaking in these more ghost pepper sauces because I was always kind of a Tabasco kid, always the hottest salsa. But now the sauce stuff is so insane.
Oh
right?
God, it's so
I'm just like, it's such a high mountain, but it would be interesting to see how much higher I could climb. But once you can start getting into extract stuff, I'm uninterested. So I'm
wait until all of us get to go on Hot Ones as guests.
Oh no.
We're gonna make our own hot ones.
I don't want to look like
I would do fine on hot ones, because I've had all those hot one sauces. Yeah.
I hate the bomb though.
The bomb's supposed to.
I was gonna say
the bomb is terrible because it's made
like.
with. No, the bomb's the one made with extract, so it is bad.
It's gross.
But
it's just gross.
Their Apollo sauce that they claimed, that was the one they did as the last drop, which is actually just super tasty. I really liked that stuff a lot.
Yeah, see, I'm a flavor over hot. Yeah, exactly. If it's got flavor, that says a lot. So if you get both, hey.
The
but
Apollo had like an apple cider vinegar style. It was good.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Great on pork.
I was going to say we used to have the gold fever sauce, right? Yeah. Okay.
Let me ask. So, Izzy, your answer was way, way cooler and better than I expected, because I was just going to make the point that if you're doing something you enjoy, then it helps, right? To then it becomes something, and that's true. But to your point, you were actually engaging in this. It was also a way to deal with some emotional pain that you're going through. Now, to me,
it's more socially acceptable to eat really spicy food than it is to like cut yourself, especially when you're not in a state where you're suicidal. It's just you liked the way that felt.
But is it still self-destructive?
And it's not well, that's the point. Is it self-destructive? Is it any more self-destructive than if you're just doing it for fun? Because you just mentioned, you know what I mean? If it's like, oh, I like hot sauce, I'm gonna try some more.
Yeah.
And you're still doing it, and it's not the kind of thing that you'd be like medically. Oh no! Well, I don't know which ones I should get, but anyway, is it the kind of thing to where you're like medically, this is bad for me in a way that is self-harm, right?
Yeah.
Is it, or is it just kind of that friction that Dylan's talking about of like? So, to me, it sounds potentially healthy. How do you feel about it? Looking back at it,
I mean, I was chasing it for a long time there, but I think eventually it got to a point where I myself in my personal life started making better decisions. So the hot sauce was just kind of recreational. It wound up becoming a recreational fun type of thing. But it wasn't until much later I'm looking back and I'm like, why was I partaking in things that were kind of like hurting myself essentially?
Some people though,
it's hurting yourself that you can put down, right? Because there are negative habits that are addicting. I mean, anything can be addicting a bit when you do it all the time, but that's like a routine or a rut. And then there's things that actually alter your body's chemistry and you can't go without. And so I think if you're going between hot sauce or heroin, I think we all say that hot sauce is better. When the time comes to put it down, it will be easier and you'll generally be the same person. Might affect your gut biome a little bit, but probably for the positive for the most part.
What about green Tabasco heroin? Excellent. No, that's actually I think that's an excellent point you went out, Rod. In fact, even though this can become everything can get out of whack, I guess, but there are people who use coping mechanisms to stay away from self-harm in the form of damaging one's body on purpose or whatever. Some people actually will use things that are either uncomfortable or even a little painful, but are not long-term damaging to the body. So
Yeah.
like, for example, some people will hold an ice cube until they can't hold it anymore and drop it. Now, if you do that in certain ways, it can be damaging to the body. But if you just
Yeah,
are
don't
holding
use
an ice
dry
cube,
ice.
yeah, don't use dry ice. Don't
No,
put salt
don't
on
do
it.
that.
You know, yeah, there's things.
No
But
salsa.
if you but to me that sounds like that could very well, and it's your subjective judgment, of course, of how you feel about it as a coping skill. But it's funny that it has stayed around and is something that adds to your life instead of detracts from it. I think it sounds like that's interesting to me.
Yeah, I just like the flavor now. But
Yeah.
do I still every once in a while like if something's so hot that it'll make me cry? I'm like, yeah, that's the good stuff right there. And they're
Well,
like, are
some
you sure
people-
you're crying? You're like, and your face is red and you're sweating, and it's
The
like
tears of joy is what they are.
It's so
like,
good.
yeah, I'd be sore if I ran a marathon, you know.
Yeah,
Once again,
I'm so euphoric right now. Like it's so great.
I think that we got another comment from
It was
Santa
me.
the
Still?
Snowman.
But Dwight, now I think you're gonna have to promote some sort of therapeutic hot sauce. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, I like this. I'm gonna have
Oh,
to. Yeah. Of like,
something
okay,
something
There's a
broken
certain
brain hot sauce.
demographic
so
that would
hot.
the
eat
hot
that
ones
up.
of therapy.
How many
you know?
men get into eating hot sauce just so they have a reason to cry?
I do
You
think
know what?
that
This is it.
I-
I've never thought about that.
Well,
Yeah,
a
and
lot of men feel not safe to cry, which is unfortunate because it's a normal emotion. But a lot of men are raised in that environment where they're like pussies or something, which is just stupid, you know.
I don't think I've seen men, like really anyone actually cry from hot sauce. I've seen panting.
it's
but I've never seen someone
like a
in so much
natural
pain that they're
reaction.
crying. I mean, yeah, your eyes might
The
water,
natural,
but
yeah, but not
you're
really
not supposed
because
to put that close to your eyes.
Or sometimes laughter, and when we use humor as a diffusing mechanism or things, you ever laugh so hard that tears come out, or just you have strong emotional reactions, it's a way to access that maybe too. What's that, Rob? You hate what?
People who use humor to to cope with their problems.
Yeah, right.
could never be me.
Yeah.
And well, I will say too, while we're just as we touched on it, I don't know if you were watching, Dylan. Speaking of men's mental health, I plugged I mentioned, I didn't actually tell anyone where to find it, but that group that you introduced me to, I can't remember if you created it or not. That men's,
No,
it's one of the most / only. There's only a small handful of men's male focused groups that are healthy out there.
Yeah. So the group that Dwight's talking about, it's a Facebook group. I'm not a moderator on it. It was started by a friend, and he was actually my fitness coach for a while, Jay Ashman. It's called Men in Unity on Facebook, and it's actually a very positive. I hate saying safe space because that's kind of lame because we're all pretty jack dudes in there, but it is a safe space, you know. Where so if you're a dude,
So you wouldn't want to be safe, right?
Yeah, exactly. These are the toxic. See, it's totally toxic free, but we're not a safe space, brother.
Yeah, I know. No. But
I want to backpedal from my earlier. No, I'm just. Go ahead.
No. It is so it's a Facebook community. Like if you want to get in, I can get you in. Of course, the only requirement is that you're a dude, and yeah, it's a great place. Yeah, sorry, Izzy. It's a great place. Like where people in there, like they vent about their problems. You know, like some people are going through some really heavy stuff. Some people aren't. You know, sometimes people just like sharing their wins. You know, and it was So I haven't been as active on Facebook lately because again, my no talent for moderation. I just scroll, engage, and things like I'm very vicious in comment sections and stuff. I gotta not be in that world sometimes, you know. So
yeah, one of the things for me is, speaking of comments, though, that's actually one of the ways when you introduced me to it, and I was like, okay, I'll try it, mostly because you recommended it. As I was telling everybody on here earlier, I have sought out guests who are involved with men's mental health groups, and I've learned I have to screen them pretty well because eventually, it'll be like, oh, here's all the things about the, men's issues and this and that and the modern man. And then all of a sudden they'll start just like bad mouthing women. And I'm like, we weren't even talking about women. I didn't ask that. So anyway, when I did though, what I do is I was watching those comments and sure enough, when the first like thing comes along where someone's like, I'm having this, and it was like a relationship issue point, I was like, okay, let me read those comments, and they were all very healthy, and it was obvious that anything that was going to be unhealthy or toxic was not going to be tolerated. And I was like, oh, that's good, because that takes work to do that. People be, once again, going back to the idea of being addicted to cruelty or addicted to lashing out when we are angry or confused, and so but trying to do the healthy thing instead. So that's really a cool thing that exists.
Yeah, and even if you do have disagreements about approaches to things, like I've had a few debates on there about various issues and various ways of approaching issues. Yeah, I know, right? No, you would never guess, right? Like I can't help myself, but they're all very But the thing is, though, they're all very respectful, and we're all coming from a place of we all want to make sure like we're moving in the right direction and everything. It's like no one's just saying like, oh, that's stupid and you're a wuss. Like you don't get stuff like that.
Ramsey is a hack.
Yeah. How dare you? I mean, he is a hack, but that's one of the reasons I like him so much. But
I love that.
But when you do hit that toxic stuff, it's about gently correcting rather.
You
push people away by just disagreeing. Like, we don't do that here. They won't. Then they shut down. They go somewhere else, and they take those toxic ideas somewhere else where they're welcome.
Yeah.
Right. Is there a teaching or mentor capacity to that? Right.
I try to teach Maynard every day. He keeps getting more and more toxic. I'm hanging it up.
It's because you keep feeding me hot sauce.
I think I think that might be a long-term bit that he's doing to you. I'm not sure.
Me?
I keep telling him
he's only toxic around you.
I don't know where the bits begin and end anymore.
I think we literally say that like 2 days ago. We were talking. It's just like it's all one bit at this point.
The desert of the real beneath. But it's I've had similar things like that in friendships where there's like a political divide, and there's got to be a gentle way sometimes to correct. Otherwise, you're not changing hearts and minds, right? You're just isolating. You're just creating more tribalism. So it's got to be like a welcoming, like, hey, I don't think it's that way, man. Like for this, but not villainizing that person, because very few people deep down are all that bad. They all think they're doing what's best for themselves and others, usually.
No, I think Ben is a super villain, though. I'm looking at he's got the cat in the lap and everything. I don't know.
I don't know about a super villain.
Hey,
so how about
super to me?
Good enough for me.
Wow, not even being classified as a high enough villain. Wow. You were a pretty good.
I'm right beneath.
you were a pretty good villain in that. We did that RPG game for the podcast.
So mad.
Where you really got everyone mad.
I should say, no, I was the hero. I was the vampire hunter. You guys were the villains.
Actually,
it's all perspective. It's true. You guys are trying to save the vampire. Either way.
What are all these monsters doing here in this cave? They live here. Oh,
this is their space. Oh, speaking of monsters and fear, this is I'm good at segues. I wanted to touch on in the last. We're within our we got about 20 minutes left in the thing today. So we're there. We're at 78% now. So I wanted to ask though, one little caveat. We've talked a lot about how to evaluate ourselves and not judging ourselves too much and things. So with the topic of engagement and avoidance of life, what about times where the engagement isn't just frustrating or inspirational or goal directed? What about when it's really scary? I'm curious if anybody has thoughts about this, about what about when I look at something and it is that thing in the corner that I just don't want to look at. How do have you found ways to get ourselves to engage or face that, to find either courage or support, or when it's, it's not just, I haven't gone to the gym in a while. It's more like, oh, I have this major problem in my life, because addiction oftentimes is covering that up, right? To say, I've got a major health problem, mental health problem, relationship issue, some big thing. How do we face it? How do we get ourselves to be brave?
Man,
I think you got to look in the mirror and realize that the addiction's making it worse. Like if you're already broke, getting a lot of substances in your life isn't getting you any less broke. You're making the whole worse. So it's about that. Putting in a little work gives you more energy. Putting in none gives you less. And it can be hard to take the first step, but learning that the second and the third and the fourth are easier. So it's just trying to take that first step. So whatever's going rough in your life, drugs, alcohol, they're not going to improve any of it at all. They're just going to make your problems that you're trying to avoid be even harder.
And then we got to navigate the pitfall of shame that ties into that, though, right? It says if we're heading down that road, we don't want to fall into see, I'm making it worse because I'm a piece of shit. It's like trying to then, you're talking about taking it hopefully in a more hopeful way of saying, like, I can actually do something else and it'll go better, rather than making it.
You'll probably succeed at making it better without the substances, I would say.
Right.
Man.
Yeah.
That's such a good question, Dwight, because I'm thinking about the time in my life where I was hiding from a pretty big issue, and I think about some of the friends that I had. So if you're going into an issue with some good social capital, it can definitely help. I think about if you guys know the biblical story of Job, like God let the devil take everything away from him, and
Job, if you're nasty.
Yeah, right. And he finds himself broke, penniless. He's a broken man, covered in pestilence and boils, because the devil could do all the bad things to him except kill him, was what God said. And when Job's friends found out the condition he was in, they went to him and they grieved with him, but they were silent for 3 days, right? If you've ever heard the phrase rending the cloth, that's what they did. Like they ripped their garments and things. And I had a friend who was like that. I mean, again, not to compare myself to Job, but I had a friend that was like that.
Much more like
during it. Yeah, right.
I didn't think you were till you said that.
No, I know. Kidding. But when I was going through this, I did have a friend that was like that. That was just there. And then once I kind of was over the garment rending phase of this part of my life, I had another friend who loved me enough to basically just ask, like, what are you doing? Like, why is this still an issue in your life? And if you have to have someone in your, for me anyway, like, I don't know if I could have done it just internally. I think I did need that kick in the pants. I think I needed this guy to be in my life, to love me enough to say, why are you still doing this? Like, why is this still a thing? And it forced me to really think about it and to really address it. And I was like, yeah. And because when you have someone else from the outside look at it, it looks so easy to them. Like, how many times have you solved everyone else's problems, right?
Oh, yeah.
When you I was all the time, right? And then
hitch.
Exactly. And then
my problems are the hard ones.
Yeah, exactly. So
for my problems.
When he said to me, and then I took that first step that was so scary, and I like to analyze things, so I had this paralysis by analysis, and I said, no, I'm just gonna do it, like, write down the list. I'm gonna do this, and then the ball started rolling, and you started getting the momentum, and I came out the other side like, oh, that wasn't as scary and as bad as I thought it was going to be. I let it linger,
especially not
long,
compared to the status quo that we're in before making a change.
Oh, yeah, sometimes. Exactly. So I don't know how you get there yourself, and I mean, not to be, I don't want to get too religious with people. I know it makes them uncomfortable, but, I had another moment in my life after that where, I'm convinced I felt the Holy Spirit move through me. Then it stopped me from making a terrible decision. And it put me on the path that I'm on now. And I have never been happier. I've never been more successful. I've never felt more blessed, so I know, like, people probably don't want to hear a religious answer to that too, but if
it's something that speaks to you, and that's the whole point. Is if it speaks to you, right? Yeah.
And so even then, I would then say, like, I didn't do it internally. I would say the Holy Spirit moved me. But if you don't believe, you would say I somehow did it internally, But man, yeah, just to find a way to do it yourself without social capital, I don't know if I personally would have been able to do it, So not to like end your question on a depressing note, but I do think you need people around you to love you enough to tell you the truth.
I don't think that is necessarily a depressing, because I think you can try to operationalize that in a way of saying, then if I don't have those people, where do I find those people? Even if I start with someone who's a support group, that or a therapist, or or reach out to or you ask somebody else, and kind of that idea of hanging out with people that are successful at something and I'd like to be more successful at, right? That somebody had mentioned earlier.
That was me. It all comes back around.
What?
Those people pointed out a strength you already had. It was internal to you. You were unaware it was internal to you, but they just made you aware that you could do it. And then
you just see that push. Yeah.
But yeah, as like any solution, like we've been talking about, what works for me might not work for other people. So, if religiosity is something that helps you, that's great. But I could definitely understand why it wouldn't work for many people. And I don't know what people in your field feel about like AA, Dwight, like with the whole God kind of being a mandatory thing. And then you're not strong enough to do this without God, kind of attitude that the program has.
Yeah. Well, I will say, and I've talked a lot about this on lots of different episodes with people, and I've had lots of guests who are very into and have had a lot of success with 12-step communities, and I've met many clients. I also will say, though, to be honest, there's a lot of pros and there's a lot of cons to that culture, and some people do find that the expectation, but I always find that it's how these things are defined, because depending on the group you go to, a lot of times they'll say a higher power, and they really just mean God and traditional religion. Then there's people who are like, they actually mean like what they actually mean. And some people use this terminology, which is something outside yourself that matters to you. Right. And that is a one way to look at it too, whether that thing is a religious, divine kind of a faith experience, or whether that is just, it could be anything. It could be your kid. It could be society. It could be Mike Lunsford was on earlier, and he was talking about the idea of
Mike Lunsford?
Mike Lunsford from the Great.
I'm kidding.
Geek
I don't know him.
You know him? Oh, okay.
No.
Well, we're all podcasters, so I don't know. There's all the. He might have been on. He should be on your show, actually.
Hey,
I'll hook you guys up. Yeah, I should hook you guys up.
Very good.
Yeah. He does a great pop culture analysis with actually he and his other two co-hosts. You'd get all three of them. So,
but what I worry about is
anyway,
when you look for something external, what do you do when that external thing's gone?
That's it. So that's where I think there's this balance. And that's where I was going, is trying to find something external beyond myself. There's a great secret, is that if there's nobody else out there, then nothing else out there that matters, then it's very hard to motivate ourselves. And then on the other hand, we also though need to have some kind of internal, because external, especially, we're talking about relationship with other people, they're never going to be perfect. And so they're always, if I invest all of my reasons for healthy living into the fact that Ben thinks I'm cool, and then one day Ben is having a bad day, and he doesn't.
I thought you were Dwight Schrute. Oh my god.
You're which Dwight? Oh no. Yeah. So let's say
Ben gets hit by a bus or something and he's gone.
Right, and Ben, right. Yeah, he's abducted by aliens, and then or he has an off day socially, which for Ben is off day is that he doesn't text me back for 10 minutes instead of just 2. So and then I'm like, oh, he's abandoned me. So what do I do?
Well, if I can interrupt
at
real
that
quick,
point, right? That's a good question.
So Maynard's point about what happens when the external thing is gone. Again, though, that's motivation. So hopefully you've had enough time to build up those disciplines, and that's where the internal part comes in. Is
if they give you the first step, like
exactly,
that first step is the hardest, and they can help you with that first step.
Exactly. So if you get that external nudge that helps build the motivation, and if you have a mind to discipline, again, I said it before, but I'll say it again. People overestimate what they could do in a short time and underestimate what they could do in a long time. Yeah. If you have the long-term mindset, if that external part goes away, but you still have that discipline, because all the discipline will always be internal. Like that has to be.
Well, see, but that's the point. Yeah. Eventually, it has to become an internal, right? You can't rely on external forever. The people who are, it may work for people that they go to the meeting week and week and week out, but one day the church blows up and there's no meeting. Are they in the bar that day? You know,
God, I hope not.
if they never
The whole meeting just moved across the street to the bar. It's terrible. No,
but if they never learned to continue taking their steps themselves.
One important piece of this is the relationship. But if we look at it and say, am I taking an internal approach or an external approach? Or am I taking as much as possible a diversified, multi-pronged approach to my health, right? And this is why I like to use the word health instead of the word sobriety oftentimes, because sobriety I feel like is a narrowing definition, whereas health is more inclusive, right? Am I living my healthiest when it comes to
and have some level of
right
intoxication, you know, in moderation?
Yeah, exactly.
Right times, you know, what works for you.
So when you build up those kind of internal resources to say, as I heard someone put it this way, I was in a treatment place and there is she wasn't a therapist, it doesn't really matter. She was a treatment professional, just talking about how she was in her family when she was going through staying away from methamphetamine abuse, right? And that there was time after time where she would find it in the laundry because somebody would just leave something in their pocket, or
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, you know, or when you go to the laundromat and you look through everyone else's and there's none, that's even worse.
Yeah, or you go
wait a minute,
and they put cocaine in your candy, and you're like, come on.
Well, you said it. There's a lot of replacements for candy. No, so but she said that she knew she was at a better point in her life when she found some family members' stuff that got left in her house and she threw it away. Right. She didn't use it and she didn't sit there and think about using it for a long time. She said, I threw it away. And I knew I had turned a corner inside myself, right? To where, and that came from a lot of work and all that. So you have the internal work you do. And I did want to plug one other thing though, about the external and the relationships. This is why it is good to diversify and be around and have as much of a healthy community in your life as possible, so that it's not all on Ben texting me back within 5 minutes. And when he texts me back 12 minutes later, I've already relapsed. Thanks a lot, Ben. And it's his fault. No, just kidding. But to have actually, you know, if Ben's your friend, you're probably good off. But anyway, if you have multiple supports in your life and multiple places where you can go and people that you know, it's like I'll throw out here's a reference probably everyone in here will get, since we're all movie folks, is that movie About a Boy. If you remember the whole premise of it, if anybody's seen that, is there anyone here who hasn't seen it?
I gotta go on a tangent. I think about that movie all the time because Hugh Grant is rich in that movie because his father wrote a banging novelty Christmas song, and he lives off the royalties. Yeah, and it just inspired me, man. If I could write the next huge novelty Christmas song and live off one song, and that's actually what inspired Santa the Snowman. So it actually goes back to About a Boy.
Grandma got run over by a reindeer again.
Yes, exactly. No, it was like Santa's Rocket Sleigh or something.
Yeah, it was Santa's Rocket Sleigh in the movie.
Yeah, no, I think about that movie all the time, but probably not for the wonderful reasons you're going to bring up.
Well, it is, it's a weird little gimmick that they have about that character, but it's a really good way that they use to show that all of his needs are met and more, and it's completely empty, right? Because it's not healthy.
Because it's his baseline too. He was born into that comfort that many other people are still striving for.
Yes.
He takes it for granted.
Yeah.
Well, though. He talks about how it destroyed his father because his father spent the rest of his life trying to write a better Christmas song and never got it. So like he actually is a little more self-aware than that.
Well, let's focus on this one line.
Okay, yeah.
No, it's actually two lines. It's said twice by Nicholas Holt. Is that his last name? Anyway, is that right? Lex Luthor? Yeah. Anyway, Lex Luthor, when he was just a little kid and was in this movie. Anyway, he has they do this great dueling monologues between Hugh Grant's character and his character, right? They have these different monologues going through the movie. So you have these internal monologues of these two people. So he says this it's within the first act of the movie. And then I believe it's I think it's in the very, I think it's the last line actually as well, is where he says this concept of when his mom is suicidal, going down this path of self-destructiveness. It's just him and her. And he says, I realized that in my community or in my family, 2 wasn't enough. We needed at least 1 more for backup. And then at the end, where, spoiler alert, people are happier at the end than they were at the beginning in this movie. So there's him and, and the romantic interest of Hugh Grant's character, and then her kid, and then his mom, and then a friend. And they're all having, like, I think Christmas or dinner together. Hey, it probably was because of Santa's super sleigh. But anyway, so they all are there. And then the final line that you hear in his head, right, is that we all have backup now. Right. And so there's a concept of like diversification of who in my life, I can't put one thing or all my needs on one person or all on myself. Right. It's nice to have that, and to be able to find it, as we were talking about in the community building, is a good thing. There we go.
Tie that back to pro wrestling, if I can. I think often of.
I bet you can.
Of course you could. I don't doubt it.
I think often of like Chris Benoit, who had so many substance problems, and they said that the guy he really leaned on was Eddie Guerrero for so many years. Eddie was his anchor and his rock, and was kind of keeping things together. And then Eddie dies out of nowhere, and Chris's life spirals out of control. He was kind of Chris's only lifeline, and without Eddie, he just, obviously everything got much worse. But if he had had more people that he could have leaned on, he wouldn't have lost his whole support system. In one fell swoop, he lost his support system, and that was obviously bad.
And not to get even more maudlin, but I was actually just reading an article too that the percentage of Americans who report having 0 close friends is up to 12%. The last time they did this research, it was 8%. And it spiked during the pandemic because it used to hover around 4%, and now we're all the way up to 12. So there is kind of a crisis of friendship. I forget the name of the guy who wrote the book in the 90s, Bowling Alone.
Some of that is probably working from home and stuff too. Like,
like it could be. It's not necessarily,
or the way in which we do it.
Yeah, right. I think even if people are going to offices and stuff, I just don't think people are forming communities the way they used to. You just don't.
I think that's a person by person thing, because like back.
Yes, that's why it's only 12%. But the number is still
point
up.
Is growing.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, but I think my point is face-to-face contact would at least increase your likelihood of creating a friendship.
Oh, maybe. Look, I don't
time together.
I don't know what the demographic is of that 12% that's rising, but it's the fact is that's the number, and it's going up. And what the solution could very well just be more getting in people's faces, So
well, and circling, around to early on, we talked about with the concept of engagement. We're applying this. A lot of our conversation is to ourselves if we are having addiction problems. Now, we had talked earlier too about the other form of engagement, though, that is healthy for everybody, is if I don't identify myself as having addiction problems, I don't maybe feel like I do or whatever. My role then, if I'm feeling in a more stable place, engagement for me, but also to help these problems that you just mentioned, friendlessness, overdose, whatever. If I really am doing it, it's a form of self-care and a form of advocacy, if you will, to reach out to others, engage with others, engage with Zorp. You reach out and you let people know that you're available.
What would you say is the best way to do that? Because like let's say we have a mutual friend who's got substance abuse problems, and you try to reach out and help, but they don't listen. Do you and you worry that continuing to press it will end that relationship?
Yeah, push them away.
Rather just leave it than listen to you. So
yeah. I you know what, and I will say I kind of feel like you guys are good at this, having a little insight into some of your guys' ways that you deal with things. But to me, one of the biggest things is to provide that support and acceptance. To me, it's like it's a balance. I'm pushing for health and support and saying I believe in you. On the other hand, I'm also trying to give that person a space or a relationship where they don't have to do anything to win my love or to keep my love, even, right? That there's that feeling of like, I love you no matter what. And it doesn't ruin my day if you had a bad day. That type of thing, I think, is that empathy without expectation, while at the same time still saying, I hope for you to have health in your life. I mean, it's difficult, but I think that's I heard an old counselor say this once. He was old at the time. I don't know. Maybe he's dead now. Who knows? But he's probably older now than he was then. No, but he had this little formula in his head that he would. It was applied mostly to parenting, but I think you can apply it to any relationship. When there is a give and take of communication, where you're afraid of just what you said, which is I don't want to damage the relationship, but I also don't want to not push if they need it a little bit. So he would say, imagine a 1 to 10, and he'd say, imagine that on a 1 to 10 scale, this is the amount of pushback / anger, resentment that you feel from someone. You tell them something and they say, Rose, that's the worst character in Star Wars. Whatever. Back to Maynard's,
it gets Maynard to a
roll.
10.
So when you get, so when you get to that, and you say, okay, if let's say, just say anything that is hovering underneath a 4 or 5 is appropriate. If that's the right kind of pressure, it's fine. They're having a little reaction, 1, 2, and 3, no big deal. We all have that. 5 or lower, basically safe. We're probably not damaging the relationship. If we sort of in our estimation measure that they're having a 5 or higher response, just drop it. This is not the time, right? So here's like when it crosses over to where it's like, oh, I feel like this is a stronger response. It probably is. All I'm doing is pushing them away. Then I can say, oh, you know what? Fuck that. We'll talk about it another time. It's fine. I love you, right? Okay. And that's the approach, is the empathy and just unconditional acceptance. Then the little push, if there's that little bit, it's okay. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like,
no, that makes perfect sense.
I think it's a good guideline.
Going back to why he would have said it for kids, I totally get it. Like when the kid is freaking out having the tantrum, that's not when they're going to learn the lesson. You know what I mean? So like you gotta like kind of contain the tantrum, but that's not when you try to explain, no, you have to eat your broccoli because it's healthy for you. Like that comes after the tantrum, So
right. And if eating the broccoli,
if
eating the broccoli is my sole goal, I can sometimes bully a kid into eating broccoli, but I didn't actually win anything. I didn't do anything good for either of us, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So even if they eat the broccoli, then we think, I really did something. It's like, yeah, you did. You harmed the relationship.
Lifetime of healthy habits established.
And if you do hurt the relationship too, it's very important. What's the name of that? Kind of like, she's a pop psychologist lady. She talks about like the repair all the time, right? Like if you do go too far, and it's not just a matter of apologizing, it's actually like working on repairing what ruptured, and that's really,
Brene Brown, maybe.
No, I can't think of her name. She wrote Good Inside. I think we talked about that once. Why can't I think of her name?
Gottman?
Yeah, no.
Dr. and Dr. Gottman, the married couple, they both talk about that a lot too.
Well, because it's a good thing to talk about. Maynard, kill time while I look this up. All right. Thank you, Maynard. Becky Kennedy.
Who is it?
Kennedy, Dr. Becky Kennedy. She wrote a book called Good Inside, which is really good parenting book. Cool. I really like that one.
It taught me everything I know about parenting.
Well, it helped me with a lot. Well, because it did help me with this understanding of like when to engage, how to engage, and if like something did rupture or hurt the relationship, how to repair it. It's like and it's a great line too, like talking about when you're dealing with people who are in these situations. And you guys can guess who said this. People are more willing to forgive you for when you're wrong than to forgive you for when you're right. Dumbledore said that.
I was going to say Dylan.
No, but that's true, because that will push them away. That will hurt them when they know you're right, and like that's what you said. So it's a balancing act. Yeah, that's it. It's a tough situation to be in for sure.
Yeah. Did that? I don't know, Rob. Was that useful at all? What you were asking?
I think your answer was about trying to gauge.
That's the one I was asking about.
Right, yeah. About trying to gauge, hey, are they at a 5 here? If they're too far, then just don't press it.
Well, but I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to.
I don't know what would happen if every time you brought it up, they were always at an 8. I don't know.
Well, then no. I will say though, I think a lot of people have gone through it on themselves, and with loved ones, will say, yeah, you just keep patience. You just keep because otherwise that's all you got is the relationship. Yeah, if they're always above a 5, it's just then I still brought it up, and then I back. And then so you just. That's the investment in just trying to support without requiring. I really can't require them to do anything. What's
Well,
that?
that's
I
true.
mean,
Adrian?
but there's also,
You have to bring it up to get the reaction, I suppose. So I guess that's a fair point. Yeah.
I think it's also still important to know where your limits are. And
Yes, you
I
do have
mean,
to stay
there's
safe.
people who walked away from my life because I was being a dick and I was in a relationship that was crappy and I didn't listen to anyone that it was crappy. And why should they stay around me? Like when I was being such a terrible person. And I think about those and I'm glad. I look back and I'm like, I'm glad they didn't stay around me at that time, because them leaving also still impacted me to be like, eventually, not immediate, unfortunately, like, is it me? Like, what did I
Yeah,
do to mess
true.
that up? And I missed that and I can't get it back. And they don't owe it to me to try to get that back, like, I'm glad they walked away from that situation. And I'm glad the ones who were around or who wound up coming in and helping me understand things later came into my life that way, because there was a time where I didn't have anyone. I did start becoming very isolated in the situation I was, but for good reason.
That's a great point, and a great qualifier, I think, is that having boundaries, having some boundaries around being healthy and safe for yourself as well, because you don't have to stay in a fill in the blank type of relationship with every other human in order to be a person with empathy, right? It's like I can have empathy, but I don't have to stay here and be part of this and watch this, or put up with abuse or anything like that too, even if I believe that it's because you're in an unhealthy place. So that's a good qualifier. Really glad you said that. So
yeah, that was a good point.
Well,
what's the old saying about?
We want to thank our guest Dwight Hurst.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate
Reels
it.
of Justice.
As I've been taken over by the Reels of Justice every year.
Therapy.
Hey, we've done it, man. We look at speaking of goal directed, right? This is another year down, and I really appreciate the support and help of everybody here. Ryan already left, but him too, and then all of our other guests and people who've been here year after year. Mike, thanks for joining. He was kind enough to do it. Dr. Coffee came earlier, and Chris Revel, a recurring supporter of this event, but also of my life and friendship as well with him. So really, really good. I thank you so much, guys, for being here. We have done it. There's all the notes, and guess what? Because of y'all, I didn't have to use most of those. So me just doing all that shit would not have been as good.
It's like a list that says solutions.
Speaking of good micro habits, I'm gonna go get another walk-in right now.
Look at all these great solutions I had. Well, Reels of Justice gang showed up.
It was all blank paper, guys. Look behind.
Thank you.
No,
I'll
anyway,
see you next year, Dwight.
Yes, thank you. See you guys
Right.
soon.
Bye, Maynard.
Bye.
See you guys later. And you guys are the Reels of Justice podcast. I think we said that already. Is there anything else you want to share about yourselves before you go? I know that's not what this is about, but I do appreciate people's time being donated.
Oh, Izzy, go for it. You've got stuff.
Oh, I did my intro like 4 hours ago.
Yeah, no, just Ben and I on Reels of Justice. And then actually, I guess I will plug the Men in Unity group one more time. If you're a dude out there and you need a good space, I'm not on there as much as I probably should be. But, if you connect to Reels of Justice, if you connect to Men in Unity and you see Dylan Schlender in there, you shoot me a message. I will respond, and do what I can. Yeah.
And even though, I know you guys have a movie podcast with a comedic kind of bent to it, but I've actually found you're inviting people to have a fun, lively argument about the quality of a movie, a mid-movie, has been super fun to listen to, and also is pretty good communication stuff, actually, because you require people to come in and not be stupid about it or angry about it, and just be an even-keeled, fun-loving discussion about I hate this, I love this, and whatever, and that. So anyway,
I could do a dual plug for both our shows, Dwight. So you just had a guest that we had on, Alexandra Sedeci, if I'm saying her name right, and she's a great scholar on suicide in media, and so she was on our show talking about Hot Tub Time Machine, and ostensibly you would think Hot Tub Time Machine, what a silly movie.
Yeah.
But we actually had a great conversation about suicide's representation in media. Like, no one's had a conversation this deep about Hot Tub Time Machine anywhere on the internet, I guarantee it.
And then great.
Yeah, and then Dwight, you had them on your amazing show, The Broken Brain, which everyone should be subscribed to, of course, and hopefully everyone here is.
Yeah.
You know, and then of course Dwight's been on Reels a lot, and you bring your expertise as a counselor, as a therapist, as someone who's invested in mental health into all that. Like I think about the Family Man episode you did, you know, the Nicolas Cage movie, and you brought up that very interesting point about how like the Nicolas Cage that he replaced didn't seem to be in a healthy spot, you know, like he had booze at work and stuff. And it's just stuff that people don't really think about. So we have experts on like that. So if you see some of our cases come up and you're like, well, that's a silly movie, like keep an eye on who the guest is, because there's a good chance we're getting a lot deeper into the weeds on some of this stuff than you might think.
Yeah, not with me though. If you see me as a guest, I'm just insulting Dylan for fun. That's all.
It's just me and Izzy bullying each other for an hour. It is
Hey,
funny.
you know what? That's fun.
Funny,
that
and
can be
I enjoy
healing
it.
too. That can be healing too. And I'll mention, I know you already did Izzy too. Thank you for that. And I'll mention Izzy, I know you did, but the Hearsing Around podcast and the That's Bodacious Dude are also excellent listens. If anybody didn't hear the beginning part of this, I want them to make sure to know that.
And tune into Wizard of Oz if you want to hear Dwight.
That's right. The Return to Oz.
The Return to Oz.
Yes.
Oh, I'm doing that. That's
yeah. Get our opinions on
the
wonderful sequel, the wonderful, underrated, and scary sequel, Return to Oz. Yeah. So, all right. And once again, join me at the Broken Brain. We're getting into September, technically, day after tomorrow, or tomorrow, depending what day today is. Anyway, we're in September, and that September is Batman month because that's the day of the Batman anniversary of Batman coming out. And every year I try to cover some interesting things through the lens of I'm going to be resuming my annual internship at Arkham Asylum. So I'll be doing a couple of takedowns of the diagnosis of the Rogues Gallery and trying to find some fun and interesting ways to look at the way that we do assessments in mental health. So
that's awesome.
All right.
Those are fun. I really like those.
Yeah, that's a great idea. It really is.
All right. Well, thanks everybody, and everybody who is out there either has watched now or is watching later or is listening now or later or whenever. We love you and grateful to be there. And hey, love you guys too. Thank you.
You're the man, Dwight. Take care, guys.